Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 11 Running a Scam. Chapter 11 Running a Scam. Wolf looked down at the drill in his hands and then back to the recharging inscription on the table beside him. Sure, it was a crime to create a fake spell inscription, but how would the witches ever know it was him? He needed some quick cash, and the guard patrols that had actual witches among them almost never came this far down into the lower levels anyhow. Ever since the war between the Magi and the witch covens, who had allied with all of the world's mundane armies, and wiped out every Magi strong enough to activate even a simple cantrip, the covens had ruled this portion of the world. In some ways, it was for the betterment of society, with magic being integrated with technology to create new and wondrous devices. Still, it had come at a cost beyond the devastation of a global thermonuclear war. Only those with witch blood could activate the enchantments, and their skills were needed to power them when the initial charge ran out. Of course, they were happy to do so, as long as you could pay. They began marketing mana crystals that anyone could use to recharge magical items, bringing magic into the mainstream for every citizen under their rule. Over time, mana replaced the entire mundane power grid within the fortress cities that the survivors had sheltered in to ride out the aftermath of the war. It was clean energy, infinitely renewable, and, best of all, hoardable. The wealthiest could physically hold them, ensuring their access to magic even without a witch nearby. But without the noble bloodline, they couldn't create them, so they would never be more than wealthy. The witches were the true aristocrats, and 100 years after the war, they had the governments of the slowly recovering nations codify it into law. Sure, a few resisted, but they couldn't last long when facing an opponent who could deactivate their entire nation's infrastructure on a whim. The coven leaders, more commonly called the queens, pulled the mana out of the energy grids of those who opposed them, sending entire fortress cities with populations of millions back to the Stone Age until they repented. That was how the dream of equality and democracy died long before Wolf was born. The monopoly of the witches on magical items, thanks to their exclusive ability to use magic, was what Wolf was planning to take advantage of today. Magical items were expensive but useful. The inscription that the drawing he had in front of him was copied from would keep the batteries of a power tool charged for a month with a single unit of energy from a mana crystal. A unit was worth 10 credits, not a high price to pay, but the inscription itself was worth 300 credits. If he could inscribe it onto this plain drill from the pawn shop, he could clean and resell the tool for 200 credits after the shop took their cut off the top. Nobody would ever know the inscription was fake until the batteries died and they tried to refresh it. You couldn't add more mana to an active inscription, so the shop should think that the tool was authentic and active, not just freshly recharged from the wall outlet. He would have to do that later. The pawn shop owner he bought it from was too cheap to use his own electricity to recharge even a simple power tool, so the drill was stone dead right now. Using the copy of the inscription as a template, Wolf carefully inscribed the lines into the battery pack, then filled the etching with silver paint. It should have real silver and a number of other ingredients in it to make the spell work, but even if Wolf had been born into a witch-blooded family, he was a young man, not a noble daughter who could possibly use magic. Wolf added the final symbols to the circle, and suddenly a stabbing pain shot through his hand like he had been burned. Damn it, I thought I checked that this thing was discharged first. It shouldn't have shocked me even if I carved too deep. He muttered, glaring at the device in his hands. Hopefully, he hadn't damaged the battery pack. The whole hoax would be worthless if the tool were broken. Oh! The lights on the battery pack were glowing now, showing 1% battery. Then 2 and 3. As Wolf watched, the charge indication climbed until the pack showed fully charged. There was no way that the inscription worked. Every kid in the city knew someone who had been scammed by a reseller peddling forged magical items. If just drawing the circle was enough, the witches would have never gained the level of power they had, and every item would be a magical item within a week of being purchased. Hesitantly, Wolf pulled the trigger, and the drill spun to life, happily whirring away with a full battery. Wolf's thoughts were racing in joy at his discovery. It worked? That's simply not possible. But if it really worked, doesn't that mean I can sell these anywhere without fear of being called out? Even the high-end shops that pay top dollar wouldn't turn me away if the enchantment actually worked. The rumor in the neighborhood was that the Nakus family were descended from magi who had escaped the culling, and that the current family head, Wolf's distant relative, who he courteously referred to as his uncle, could kill people with a touch. Wolf had always taken that as superstition, as he had personally seen his uncle shoot a failed assassin from another family, but now he wondered if there might be some truth to it. The problem was that if he openly tried to verify his lineage and abilities, there were no good outcomes for him. If the rumor were false, he would be humiliated and chastised for spreading rumors that damaged the reputation of the family. If he was right, and he was really from a family of former magi, then his easy life of running deliveries in the daytime and playing games or doing side hustles at night would be over the moment that anyone caught wind of it and reported it to the witches. The coven laws would issue the death penalty to any man who showed an affinity for magic, and sometimes even witches who practiced magic without being a member of the coven. Either way, an actual magic user who wasn't a witch was unheard of in the past few centuries. If they found out he could use this power, the Nakus family wouldn't risk him being exposed and having a rival family capture him for their own ends. The ability to actually use magic was far too precious of a secret to let anyone else learn of it. So, Wolf made a plan. He would go to the pawn shop and pretend to be retiring as a construction worker to move into a better career. He was old enough to have finished his basic education now, and with the Nakus family name, the act would be believable. He even had the family tattoo on his arm to verify his gainful employment story. He would enchant 3 more batteries if he could get the inscription to work again, and then sell 2 full sets of tools, each with a spare battery. That would net him an easy 1,000 credit profit, and he would be set for at least a month. It was a scam he could only run once at 2 different shops in different territories, but Wolf was more interested in learning about what he could do with these newfound powers. The world he grew up in was a relatively good one, at least for someone allied with a strong crime family who could claim a large portion of one of the floors within the fortress city as their own territory, but it would be better with more power. The Nakus family took him into the family business after the unfortunate demise of his parents in a car accident. Like the hundreds of other families that populated the lower floors, they were more closely related to a pre-war criminal organization than a mundane corporation. It was a life that many in the city dreamed of, even with the inherent risks. Wolf thought back to what he could recall from the history classes he had taken in school, hoping that something in those lessons could help in this situation. The war between the Magi and the rest of the world had devastated the planet to the point that it was only now recovering. Humanity had moved into fortress cities, sheltered against the pollution and radioactive fallout of the war. Where the witches excelled in nature magic, potions and enchantments, the Magi had been innate elemental magic users. When the world turned against them, they did not go down easily. The exact details had been scrubbed from history to discourage anyone from attempting to emulate their actions, but what everyone knew was that a large portion of one continent was lost to the seas, dragged under by overwhelming earth elemental magic that shifted the tectonic plates. That was when the mundane armies resorted to nuclear weapons. The citizens were herded to the newly created fortress cities for their safety as the war engulfed the world. None of that really helped Wolf, but it did give him hope that maybe he could do more than just recharge batteries. Maybe he could recharge mana crystals as well? They might be used to recharge magical items, but they were legal currency with a value set by their current charge. How awesome would it be if he could create his own money? Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 2 Too Easy Money. Chapter 2 Too Easy Money. The empty mana crystals were worthless and sent for recycling, so he could grab handfuls of them from bins all over the territory to experiment on. With his plan firmly in place, Wolf began to inscribe the circles on the other batteries he had purchased, being extra careful not to make any errors that might cause the inscription to fail. He had no idea what it took to get the magic to work, so Wolf focused hard on recharging the battery, and making the perfectly drawn inscription. When the second one came alive with a shock through his hand, Wolf realized what was happening. The inscribed circle created electricity, and he was using a metal-handled stylus and metallic paint to create it. He was getting shocked by the initial charge flowing from him through his tools. That might be necessary to the process, though, so Wolf didn't change anything as he did the last 2 and started on the long process of cleaning and repairing the tools, so they only looked gently used and not nearly demolished like they did when he got them. When they were good enough, Wolf packed one set of power tools and 2 batteries into his backpack. This would be the rough part, as the high-end shops he wanted to sell to were on a higher floor, and getting there without a fight could be difficult. His family only operated on one floor, and he wasn't going to sell sketchy items to his own neighbors, so he would have to cross through other floors to get to a suitable shop where nobody would recognize his face. Wolf knew a thing or two about fights, and had the flattened nose and scarred knuckles to prove it. At 180 centimeters, he wasn't the biggest of men, but he was large enough to hold his own, and growing up in the public schools on the lower floors had given his gray eyes a hard look that didn't match his age. With a full pack, Wolf looked at his trusty electric delivery bicycle, freshly charged and ready for a hard ride through the city. Most of the trip was going to be easy to pass through, but a few areas belonged to families that didn't like visitors from the lower floors. It was a risk, but if he managed it, nobody would suspect him if there turned out to be a problem with the tools later. The witches had eyes everywhere. He definitely couldn't sell fake inscriptions in his own territory and cause trouble for his uncle. So, he tightened the straps on his backpack and set off on his money-making adventure for the day. "Hey Wolf, where you off to today?" The enforcer stationed at the ramp that led to the floors above their territory asked as Wolf cycled down the road on his modified electric bicycle. "Got to head to the upper floors, see a man about a thing. You know how it is for a delivery rider." Wolf replied with a smile. Cars weren't common in their district since so few went very far from home. Instead, the roads were filled with electric bikes, magic-powered electric delivery trucks and the odd taxi. It was all lit from above by magical lights that gave off a soft yellow light that Wolf had been told was a close simulation of the sun's natural light, but he had personally never left the city to see if that was true. "If you're going to the upper floors, be careful. The family can't help you there, but I will be waiting here at the border in case you need to come back in a hurry," the guard told him with a clap on the shoulder. "Thanks. Hopefully, I won't need the help, but I know the signal," Wolf told him, then pedaled off toward the ramp, heading out of the territory. The guards upstairs waved as he passed by, recognizing him as Anaku's family delivery rider, and Max sped through the streets toward the ramp which would lead him up another floor as close as possible to the location of the shop he had chosen. It was better to be on the right side of the city when he left the friendly territory so that he would have as few neutral territory entries and exits as possible. Frequently going too far from home attracted attention that Wolf really didn't want today, and fewer territory crossings meant fewer chances someone would notice him and check his identity. There weren't actually any laws against moving around most of the city, but the witches were always watching for suspicious activity. Little things like gangsters moving drugs and stolen goods out of their territory. Or fencing fake magical items. Things like Wolf was off to do today. Every area of the city was a bit different but mostly the same. The floor he was currently on used coral colors, whereas Wolf's was shades of gray and brown. He made a careful note of everything he passed in case he needed to make up a lie about his origins later. His luck was good today, though. There were no traffic jams, and nobody questioned him as he crossed 4 floors to get to the area where he wanted to sell his tools. This wasn't technically an upper floor, but it was a community where most of the residents worked on the upper floors. Unlike his own home territory, the guards here were actual Coven police, and security wasn't left to the families. It was a strange feeling, cycling past them at a sedate pace that matched traffic and trying not to attract their attention. It wasn't hard to find the spot he wanted. The Council Construction Materials sign stood tall and proud above the surrounding stores. It was well known as a quality used tools dealer, but Wolf had specifically chosen it for the owner's dealings with the Naku's family in the past. He wouldn't bring them into it if he didn't have to, but the affiliation would help him if he had trouble convincing the store clerks to let him leave without recording his real name. Wolf parked his bike in the racks out front and walked straight for the front doors, knowing full well that convincing people that you knew what you were doing got you through more crimes than anything else. The greeter at the door looked at his broken nose and durable clothing before she seemed satisfied that he belonged there, then finally greeted him. "Welcome to Council Construction. How can we help you today?" The young girl, most likely a school student working part-time, told him with a well-practiced smile. I have gotten a job as a delivery worker, and I would like to sell my power tools to upgrade my cycle, Wolf explained. His bike looked rather plain and worn, but internally he had already upgraded it to state-of-the-art with a new Magi Tech motor and higher capacity battery pack. Moving up in the world. I hear the tips that delivery drivers get are pretty good, but there's no way I could do it. The greeter told him, then gestured for someone else to join them at the door. This is Ron. He is one of our in-house experts, and I'm certain he can get you a good price for your tools. She explained. Ron, I'm Paul. Good to meet you. I inherited some quality stuff from my late father, and now that I'm changing careers, I'm looking to sell the power tools, which are still in good shape. Forgive me if I don't get rid of the rest. A little insurance never goes wrong. Wolf told the red-shirt appraiser. Never sell your daddy's hand tools. The man agreed, then led Wolf toward a small counter to the side of the shop. Wolf emptied his pack, bringing out the 8 tools and 2 batteries. NED Co. Both batteries have working inscriptions. They've even got some time left on them. Wolf said, making sure the man knew he didn't have to take anything off the price to charge and check the enchantment. Now that's considerate of you. We've got a commoner witch on staff, but her services aren't free. Ron agreed. Commoner witches were the weakest and poorest of their kin, unable to use powerful enough magic to earn a title of their own and cut off from most of the lifestyle benefits of their bloodline. They still earned pretty good money, just not at the millions of credits a year that most of the others made. Ron called the witch over, and Wolf began to sweat. He had no way of knowing if she could see through the fact he made the inscription and that a witch didn't do it. Have you at least tested the batteries before calling me over? The portly older woman asked the moment she arrived, and Ron looked down in embarrassment. No, ma'am, sorry. I will do that now. Ron plugged the battery into a testing station on his bench, and a light above them began to shine bright, rapidly draining the pack. Wolf had expected this test at any reputable shop, which was why he would have gone elsewhere if the inscription didn't work. With the pack drained to 50%, Ron removed it from the device and turned the display so that everyone present could see the reading. He attached a voltmeter to the connectors and watched to make sure the voltage increase matched the reading, nodding happily at the result. Boy, where did you get that battery from? The witch asked as she observed the result. It was my father's before he passed. I'm not sure where he got it from. Wolf shrugged, making the witch frown. My condolence on your loss. He must have paid top dollar for it. The charging rate is better than average. To be honest, I had expected grade F trash, but that is a solid D, close to a C grade charging rate. She explained. Wolf didn't know what the cutoffs were, but knowing that his first attempt was average was a relief. Well, put the other one on the tester, stupid. I can't believe you called me over for a perfectly good battery pack. The witch complained to Ron, the appraiser. Wolf was starting to suspect her animosity was personal. Either that or Ron was not particularly well liked at his job. The second one seemed to discharge faster, but it also recharged a bit faster. The witch didn't look upset, much to Wolf's relief, and she wrote up a sales slip for Ron. 1D plus grade and 1D grade battery. Your father must have bought them at different times. The cells inside one are more worn out. She explained. Wolf nodded his agreement. Since he had bought these used, he couldn't say anything for sure about their quality. Since the quality is better than usual for a used construction tool, I can offer you $200 for the worn-out battery and $250 for the other. Plus $400 for the tools. Ron offered. That's better than expected. You have got yourself a deal. Wolf agreed, shaking the appraiser's hand. The deal was done, and it was time for him to get out of there, before anyone thought to ask for identification. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 3 Cash in Hand. Chapter 3 Cash in Hand. With his deal done, Wolf quickly made his way back home, not intending to stop until he reached the Nakus family's territory. He got more than a few angry shouts as he raced through the streets, but that was a normal part of every day for a delivery rider, and he simply ignored them as he always did as he raced through the streets well beyond the 30 km/h speed limit imposed on stock vehicles. "So, how did it go? Make some money?" the border guard at the ramp to his home floor asked as Wolf approached in the closest lane of traffic. "It was a good day. I should be able to go an entire week without a side hustle." Wolf laughed, making the pedestrians around them shake their heads. Nobody went an entire week in the city without at least trying to make a little something on the side. It was just common sense that you could never get ahead with only a legitimate job. The guard gave him the thumbs up as congratulations, and Wolf darted back out into traffic, dodging the slower-moving cycles and the pedestrians crossing the road wherever they pleased. Making his way through the cookie-cutter apartment blocks of his floor's residential area, Wolf kept his pace slow enough not to attract an unusual level of attention while keeping his eyes open for danger. Normally none of the denizens of these cinder-block-lined alleys would bother him, but you could never be too safe, and he wasn't totally without personal enemies. He had stepped on more than a few toes to get where he was, and rival couriers would often look for an excuse to mess with strangers, at least until he got further back into Naku's family territory. In under 15 minutes, his own apartment building came into sight, and Wolf made his way back to his one-bedroom apartment, a boring place with tan walls and synthetic wood floors. He could afford better, but Wolf had dreams of moving up in life by more than he could right now, so he was saving all the money he could until he could buy a home instead of renting like his parents did all their life. His uncle Ivan, head of the Naku's family, was very wealthy but only an uncle in name. Wolf's branch of the family was many generations removed and had previously lived down on the lowest floors of the city, where the very poorest and most desperate citizens congregated and struggled to get away from. The relationship was enough to land him a job and a loan when he was in a tight spot after his parents' death, but that was about as far as it went. As the witches said, filth settles to the bottom, and the lower levels were not a great place to live. But they were home until Wolf came to his uncle's territory and saw how much better things could be if someone took charge where the coven didn't care to. Looking back on his childhood now, Wolf had often wondered how things had gotten so bad in the lower levels, but he could see no obvious reason for their condition. It was simply how things were. He settled in the one large recliner that made up what passed for his living room and took out the few empty mana crystals he had not tossed in the recycling. Wolf had no idea how to recharge them, but the inscriptions had gone smoothly enough, so he had high hopes that he could do this as well. With the empty crystals set on the table in front of him, Wolf began to focus on the feeling of energy in his fingertips that he got when he inscribed the circles on the battery packs. He could clearly recall the feeling and was certain that it would work to create the circle again, but it had no effect on the crystal. He had been handling these all his life. Surely if it were that easy, he would have discovered it by accident before age 18. What kid hasn't held one of these crystals and wished they had the power of the witches to create wealth for themselves out of thin air? Sure, there were laws against doing exactly that to keep the commoner witches in line. But to the practical mind of Wolf, who rarely had any dealings with them, it seemed like a minor thing that nobody would notice unless you went overboard. He didn't, and couldn't, know that these crystals had a specific energy signature to them. If a witch touched one, she could tell who made the crystal itself and if the energy inside was from the same person. There was a chance that it could have been made and filled by a witch she was unfamiliar with, but the mismatch would immediately alert the coven that someone had been refilling mana crystals without authorization. In that way, the stored energy was strictly regulated, with each witch being given a certain allowance to create monthly, based on their rank. In theory, an illegally filled crystal could be passed around or used without issue, but businesses would return the ones they didn't need to immediately use to the bank every night, where the crystals would be verified and credits issued. The city, as all the residents called their megalithic home, housed over 20 million human beings, of which fewer than 10,000 were witches. Meeting one in person at the shop really was a surprise, and not in a good way, at least not for Wolf, who was as far from a fanboy of the rulers of their society as could possibly exist. Sure, the young ones were cute, but there were plenty of good-looking women in the city without the attitude that came with a noble upbringing. The commoner witches who would take such a position, even part-time, made up 2/3 of that 10,000 witch number and were the very weakest of their covens, but still, they were a rare sight for someone like Wolf. Something like seeing a celebrity or a CEO. A down on their luck, lesser known one, but still, a rare occurrence on his level of the city. Once he was comfortable, Wolf opened the browser on his computer to look up videos relating to the crystals. There should be something to be found on the network. Even a short documentary about them would help him in his efforts to recharge the ones he had. The first one he found was about the colors of the crystals. They were related to the specialty of the witch that made them, as each had their own technique for growing mana crystals. The empty ones Wolf had were blue, and the video said that they were grown in water, along with a secret assortment of reagents, then fed energy by the coven member to charge them. It was portrayed as a very dangerous and draining activity, with the risk and effort both contributing to the stored mana's worth. Still, somehow Wolf suspected that the reality was much more mundane. It did give him an idea, though. Like everyone else who collected payments daily, he had a crystal testing pad, which would tell him the remaining energy content and, therefore, the value. So Wolf checked the first of his empty crystals, making sure he hadn't missed a few stored credits. It was verified fully drained, so Wolf washed it clean and put it in his favorite soup pot with some water, then turned up the stove a little so that the water wasn't icy cold. Getting them wet didn't do anything, but he hoped that if he put his hand in the pot with the crystal and tried the energy to his fingertip thing again, he might have some luck in getting the charge to transfer. Focusing on himself, Wolf could feel a bit of energy in his chest, right near his heart. Extending that feeling to his hand made the water glow for a brief moment, then fade away. "Hell yeah, this is it, I'm sure of it!" Wolf cheered out loud to the empty room. But when he tried again, it was much harder, and Wolf began to feel exhausted almost immediately. All he could think of while his eyes drooped and sleep threatened to overcome him was to turn the stove off, nap, and try again tomorrow. Wolf was so tired he didn't even stop to check how much he had managed to get the crystal to absorb or even if the experiment had worked at all. When he fell asleep, Wolf was still wondering if he had just burned himself out, making a pot of water glow. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 4 Magical Soup. Chapter 4 Magical Soup. When Wolf woke up a few hours later, he felt much better. All of the exhaustion had vanished as if it had never existed, and he was ready to see his progress. He rolled out of bed, straightened the clothes that he fell asleep wearing and headed for the kitchen. Wolf slowly approached the stove and peered into the pot, praying that his efforts last night had paid off. The dull blue crystal lay right where he left it, in the bottom of the soup pot, just waiting to be fished out and dried off so it could be tested. As far as Wolf knew, a fully charged crystal and an empty one looked exactly the same, which is why the crystal testing pads were necessary. Wolf tried to calm his shaking hands as he moved the small storage device from the pot to the testing pad, then closed his eyes and pressed the power button. "Please, whoever is listening, let this have worked," he muttered before opening his eyes and looking at the reading. 30 units. That was 300 credits, or if you looked at it another way, 2 entire months' power bill. He could use this crystal right now to charge the storage bank in the basement of his building and not need to pay an energy bill this month or next. That was a big thing to Wolf. Power was expensive, especially for a courier who needed to recharge his bike every day. So, Wolf set the crystal aside and set another empty on the testing pad. Once he verified that it was indeed at 0, he washed the crystal and placed it in the pot. It was what he did last time, and he didn't know if a dirty crystal made a difference, so he would continue to wash them. Innovation wasn't even in his thought process. He had found a way that somewhat worked, and he wasn't about to mess it up by trying new things until his immediate problems were solved. This time he focused more on making a slow but steady flow from himself into the pot and watched as the blue light swirled around the crystal. Once he started feeling woozy, Wolf stopped the process and sat down to recover, focusing on his breathing the same as he did after a hard trip on the bike. That seemed to help, and in only 10 minutes, he was ready to get up and check the pot. It looked the same as before, and the blue light had faded to nothing, leaving just the crystal in the soup pot. If he was going to keep doing this, he needed to get something more dignified. Plus, that was his only pot, and he was hungry. Carefully placing the freshly charged crystal on the mat, Wolf hit the power button again and waited patiently for the testing to come up. 30 units. The same result as before, so that must be the extent of his abilities in one attempt. If he could do that one more time, he would have his entire month's rent and power bill before lunch, but the question was, how should he convert these units to credits to pay the landlord? The power bill could be paid in units, but the rent could not. The cranky old property owner only took credits. Wolf wasn't brave enough to cash them at a bank, in case they could be traced back to him, but he did have a few leads. Businesses that would take units at a discount to power their factory and not ask how you got them. Credits were digital and hard to steal, but crystals were a physical object and subject to robbery. That made them a lucrative target, the equivalent of the legendary days before the war when credits were physical coins and larger denominations were on paper notes called cash. The companies only gave you half price, though, and his rent was 500 credits. He had enough to pay the bills already after trading off the power tools, but the bills never really ended. They just kept showing up no matter how often you paid them off. But once he had enough, he could buy a unit of his own and use these crystals to keep it powered without buying from the grid. Wolf could imagine the easy life already. But first, he needed to work on his skills and increase the amount he could charge a crystal daily. When they were distributed, a full crystal was 100 units, but that was the most suspicious way to use a single crystal. Nobody ever had a full crystal on them in the city. At least not more than an hour after payday. Even if you hadn't purchased anything with it, you would charge your devices and home energy storage first, just so that you didn't have that many units on you when you went shopping, since the store's withdrawal machines showed the current balance to anyone who happened to be nearby. After a bit more rest, Wolf moved the second crystal back to the pot and prepared his mind to try again. The stress seemed to be entirely mental, with a mild burning in his chest where the energy seemed to originate. Both of those issues were tolerable to Wolf in the name of wealth and progress, so he began the recharging attempt again. This time he tried to add energy as slowly as he could, watching the crystal absorb it as he went instead of letting it light up the water. At first, that seemed less stressful on his body, but the end result was the same. Mental exhaustion and a headache. Instead of sleeping, Wolf tried to meditate. The old folk insisted that it was the best way to clear your mind and that there were many other benefits that Wolf had never experienced, but today was different. He wasn't sleepy, just drained from spell casting. If you could call this a spell, that is. Wolf focused on his breathing and the burning feeling in his chest, trying to calm it down. The meditation was quick to relieve the burning, and after a few minutes, Wolf could feel the energy begin flowing into his body. It was soothing, like a mint balm cooling his body, and Wolf was feeling better than he ever had before. All of the fatigue and old aches from years as a delivery rider were fading as he meditated. Still, more importantly, that spot of energy in the middle of his chest began to feel like a pouch, holding energy that Wolf was certain he could use later. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 5 A Shocking Delivery. Chapter 5 A Shocking Delivery. Wolf continued meditating until the pouch of what he could only assume was mana in his chest felt full and wouldn't hold any more. The action seemed natural, as if he had always known what to do on an instinctive level and only had to try it once to awaken the memories. It was an incredible feeling, like he was whole and complete for the first time in his life, but with a hint of weakness, like a newborn who had just taken its first breath. The process had taken much longer than expected, and his watch showed it was already afternoon. He really had to get to work now, as he hadn't planned on skipping his courier job entirely, just taking the morning to rest after a good haul yesterday. The courier company was one of the best places on this level to work, and skipping a full day without notice was a great way to get yourself fired. Wolf turned his phone on and checked the courier app for nearby deliveries. There was a good order from just down the street going to the Nako's main house that nobody had picked up yet, so Wolf quickly accepted it and grabbed the 2 crystals plus his bike on his way out. Pushing himself as hard as he could to make up lost time, Wolf noticed that his legs seemed just a bit stronger today, and he wasn't getting tired as fast as usual. The meditation had really helped, he decided as he kept pedaling as hard as he could, testing his limits. A faster courier made more money, and Wolf was one of the best already. The order was ready and waiting when he arrived at the restaurant, but it was still steaming, so he wasn't too far off the ready time. Must be a busy day today, it's not often that we wait that long for a confirmation. The cashier greeted Wolf as he jogged in with his courier bag. Yeah, I started late today and I was pretty shocked to see you with an active order. No worries though, I will get it there on time. Who was the contact? Wolf replied, double-checking that the order was correct. Butler James. Same as usual. He's expecting it in 12 minutes. The cashier told him as Wolf loaded his bag and jogged back out. He locked the bag to the back rack on his electric bicycle and raced out into traffic, overtaking most of the slower-moving vehicles. The speed limit in the city was only 30 km an hour, and most vehicles held to that in order to save energy, but not Wolf. That was why he used a modified electric bike with the speed limiter disabled and not a moped. He could add his own efforts to increase his speed and not use up the battery. At his usual speed, the main house was 15 minutes away, but Wolf was practically flying today as he wove through the lunchtime crowd. Traffic control always looked the other way for couriers speeding, so he didn't slow down at all, except when he reached a red light. Even then, he ducked around the line of traffic using the oncoming lanes so he could get to the front and sped off the moment the lights changed. After only 9 minutes, he was at the gates to the Naku's main house, where an unexpected sight greeted him. It was not Butler James that came to collect the order, but Uncle Ivan himself. Young Wolf, it is good to see you again. Take some time off and come inside. There is a small family gathering today, and you should meet some of the others now that you have turned 18. It is good you came today, it saves me having to look for you to introduce you to the family. Uncle Ivan was a huge and intimidating man, broad in the shoulder and over 2 meters tall, with salt and pepper hair that had begun to show his age. Wolf unlocked the delivery bag, since the butler wasn't there with the tray to collect the order, and reached out his hand to greet the family patriarch with the family's unique handshake. The moment their hands touched, a spark of energy flowed between them, and Uncle Ivan's eyes opened wide in shock. It seems that we have a lot to talk about. Don't leave after dinner, and keep your gloves on when you are greeting anyone but the elders. The patriarch whispered, then led Wolf inside the immaculate white plantation-style house. Wolf followed the patriarch of his family into the dining room, where 40 or more men, all sharing the same dark hair as Wolf had, and similar facial features, had gathered. Don't worry about the ladies, they retire to the sitting room until dinner so we don't bore them to death with talk of work. One of the older men welcomed Wolf to the room. Butler James quickly collected the delivery bag and gave Wolf a wink and a tip, the same as their usual routine. Calm. The takeout would be for the children since they probably wouldn't truly appreciate the spiced sausages and cabbage that Wolf could smell cooking in the kitchen. Until very recently, Wolf himself had been with them on the rare occasion that he was here for the monthly gathering, eating restaurant food in the small side room and socializing with the other youngsters. This would be his first monthly dinner in the adults' dining hall, and he had completely forgotten about it. Not that he had gotten an invitation or a reminder. The Naku's family didn't do that. You were either here for the dinner or weren't, and it only mattered if you were a topic of conversation in a negative way. Everyone had jobs and lives outside the house, other than a select few, and Uncle Ivan didn't judge based on attendance. Roman, you know Wolf, yes? He has just turned 18 and joined the family properly. Uncle Ivan informed the offer man who had spoken earlier. Is that so? Very good, very good. Roman replied with a smile, then removed his glove to shake Wolf's hand. The moment their bare skin touched, that same feeling of energy passed between them, making the old man look even more pleased before he schooled his face back to neutrality and put his glove back on. Wolf took that as his cue and slid his riding gloves back on his hands. He felt a bit strange doing it, but he noticed that he wasn't alone. Though they were soft leather gloves, expensive and comfortable, almost all the better-dressed men in the room wore gloves. If he hadn't known about his ability to use magic, Wolf would have simply assumed it was a preference of the senior family members. But now, Wolf had just as many things to ask Uncle Ivan about as the old man had to ask him. Inheritor of magic, the Magi King. Chapter 66 Meet the Family. Chapter 66 Meet the Family. As they mingled with the family, Ivan and Roman stayed close to Wolf's side, introducing him to the various important members of the family, since the only adult other than Uncle Ivan that he already knew well was Johnny, his boss at the courier company. His usually loud and crude boss was quite polite and subdued in the face of the two elders, and Wolf noticed that he was one of the few wealthy men who weren't wearing gloves, despite his age and the respect he got from the others. "You know Johnny, yes? He married Roman's daughter. June," Uncle Ivan told Wolf with a note of approval in his voice. "Indeed I do. I have been a courier at his company for a number of years now," Wolf informed the two older men. "Not a bad start. Couriers build a lot of muscle that will come in useful later in life. Especially a life like ours. But we can talk about fitness routines after dinner. It should be time for the ladies to return soon, and we can eat." Roman commended him. "Come sit by me so I can introduce you to everyone," Uncle Ivan instructed Wolf, cutting off their conversation without any hint of emotion on his face or in his voice. This was his business face, getting ready to flex his position as family head in front of the assembled guests. Wolf was aware that the seat by the patriarch was an honor, but the look on Johnny's face said he underestimated just how much of an honor it was. The courier company boss was almost green with envy, for in all the years since he had married into the family, he had never once been seated next to the patriarch. Still, the boy who worked for him got the honor the first time he attended dinner after his 18th birthday. Wolf met a few of the ladies on his way to the head of the table, where he was seated between Ivan and Roman in clear sight of anyone who looked toward the patriarch. There was a young woman beside Roman, next to Johnny, which must make her June, Roman's daughter, but for the most part, Wolf had already forgotten the other adults' names and their relation to the family. "Welcome again, Naku's family. It is good to see so many of you could come this month, for we have a special event today. Wolf has just recently turned 18, and after some training, we have high hopes that he will be taking his place in the main family. Please treat him well and make him feel at home as the youngest of your peers." Ivan greeted the assembled guests. Wolf could see a few jealous looks at the news, all from men without gloves, which Wolf had just now realized were the mark of the main family's men, the ones who could at least feel mana. One look among the crowd was very different from the others and certainly not at all like the jealous ones he was getting from the men. A woman in a high-necked blouse that emphasized her neck and made her chubby cheeks look even larger than they should be was giving him a hungry look that made Wolf's skin crawl. Not lust, though it was similar. The look on her face was pure greed, like he was a prize to be claimed. She was seated with an older woman who must be her mother and a man in an expensive suit who had arrived just in time for dinner. There was a much smaller woman beside him, one Wolf would have called a teen girl had she not been here at the adults' table. That one stared directly at her plate, but Wolf could see she was listening to the conversation. He hoped she learned some courage soon. The Naku's family was no place for the cowardly. "I see you noticed Melody and her sister. Melody finished her time at the Witches' Academy last year. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to pass her first year to be recognized as a competent witch and gain the benefits, but there is a good chance that her children could activate the gene." Roman introduced the pudgy-faced young woman with a hint of pride. When witches had children with non-witches, the offspring usually had weaker magic until they eventually weren't witches at all. Melody was one of those cases, but there was always a chance that a prodigy could be born of her and her future husband and catapult the family into nobility. That possibility alone would make her a highly desirable bachelorette to advancement-minded young men, and it was clear from her haughty demeanor that she knew it. Wolf nodded politely, then looked to the younger sister, who had raised her head enough to look at him for a moment. "It is a pleasure to meet you both. I don't believe I caught the other sister's name." Wolf told them. "This is Cassandra, who prefers to go by Cassie. She doesn't speak much, but she will be headed for training this semester as well." Her father answered on her behalf, giving the silent daughter a gentle look. "Since the two training academies share a campus, perhaps you can keep an eye out for her. I will give you the details after dinner," Uncle Ivan announced, causing all eyes in the room to turn to Wolf. But the man in question didn't have a single clue what was going on yet. Other than some altered videos of witch idols, he had never taken any interest in all and knowing about the lives and training of the nobility. Until today, he hadn't been overly concerned with the Naku's family's traditions for their core members either. What he did know was that Uncle Ivan was going to tell him something after dinner, and the family's training must be part of it. Melody looked more than a little sour at the news that Wolf and Cassie were going to be trained together, but Wolf couldn't see what sort of training would have the two of them paired up in any meaningful way. He knew that the Naku's family men were trained to fight at various academies. That was no secret. Every crime family sent their youth out to be trained if they seemed promising enough to join the family business. He had learned today that many of the Naku's elders had an affinity for mana, but unless everything he knew about the magi being totally exterminated during the Great War was a lie, they couldn't actually use magic. More importantly, it sounded like Cassie was going to be trying to challenge the witch proficiency tests, and that certainly had nothing to do with him, as male witches couldn't use magic either. The dinner passed quickly, with everyone making small talk to catch up on the month's news, and the end of the meal came much too suddenly when Uncle Ivan stood up from his chair and motioned for Wolf and Roman to follow him out of the dining room. The guests around the table all stood to bow as he left, then returned to their desserts and gossip, much more at ease now that the head of the family was gone. Uncle Ivan led them to his personal study, then activated the white noise filter and locked the door, soundproofing the room to protect against any attempts at eavesdropping. What I need to tell you should not go beyond this room. In all the centuries that the Naku's family has been in the city, working to regain what we lost during the war, only 2 men have been born with a strong enough magi bloodline to gather mana. The first was me. The second, I suspect, is you. Inheritor of magic, the Magi King. Chapter 77 Family History. Chapter 77 Family History. Wolf paused in shock at that announcement. You can use mana too. Uncle Ivan nodded solemnly. That's why we cover our hands. Anyone with an active witch or magi bloodline can feel the strength of the mana in you through contact. That means every failed witch, every member of rival families, and every female coven security officer. Everyone who could be a threat to your safety and livelihood is likely to be able to tell that you have a much higher than usual affinity for mana. If they find out you can actually use it, death is likely to be the better of the options you will be left with. If you are going to progress, you need to train. I was caught and had my potential tested by the witches at an early age. I hid my ability to use mana from them, and I was never strong, but even with their suspicion of my slight abilities, I have been under constant surveillance my whole life. That's also why the women of the family were so interested in you. The coven's stronger witches keep a guardian, a sworn bodyguard of sorts that never leaves their side, or a humanoid familiar with them that they can use as a mana battery. Most of them are there for brute force or their innate mana, but if they could find a man with enough magi heritage to gather a bit of mana on his own, he could constantly stream it to a witch and greatly increase her capabilities. Magi can store mana within themselves, but witches can't. They build up an aura that lets them draw mana more quickly instead. They have learned to store energy in objects like the mana crystals, but if they are disarmed, they are in a bad spot since gathering the mana for a spell takes a few seconds. Having a familiar that is strong enough to keep up with the demand cuts that time in half. That's why the guardians exist, to cover them until they can cast their spells. Don't think that they are weak, though. Their spells are incredibly strong. They just aren't as fast as the magi were said to have been. If you go to the Guardian Academy for a year, they will teach you about spells, so you can defend a witch against them. Use that knowledge to better yourself. It's a chance I didn't get because they caught on to my abilities too early, and I was forced to flee until I was too old for them to want me as a guardian anymore. After a year, if you haven't been chosen to accept a contract with a witch, they will expel you from the program, and you can return here to the family, where we will make sure you are well provided for. If you do find a witch you like, that's your choice. Remember, the bond is for life, and they won't let you go if they realize how powerful you are. Wolf listened quietly through the entire speech, taking in the new information about the benefits to a witch of having a magic user as a guardian and what that could mean for him. There were some definite upsides, like a whole school full of sexy witches in their school uniforms. The uniforms were a legendary tier cosplay among the youth of the lower levels, so the real thing had to be better. Then there was the knowledge he could gain. He already knew that someone like him could use at least basic magical abilities without reagents, so he could take in a lot of what he needed to know just by proximity. But the risks were equally high. Being found out could lead to a life as nothing more than a mana battery for some snobby and power-hungry noble witch. Once that happened, it was all over for him. Rumors said that the witches could track their guardian anywhere and see through their eyes. For that reason, kids in the lower levels hid from the guardians, and nobody but the witches knew if that was all that they could do. When you said that Cassie was going for training, you meant that she might have the potential to be an actual witch, right? Wolf asked. She almost certainly does. The Naku's family has been around since before the war, which is why our bloodline is blended, and our daughters have the chance to be witches. That is also how we survived the culling at the end of the war, by relying on the witches in our family to keep the remnants of the magi bloodline going. All the men who could use mana, or who could even strongly sense it, were killed, but the daughters who survived and didn't show enough potential to become witch nobles reformed the family and quietly started seeking matches that would rebuild our heritage. I am old already, so her memory has faded among the younger generation, but my mother ruled the family for 60 years. Like the others from families who weren't selecting marriage partners with as pure of a witch heritage as possible, her ability had faded from what witches were once capable of. However, she still had enough magic to pass the academy's first year before being expelled for low performance and becoming a commoner witch. Both you and Cassie will be going to the academy. Her as a coven applicant, you as a squire. Find her an appropriate guardian if you can, as I believe she has it in her to pass the first tests. Once she finishes the first year, she will be a commoner witch, and our family territory will be recognized by the nobles again. It will be a great thing for the Naku's family. If she can go further, she will become my successor, even if I have to kill her cow of a sister to keep her safe. There was the ruthless Uncle Ivan, the family head that everyone knew best. Nothing was out of bounds if it was for the betterment of the family. Nothing at all. Wolf knew that was why Uncle Ivan was so keen to send him to become a squire. The chance that he could attach himself to a stronger witch and bring them back to the family would be a failsafe against Cassie failing, but Wolf didn't really mind. Being convicted of being a magi was a death sentence, and being caught with the ability to use magic but not convicted was no better, and Wolf wasn't strong enough right now to protect himself. He needed to learn to master the powers he had and to learn to fight better than any common brawler. Only then could he live his life without fear of abduction. He had at least some tiny bit of power but didn't have an entire family, and a witch mother behind him as Uncle Ivan did in his youth. Even with that, Ivan had been forced to flee for years and was still under surveillance. Just let me know when I need to leave, and I will be ready. Wolf agreed. It was an order from the family head and not really a choice, but politely agreeing cost him nothing. Roman chose that moment to speak up, reminding Wolf that he was still in the room. There is 1 week until the applicants leave, but it is best that you stay here until then. We can clean out your apartment for you, but it is best not to go out and expose yourself to the schemes of others who have seen you enter the main family. At least not so soon after you have awoken your powers. I will train you until you leave. Uncle Ivan taught me the same way, and family records have a technique for building your power. Supposedly, it will grant a worthy inheritor the legacy of the Naku's archmages. Only time will tell how much it helps you. Roman stood up from his chair and stepped to the bookshelf on the wall of the office. He took down a plain leather book, more of a folder than what Wolf would have called a proper book since it only had a few pages, and placed it on the table. This is what we still know of how to advance as a magi. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 8 Inheritance. Chapter 8 Inheritance. This pamphlet-sized book was a miracle to Wolf. Until today, he thought all knowledge of the Magi was destroyed, but now, with this, he has a chance to see just how knowledgeable they once were. The surviving pages seem to be an introduction from a training manual, a basic oversight of what a young Magi needed to do to become worthy of the title. To the person who wrote it, this was probably the most obvious thing in the world, but the Magi were secretive, not letting the outside mundane world know of their power, for fear of exactly what happened to them in the end. The rest of the world ganging up to kill them. Wolf looked over the first page, somewhat charred and missing small sections before it was preserved in this plastic cover. The power of the magi is that of the world. Not the witch's power of life but the primal indifference of the planet itself. Fire, lightning, and gravity are the building blocks of a magi's power. The fire of the planet's core and the heat of the sun beating down on its surface are the strongest sources of fire imaginable by man. When a magi is in tune with them, his control over fire becomes stronger. Lightning is the elusive element brought to life in the skies. It was once viewed as a niche affinity, but as science has grown, the power of electricity has become better known, tamed, and spread across every aspect of life. Once they have learned the flow of man-made lightning, a magi can amplify it 1,000 times, bringing a city's technology to life or burning it to ash. Finally, we have the most essential of forces in the universe, gravity. The power to move the tides, fly through the air, bond, or debond the atom. Gravity is the structure that the universe is built upon. For now, young student, you will be studying these 3 basic principles to find your strongest initial affinity. The rest of the text was missing, but the knowledge that the surviving page had brought was life-changing. Wolf was no fool. He graduated from high school and understood the concepts of gravity and the eternal heat of the stars burning in the sky. He even understood electricity well enough to modify his electric bike, but he suspected that was a much more shallow knowledge than what a magi in the old world had. Gently, Wolf flipped the page to see the backside, finding it mostly burnt black, but there was a single spell circle mostly visible and a few words of description that were too isolated to link to the rest. It was very different from the one he used to charge the batteries for the power tools he sold. Supposedly, that is part of the inheritance, but from what we can tell so far, it is a basic fire spell. From a drawn copy of the circle, I can conjure flames. But from what my mother told me, once you know the circle, an actual magi should be able to use it to mentally focus their energy and create flames without actually drawing the circle itself. Think of it as a focusing aid that will turn your internal energy into an external fire. Or at least that's the theory. Uncle Ivan explained. Wolf took a picture of the circle with his phone and zoomed in close enough that the context was hidden. Magical circles were everywhere these days. At least they were on high-end items, so having a picture of one was unremarkable and could be explained as trying to avoid being scammed. I will test it later when I am not taking up your time or surrounded by books, Wolf replied, making Roman chuckle. The first page was incredible, but the second made the fire circle look unimportant. It was almost all gone, burnt to ashes, but what remained was enough to be worth the effort of saving it. To expand your mana pouch. The pressure will loosen the restriction. Continue until sta. Begin the second. Wolf idly flipped the page as he read and found that there was a diagram on the back of this one as well. Rank 7. Transition was what the remains of the caption said, above a partial drawing of the human body with 7 orbs in the chest, 6 small ones orbiting a 7th larger orb. That was exactly where the energy in his chest seemed to congregate, so the diagram must be the way to build up mana storage. The 2 elders waited while Wolf processed this new knowledge, wondering how much he could make of it on his own. When he looked satisfied but did not speak, Roman decided to add what he knew to the boy's understanding. From what I have learned, putting pressure on your mana gland will cause it to swell a little in irritation, but the excess energy will flow into your body and fortify it. After years of practice, I am much stronger than the average man. Roman explained. That didn't sound right to Wolf at all, and it didn't explain the part about beginning the second or the diagram. It might be a side effect, but he was sure it wasn't the intended result. What about if you hold it full? Does it permanently increase the capacity? Wolf asked. Not for me, but it did for Uncle Ivan at the start. There is a chance that our affinity is just too low for what they were trying to teach. Roman shrugged. Now that was an answer that made sense to Wolf. Everyone knew that not all witch-blooded women were at the same level. They even had a failed student in their own family. Looking at it that way, the elders were like Melody. They had tried to improve their skills but lacked the ability. The question now was if Wolf could do any better. Wolf placed his fingertips on the diagram of the human body, and the charred remains of the page began to glow with soft light as magic flowed up his hand, then wrapped around his forearm, leaving it covered in a magical circle filled with runic writing. Neither of the men in the room reacted to the sight at all while Wolf stared at his arm, reading the only intelligible words. Wolf Naku's clan heir. After a few seconds, Uncle Ivan closed and carefully placed the thin book back on the shelf, where it blended in among the identically bound business reports and family census folders. Nobody would ever look for it there, as the information on that shelf would only ever matter to the head of the family. Anyone looking for valuable information would start among the rare books or in the safe. I will show you to your room, and you can practice tonight. Someone will come to get you for breakfast, and I will teach you what I know in the morning. Roman decided before opening the door and leading the very confused Wolf out into the hallway. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 99 Breakfast with the Elders. Chapter 99 Breakfast with the Elders. The room Wolf was led to was a basic one, just a single bed, a small dresser and a beanbag chair to decorate, but it was enough that the room was already close to feeling cramped. The inheritance, if that was what the spell that was now etched into his arm for only him to see really was, didn't tell him much, but the two elders had confirmed that drawing in as much mana as possible should slowly expand his storage capacity, so Wolf settled into the beanbag chair and closed his eyes. Once he started the exercise, he found that pulling energy from his surroundings proved to be easier than he had expected, and he could already feel the thread of mana flowing into him. Once it was in his body, controlling the mana felt like guiding a liquid, so that's the visualization Wolf chose for his meditation. Pour the liquid in until the sack was full, then hold and wait while it relaxed. Once the stretching pain subsided, add a little more. At first, the gland, or whatever that mana pouch should be called, felt no larger than the head of a pin, but it grew quickly as he worked away during the night. By the time Roman came to get him in the morning, Wolf had managed to expand it to almost the size of a pea. He really didn't have a reference for what size he was trying to get it to, but this still felt far from complete. I see your night was productive. I can feel the difference in your presence from what it was yesterday. Before we eat, I will first show you how to mask that so that you aren't discovered by the first witch you come within 2 blocks of. Roman greeted him from the doorway. The greedy look on Melody's chubby face came unbidden into Wolf's thoughts, and he shuddered a little. Then his stomach grumbled loudly, announcing its displeasure at his change of schedule. I can see how that would be important. But I am suddenly starving, so do we have time to stop by the kitchen? Wolf asked hopefully. That shouldn't be a problem as long as we keep you mixed in with the other elders. Most of the family will be assembling for breakfast in the next few minutes. It is much less formal than dinner but much larger since about half the people living in the compound come here to eat. Roman agreed. The compound? Wolf asked. The main house and the 4 surrounding buildings are encompassed within a single outer wall as one community. In all, there are about 200 people in the compound, and they all work for the family. Think of breakfast like a morning briefing before everyone goes to the office. Roman explained with a smile. That sounded like complete chaos to Wolf. Evenly split between parents and children, that was 100 adults, with about 50 coming to breakfast. There was a school only a block away, so it made sense for the kids in the compound to gather in one spot before class. Wolf lived further away, so the morning gathering was never part of his routine, but he could imagine that it was actually a nightmare for the less popular kids. Roman led Wolf to a small table at the end of the room where a few of the other elders were sitting, then pulled out a chair for Wolf between himself and a whip-thin woman with mismatched eyes. Wolf, this is Maria. She is Cassie and Melody's grandmother. Miss Cassie is her favorite, so I'm sure she is nervous about classes starting next week. Roman introduced the gray-haired woman. I am sure you have nothing to worry about. Cassie seemed like the sort that had the potential to surprise us all. Wolf greeted her. Maria raised a carefully groomed eyebrow at Wolf's words. I believe yesterday was the first time you two had met. What gave you the impression that she had more potential than her sister? Maria asked. It's always the quiet ones with the most to hide. Wolf shrugged. Really, he couldn't explain the feeling of inner strength and potential that she gave him, so he just went with the most simple explanation that he could think of. You have good eyes, young man. Make sure you find yourself a witch to pair with so you can watch out for Cassie in the second year. Maria said with a wink. Wolf looked to Roman for an explanation, as he knew very little about the academy they intended to send him to. Squires get 1 year of intensive training to prove themselves. If a witch chooses them as a potential guardian, they can continue to the second year. I hear that they are going to change things up this year, though, and the coven is being super secretive about it. Not even the commoner witch families that we do business with know what the plan is going to be for this year. Most likely, it will still be to have the guardian candidates in the second dorms on the campus, but I heard a rumor that they were going to run off all the butlers, toy boys and random attendants that the nobles like to sneak in, to take care of their girls in various ways. For the record, we fully support you becoming a guardian. Choose well, as only the competent witches retain their right to a proper guardian. If the one you pick is too weak, you will be reassigned after they finish the year, and not necessarily to a guardian position. You might end up as a junior traffic guard in the upper levels waiting on a promotion that never comes. Roman explained. Wolf decided that the witches really did have an annoyingly high number of rules. But they also had all the power and all the spells, so he needed them more than they needed one more guardian. At least for now. Did you go to the academy as well? Wolf asked Elder Maria. She should have if both her granddaughters were going. I did. But like my daughters, I failed to make it through the first year. Unlike them, I can do very basic magic, just not enough to be recognized as even a commoner witch. The old woman responded with a hint of restrained pride. Maria keeps the lights on around here. It's a huge cost saving. I am sure you know very well how expensive the power bill can get. Roman told Wolf with a smile. His face soon turned serious, and he looked down at his plate while speaking softly. If only she hadn't been injured. The man beside him nodded in agreement while Maria pretended to ignore Roman's comment. The academy is a vicious place, full of nobles doing anything they can to get ahead. Don't just watch your back. Watch your front as well, because some who pretend to be your friends will openly sabotage you when you least expect it. She whispered. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 10 Small Truths. Chapter 10 Small Truths. Wolf took that message to heart. Just because they were wealthy and noble didn't mean that an academy full of the children of witches would be any less dangerous than life in the lower levels. Where is the academy anyhow? I don't recall seeing it on the map. Is it on the upper floors? Wolf asked. It isn't in the city at all. The academy is the wastelands outside the city limits. Well, we call it the wastelands, but lately, the area around the campus looks much more like a well-maintained forest than the war-devastated waste from the school books. I don't think they want the people to know that the world is recovering. There are still loads of monsters out there. Mutated, magically created, and risen from the dead, but the land itself is beginning to recover in the spots where the witches have worked their magic. Maria explained quietly, as this wasn't a fact well known to everyone. Life for most in the megacities was hard and dirty. The honest sorts worked themselves to death for the good of the nobles, which meant that many people would rather risk the monsters if they knew that the planet could sustain life again. Wolf didn't mind the dirt, and he had found himself good work, so he wasn't just barely scraping by, but even then, the thought of actual sunlight and fresh air was appealing to him. It must be tough coming back from the academy and out of the sunlight, Max said to Maria, who clearly disagreed. The sun is dangerous. Most mutants and undead hunt in the daytime, but worst of all, the other witches will be awake. Coming back was the first time most failed applicants felt safe in a year. It was pleasantly warm on the skin, though. The old woman reminisced. We should excuse ourselves for now. Wolf has a lot to learn before leaving at the end of the week. Roman told the others politely as everyone finished eating. Do come by again, Wolf. You are young, but you are one of us now, and we will help you with anything we can. Elder Maria told him with a wink. Wolf smiled back at the female elder, who supposedly could use enough mana to power their entire family complex's everyday needs. I will hold you to that. Elder Roman led Wolf to a quiet office overlooking the back gardens, a true luxury in this crowded city, and sat down in a soft leather recliner. As I said earlier, before you can go anywhere, you first need to know how to hide yourself. Fortunately, the former matriarch of the family left us with a method to do just that. Naturally, your power will want to radiate outward, which will help you perceive your surroundings and detect other living things. While that is useful, it allows any nearby witch, even those too weak to be properly called witches, to sense your nature as a magi. This note and spell circle show you how to fold it in on yourself, so the difference will be noticeable only with direct physical contact. If you deplete your mana reserves first, they might miss you even then. Roman explained, handing over the spell. Like the few other spells that Wolf had encountered, this one was simple, just a fancy circle and an invocation. The note said that with practice, both could be done mentally and would stay in effect for a week at a time. Wolf took a photo of the circle to remember it later and focused on trying to activate it. The incantation was nothing more than a short rhyme, which seemed silly and pointless to him, just a mental trick to make the spell work for those not strong enough to activate the inscription fully. That was how witch magic usually worked, though. They cast spells with incantations, reagents, and potions. But they were all for the purposes of letting the witches use magic in ways that their bodies couldn't handle on their own. When they wanted to do mind charms on animals or affect plants, they didn't need any of that and, at most, only used a wand to help them focus, or so said the movies Wolf grew up with. It wasn't that they were weak at things like this, it was that their magic was never meant to be able to do it in the first place, and they had found a way to work around their limitations with various tricks and assistants, increasing their versatility far beyond the keepers of nature that they were born to be. With a few seconds focus on the circle in front of him and the effect he wanted, Wolf snapped the spell into place. It wasn't exactly what the matriarch had described it as though. Yes, it turned the radiant power inward, but it also caused mana to flow into his body, absorbed faster than usual and without any additional effort on his part. The note said that the spell was called Guardian Crest, so Wolf assumed it must be something learned at the academy, likely to empower their spells through their guardians. Do you know what else this spell is used for? Wolf asked Roman suspiciously. I know that, as the name suggests, every guardian's armor bears the mark of that circle, minus some of the spell elements. I have seen that reduced version on magical items as well. If I recall, they use it as a very basic form of a mana-gathering circle. The matriarch experimented with it until she found a version that worked to hide the magi lineage of the men in the family. Roman informed him. And it works very well at gathering mana. I can feel the difference already. Wolf replied, making the old man smile. A true prodigy. Be sure to keep it active, but also be aware that storing mana in the body enhances it. Soon you will be much stronger than your peers, and if any of the witches notice you doing something supernaturally strong or fast, you could be in trouble. The original magi were supposed to be able to leap over buildings and punch through vehicle doors without using a spell. Some of that was surely due to their abilities with gravity control, but the patriarch had already begun to feel stronger as a youth when he worked to improve his mana capacity. Roman explained. Wolf had felt the same way. Gathering mana into his body and channeling it out was already making him stronger with only a single day's practice. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 11:11 Meeting Cassie. Chapter 11:11 Meeting Cassie. Once Elder Roman was satisfied with his ability to hide from casual inspection, Wolf returned to his room to begin working on his mana capacity. At first, the growth had been very easy to feel since he had very little mana, so even a small increase could improve his total mana capacity by a quarter or more. All he had to do was push in as much mana as he could and then wait for results. Wolf had just gotten his mana pouch filled to its new limit when there was a knock at the door, and a soft shuffling of feet could be heard from outside. He considered ignoring it, but it might be someone important as he was at the Naku's main house and had just spent the morning learning family secrets. He straightened his clothes, opened the door and stood up tall, expecting to be facing one of the family elders, but instead, he was met with the light brown hair and shy smile of Cassie Nakus, the family's hope for a new witch in the lineage. She was holding a tray of assorted meats and cheese with crackers and a letter in an ornate red envelope. What brings you by this afternoon? Please, do come in. I will take the tray for you. Wolf welcomed her into his tiny room. The only place to put the tray was on the dresser, and Wolf realized just how awkward this situation was. With the dresser covered in food, the only place to sit was on the bed, which was a mess from him sitting on it to meditate. Oh, the letter is from Grandma Maria. She gave it to me when I said I was coming to see you. Cassie whispered. We need to work on your confidence. I learned a little about the culture of the Witches' Academy from your grandma today, and they will crush your very soul if you don't stand up for yourself. Wolf told her, guiding her to sit on the bed and taking a seat beside her. I'm much better with other girls, but I get so nervous around men that I can't function. She whispered with a blush staining her cheeks. So your grandmother sent you with food to work on your human interaction issues? Wolf asked. Cassie shook her head. My mother said if you were my friend, you might help me at the academy. But the only thing I know that all boys like is food. I asked my sister, but well, she wasn't useful. She covered her mouth in shock at what she said, and Wolf wondered what Melody had suggested. Based on his first impression, it could be almost anything. Why don't I read the elder's note first? He asked, taking the letter from Cassie's hand. Wolf, as I said, please take good care of my granddaughter. She is very bright when she's not too nervous to talk. Or you could skip the talking and move straight to getting to know each other much better than words could teach. I only expect 7 great-grandchildren, preferably soon. It's your call. Maria. I think your grandmother misinterpreted your reason for coming to see me. Wolf laughed, placing the letter on the dresser by the snacks. Cassie nodded. She's a bit different. When she was at the academy, one of her rivals and a guardian broke into grandmother's room and attacked her. The injuries to her head made it impossible to use magic properly even after she healed. She seemed pretty normal to Wolf, but Cassie knew her better, so maybe she wasn't always like that. Or she was in a situation like Uncle Ivan and had been forced to hide away from the world by putting on an act for those who weren't in the inner circle of her trusted allies. Wolf stacked a cracker with meat and took a bite while he considered the answer, noticing how nervous Cassie was. Did something happen that made you afraid of men? He asked. Cassie shook her head. I don't think it was one thing. My sister has always hated me, and she would turn the other kids against me with lies to make her look like a victim. Even our older brothers fell for it. I live with Grandma Maria now, but she still found ways to get them to beat me up and pick on me at school. In Wolf's experience, at least one kid at school always got picked on for no particular reason other than that they were the kid that got picked on. It was basically a universal law. Since Cassie was that person, she would need a bit of work with her self-confidence, but Wolf was willing to help. I don't know how much interaction the witches and guardian candidates will have at the academy, so I will help you prepare to become the sort of witch that nobody can pick on, Wolf assured her, setting his hand on her thigh. Cassie looked startled for a second, then realized that Wolf wasn't going to bully or hit her and began to blush even more deeply than she already had been. Wolf decided that growing up without friends had left her far too innocent, but her blush was very cute, and he wanted to see more of it, not teach her how to keep it hidden. In his opinion, the best thing he could do for her in the next few days was to change the way she looked at the world. Right now, she saw everyone as a danger to be avoided, but if Wolf's guess and her grandmother's praise were correct, she was actually far more powerful than any of them, just lacking the knowledge to apply that power. The first thing is confidence. You need to show it. Even if you're actually terrified inside, put on a front. Think of how your sister pretends she's some prize catch that every man should want. That false confidence that she exudes is a valuable skill. Wolf tried to explain. But she is. She is heir to the family business as the strongest daughter, she has witch blood, plus she's rich, thanks to our mother spoiling her. Cassie pointed out. Riches at that level mean nothing to a real witch. But witch blood? You have that too, and you are the stronger daughter. By rights, you could claim leadership not just of your branch of the family business but the entire Naku's family once you finish your second year at the academy. Inside, you are an adorable and kind young woman whom any man would be proud to be with. But she is the town bicycle. Everybody has gotten a ride. When she marries, it will only be for influence to a man who can hardly stand her. Wolf offered, making Cassie giggle at his description of her sister, then look horrified and cover her mouth in shame. You don't need to hide your smile. It's a good smile, anyone who sees it will be drawn to you. I guarantee it, he added. If he was going to keep spending time here at the main house, he could see that hanging out with Cassie was going to become his favorite pastime very quickly. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 12 School Supplies. Chapter 12 School Supplies. Once she was past the initial amusement, Cassie almost bit her tongue, trying to resist saying anything regarding Wolf's insinuations about her sister. It was an open secret that the girl had taken more than a few boyfriends, but nobody had dared speak of it so openly in the past. Wolf wasn't done yet, though. Look in that mirror on the dresser. See that smile, that easygoing posture? That is the real you, the one you want to be at the academy. Even if someone there remembers your sister, they will remember her as a failure, a fake witch who couldn't pass her classes. You are a much better student, and every single elder knows it. This is your chance to show the world who you can be without anyone's outside influence. Do you think they would let me officially change my name? With a different last name than her, I don't think anyone would connect us. It would be like she never existed. Cassie suggested. Wolf grabbed another meat-covered cracker to give himself to think before answering. What name did she go under? From what the elders said, I think the academy knows who sponsored the students. She went under Tynes with our mother as a sponsor. Cassie shrugged as if it was obvious. Maybe it was, but Wolf didn't know much about the inner workings of the Nakus family or the academy. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, and the sickly sweet stench of body odor masked with excessive amounts of perfume reached Wolf's nose. He was certain that smelling someone from the other side of the door wasn't normal, but he could not ignore it now that he had noticed. Who is it? Wolf called while Cassie glared at the door. It's Melody. Do you have a few moments to talk? The young woman's voice responded in a very suggestive tone that caused Cassie to make a gagging motion. My apologies, but your perfume is causing my allergies to act up. Perhaps we could speak at dinner. Wolf replied, and Cassie had to bite her fist to avoid laughing out loud. I am so sorry. I didn't realize you suffered from allergies. She was clearly pouting now, but Wolf wasn't letting that smell in his tiny room. You couldn't have known. But both Cassie and I could use your insight into life at the academy since we're leaving in less than a week. I do hope we can make time for a nice chat, just the three of us. I will leave you to your work then. See you at dinner. Melody seemed upset at the mention of her sister and left right afterward, while Cassie turned to face Wolf with an anxious look. Before she could speak, the door swung open, and Elder Maria entered, then locked the door behind her. I'm not going to ask what happened, but I just saw Melody crying and running for the showers while half naked. I will warn you that any bit of skin contact could give you away before you master the disguise technique. Maria reminded Wolf without preamble, ignoring Cassie's presence. I didn't let her in. Her perfume was incredibly potent, even through the door. Wolf explained, defending his honor as much as he could since he was still sitting on the bed with Cassie. The patriarch has the same issue. No perfume or cologne is allowed in his office. It must be inherited. But that's not why I'm here. I have a task for my granddaughter that you might be able to help with. Noble families send their children to the academy with a few magical items. The patriarch tells me you should have a knack for forging magical circles without all of the usual reagents, so I want you to work with her to make something that can be passed off as an heirloom item from one of the commoner witches that our family had in the past generations. Cassie, you don't need to hide your power from Wolf, he will see it soon enough, and you need something to bring to the academy if you don't want to start at the bottom. The elder explained. Like a wand or focus talisman for gathering mana. I've watched a lot of online videos where the witches use them to do large spells. Wolf asked. That could work if you can find the ingredients. I still have my first year textbook as well. The academy might not use that edition anymore since they started to focus more on combat skills, but it still has most of the same basic spells, which a proper commoner witch would be able to use. Maria agreed. Maria had come prepared and had a maid waiting outside with her school books. Not just her textbook but a small collection of herbs, metallic markers, and other objects used for simple spells, things that the witches didn't restrict the purchase of. Look through and see what you can manage. There is enough here to make a few attempts, but I am certain my Cassie can manage it. A witch doesn't fully come into their power until 18 years old, so she hasn't had much time to practice, but I have faith. Maria assured them with a sly smile. She knew that even if Cassie couldn't get it on her own with no training, Wolf could use at least some mana and could potentially help her. Maria left as soon as she handed them the books, giving Wolf a suggestive look that reminded him that her letter had mentioned she wasn't adverse to them skipping the academy entirely and starting with the great-grandchildren instead. Do you think that we can manage a mana storage trinket? It sounded like the most useful thing that I could have during my first few weeks at the academy. Cassie asked, expertly flipping the pages of the textbook to the desired page. The circle on the page looked incredibly similar to both the battery charging circle and the inscription for hiding his aura. If anything, it might be a bit easier to draw. There had been a collection of symbols in the outer ring of the battery charging circle that had been switched for an easier to draw angular rune in this version. How is your handwriting? Getting the circle exactly right is important, or the online videos say that it won't work correctly. Wolf asked, thinking of the hasty research he had done to run his self-charging battery scam. Pretty good. Grandma had been training me with a regular pen in preparation for the academy. I am surprised that you know so much about magical inscriptions, though. Normally, only witch fangirls are familiar enough to be aware of how sensitive they are to mistakes. Cassie told him with a nostalgic smile. It's a long story. I will tell you all about it some other time. Wolf chuckled, then took the time to memorize the inscription that they were about to draw. The more he looked at it, the easier it was to remember, like the inscription triggered something in him and embedded itself in his consciousness. The inscriptions were originally magi magic, and the witches had just appropriated and modified them for their own use, so maybe it really was something that was part of him, or perhaps part of his inheritance. There was no way to tell for sure, but in only a few minutes of looking at the inscription, Wolf was certain that he could accurately replicate it without having to see it again. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 13:13 It's Really Magic. Chapter 13:13 It's Really Magic. Cassie had a collection of wooden tokens that she was planning to use for the attempt. They were nothing special, the bargain store sold them as drink coasters, and the wood was a very soft, fast-growing variety similar to balsa wood. They would do for a talisman, though, and if it worked, they could be dipped in a durable epoxy to keep them from being damaged. The first step was to draw the circle with a pen and make sure it was correct, then carve the correct lines and fill the inscription with the appropriate marker. If you tried to draw with the paint marker without carving first, it usually bled on the surface and ruined the intricate shape of the runes. Every kid learned that in the 3rd grade while trying to make an arts and crafts project. Once that was perfect and the remaining materials were placed on top, mana was introduced to activate the circle. These circles weren't the witches' natural magic but an adaptation to add versatility to their skills and integrate them with the modern world. They could often do the same thing, and usually more effectively, with a potion or a curse. The problem was that potions had a limited duration, and a curse had potentially debilitating side effects. But they had no other options for things like lightning or similar charms. The elements other than nature were outside their purview. For a witch to be able to use the other elements, she had to rely on reagents and magical inscriptions. Cassie had very tidy writing, and her first circle looked nearly perfect. One rune needed to be adjusted, but that was better than expected for a first attempt that couldn't be traced from a pre-made template. It doesn't need much, just the circle and a sprig of herb. It says to use the one that I have the best affinity with. How do I tell that? Cassie muttered, looking at the pile of ingredients they had. Try drawing mana in and then touch each of them in turn, Wolf suggested. They were trying to collect mana, so that made the most sense to him. Wolf took the token and began carving the circle, carefully referencing the book as he went. It was the same as doing the batteries, and his hand seemed to instinctively know which way it needed to go to make the perfect rune. Cassie checked the herbs one by one, finding that dandelion flowers resonated best with her. Wolf had finished his work and was double-checking the runes, so she reached out and tapped him on the arm where his sleeve had pulled up while he was working, keeping the wood chips from sticking to his sleeve. An immediate flood of mana poured into her body from his, and Wolf sat up with a sudden jerk. He had been practicing his mana collection earlier, and his mana pouch was stretched full. The contact made Cassie's eyes glow bright purple from behind her colored contact lenses, and Wolf stared at her in awe. Jewel-colored eyes in adulthood were said to be a sign of powerful witches, and now he understood why Elder Maria was so protective of this particular granddaughter. You're the best material. But how? Blood magic isn't a thing. Cassie asked. Wolf knew that wasn't true. Or at least it hadn't always been true. He grew up on the lower levels, where witches were feared, not revered, and the old folks told horror stories of the witches using human sacrifices to power black magics during the war. Naku's family elders all have an affinity for magic, including the men, though they can't actually use any on their own. You need to keep silent about it, though. Letting anyone know could get everyone in this household killed. Wolf warned her before she started coming to conclusions on her own. Touching you brought the most mana into me, though. Do you think it would be possible that you are actually the best medium we have for a mana charm? Cassie asked. Honestly, yes. We don't have much to work with, so a family elder with an affinity for magic is almost certainly better than a simple flower from the garden. Wolf agreed hesitantly, knowing where this was going. Cassie already had the extractor needle out, giving him an eager look as she planned her strategy for the final creation of the amulet. Fine, I will draw a bit of blood to use, but I am totally blaming it on you if someone realizes what this is made with. If anyone asks, a family elder gave this to you as a gift, and you just charged it so you could use it. Wolf told her, drawing a small amount of blood from his arm. It will be perfect. I just know it. Cassie insisted, mixing the small vial of blood with the paint in the marker using a thin stir stick. Those weren't the directions, but everything else they had was a herb, so Wolf assumed that this was something that Elder Maria had taught her. She gently took the prepared token from Wolf and began to work. The mana infusion had to match the drawing speed, and she was drawing mana as quickly as she could, but the effort was clearly draining her stamina. Since he knew now that touching her would give her mana, Wolf removed his glove and placed his bare hand on the back of her neck. She twitched a little at the contact, but Wolf could feel the mana moving from his body to hers at a rapid pace. The stress on her face faded, and her movements became smooth as she drew the circle on the talisman. As she finished, the symbol glowed bright purple, and all of the stored mana in Wolf's body was suddenly drained. Cassie let out a soft moan at the feeling before passing out and dropping the marker on the bed beside her. Wolf moved quickly, grabbing the paint marker and putting the cap back on before it damaged the talisman, then checked on the unconscious witch. She was already beginning to move again, though her face was flushed, and her hands were trembling. She also wouldn't look Wolf in the eyes, and he wondered if perhaps he had crossed a line with the extremely shy girl by suddenly touching her bare skin. She had some self-confidence issues, but the contact was strictly to help her spell casting, so he hoped she wouldn't take offense. It's all right. I'm all right. She whispered, then gave Wolf a shy smile. Grandma warned me that drawing mana from a living being was a pleasant and intimate experience, but I didn't expect the reaction to be that strong. Sorry if I startled you, but it was a bit overwhelming. Cassie said softly. Oh, it was a pleasurable sort of feeling that made her pass out. Now Wolf felt awkward. Time to change the subject. How about you check that talisman and see how it turned out? Cassie nodded in relief that Wolf wasn't going to push the topic, but he noticed that her eyes kept flickering back over to him, even though she was checking the status of the talisman. Wow, these are amazing. I didn't know that a mana talisman could help so much. I was told that having a familiar doubled your mana collection rate, so I thought the talisman had the same effect, but that's not what it does at all. She looked at Wolf as if he should understand, so he placed a finger on the token, but it only flowed one way. He could put mana in it but not draw it out. So, that's what he did. Wolf focused his mana collection and filled the talisman, finding that it stopped accepting mana at about a quarter of his maximum capacity. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 14:14 Making Amulets. Chapter 14:14 Making Amulets. I can't use it, so I have no idea how fast you can draw from it, but I filled it with mana for you, Wolf told her. Oh, thank you. That's, well, how do I put it? That's a lot of mana. How fast can you draw enough to fill that? Even the Patriarch can only use a very tiny bit of mana, so I have nothing to compare to. Cassie asked. I don't know. A minute or so, or about as fast as I filled that talisman, I suppose. I have never actually tested it before. Wolf shrugged. Cassie fell into deep thought, staring at the talisman which would so greatly improve her abilities. She knew from her sister's experience that commoner students were often robbed during their early days at the academy, and would have a hard time proving that the lost items were theirs to begin with, so she would have to do something to protect this talisman. Without it, she should be able to pass her first-year entrance exam easily, but she didn't know if she would be strong enough to earn any respect from her classmates. Elder Maria had told her many times that strength and confidence were what really matters in the academy. You could increase one to make up for a little of the other, but eventually, you would need pure strength to pass your classes. Until the first year was up, you would have to do it alone since the bond with a new familiar took time to grow, and guardian candidates wouldn't get the magical armor with the mana-collecting inscription on it until they graduated. Unless you got lucky with a very powerful familiar, that was. Working with Wolf hadn't been like that, though. She felt more powerful the moment that he touched her, even before she started drawing his mana. Maybe they could do it again and make a backup talisman? Cassie's core clenched at the memory of the last attempt, and her cheeks flushed in embarrassment at having been seen in such a state. Should make a second talisman? A backup in case this one gets stolen or damaged? Wolf asked, thinking the same thing as Cassie but oblivious to her internal dilemma. That is actually a good idea. If I wear one and keep the other hidden, nobody will suspect me until after the first one is lost. It should get me through the early days at the academy, which grandmother said were the worst for commoners. Until they prove themselves or find a safe spot in the social order of the academy, the new witches can have it pretty rough. Have you prepared yourself? I heard from grandmother that the guardian candidates from the noble families are ruthless. They run off so many of the commoners from their academy that the second-year students have trouble finding enough candidates and often have to share them for combat training. Melody wouldn't talk about much of her time at the academy, so I don't know how things are now. Wolf had somewhat expected that, but he was a very strong fighter even before he had learned that building his mana capacity helped strengthen his body. Surely some of the noble sons would have been granted items with similar effects, though, so he might not have any advantage. I am preparing as well as I can. I am almost there and should be ready before we leave. Wolf's smile relaxed Cassie a little. Looking back at her past, she could see that he had all the confidence that she was lacking, which made her a bit bitter. His scarred face and previously broken nose showed that he didn't have an easy childhood, but he was still confident, whereas she had simply gone along with everything and sacrificed her pride as a survival technique. Let's start on that second talisman, then. If we make another pair of amulets, you can give your grandmother one as a gift before you go. She seems like the sort that appreciates handmade gifts. Wolf continued, picking up a piece of wood to begin the work again. As he worked, Wolf drew more mana into himself, and by the time they were both finished their carvings, he was back up to almost half capacity. Wolf stopped Cassie before she could start filling in the circle on her talisman with the marker, knowing that she would need assistance to finish without exhausting herself. Wait for a second. If I place you here and put my hands against you while you write, you can draw mana from both of us at once. Wolf picked the slender brunette up as he spoke and placed her in his lap, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting the bottom of her cardigan to place his bare hands against her skin. As expected, the tingle of mana sparked at the contact, but it quickly faded after a few seconds of contact. Cassie's breathing was still rapid, though, and her face was flushed, but she didn't make any attempt to move from her new position. Instead, she clenched her jaw and focused on the talisman, beginning to draw. Wolf had to resist the urge to tease her while she worked, but the additional contact made controlling the mana flow into her much easier. The moment of truth was drawing the final rune when the circle flashed with purple light and tried to draw all the mana out of his body. This time Wolf was prepared and held back the force, releasing the flow over 5 seconds instead of having it all gone in an instant. That also seemed to help Cassie, though the happy noises she was making as mana flowed through her weren't helping Wolf maintain his own composure. "You're still conscious this time. Would you like to do the last one while we are here, or should we wait?" Cassie's breathing steadied, though she was squirming a little in Wolf's lap, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Let's do the last. And next time, we are finding a less embarrassing way to do this." Cassie muttered the last under her breath, but not so quietly that Wolf's sensitive hearing couldn't make it out. This way was far better than any other option he had thought of. He would have to think of more excuses to hold her in his arms, even if it meant bribing Elder Maria to make up some nonsense about it being necessary. As long as they were getting along, he was certain he could get the old woman on his side. There was no stored mana in Wolf's body for the final talisman, and he had to draw it as they went. That meant there was no large surge at the end, but there was a long draw of mana to complete the spell, which climbed to a gentle glow, fainter by far than either of the others but still impressive from what Cassie had seen in her research of the subject. Cassie was exhausted at this point and curled into his chest, breathing heavily as he held her upright. They were still in that position, with Wolf leaning against the headboard of the bed when Elder Maria came to tell them to get ready for dinner. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 15:15 Bad Timing. Chapter 15:15 Bad Timing. "Oh, don't let me interrupt. The Patriarch wants everyone at dinner in a half hour, though. He has some news that he wants to share with the family. You two should shower first and change." The elder's smirk was impossible to miss, and Cassie covered her face with her hands, but Wolf still had a hold on her waist, and her legs didn't reach the floor, so she couldn't flee. "Before you go, we made you a gift. Cassie wanted you to have something as a thank you for all the effort you put into caring for her. Please, take this trinket," Wolf told the elder while channeling mana into the third talisman that they had created. The capacity was under half of what the first one was, but it was still a functional item and rather pretty, with the rose-silver lines of the circle made with his blood mixed in. "This is incredible. You two made this together?" Maria asked. Cassie nodded her head but didn't look up at all. "We just finished. I have to ask you something before dinner if you have time, Grandma." Wolf helped her to her feet since she was still a little shaky with exhaustion, but Elder Maria took hold of Cassie and ushered her out of the room right away, leaving Wolf alone again. "They forgot the other talismans. I suppose I can set them in resin while I shower and polish them after dinner," Wolf decided. Wolf called on one of the house's many maids to bring him the required materials for a resin casting, which they conveniently had available in the crafts supplies for the kids, and coated the first and strongest amulet that they made in clear resin for protection. Instead of clear resin, the second was set into an opaque green resin and put into a larger container. He had always had skill with carving, and he intended to make a fake jade amulet from this one so that Cassie could wear it as a family heirloom. Their Naku's family crest was a venomous snake wrapped in a circle with a cluster of interlocking runes in the middle. It looked a lot like a spell circle to Wolf, so while he showered, he decided that he would test that theory as he carved. The resin wouldn't be ready until after dinner, so he put on a clean set of clothes and left for the dining room, moving the curing resin out of sight and locking the door behind him. He didn't need others to see what he was up to and start asking questions that he couldn't or wouldn't answer. While Wolf was busy making resin molds, Cassie was having an intense conversation with her grandmother. "Seriously, you evil witch, how could you not warn me? You said that drawing mana was a personal experience between a familiar and a witch, but you didn't warn me about that," the young woman complained. "It is just a little feeling of affection. There's no need to be melodramatic," Maria replied, rolling her eyes at the raging teen emotions confronting her. "A little affection? When the mana flowed from him through me to finish the spell, the pleasure hit me so hard that I passed out. Literally passed out in his arms and woke up in his bed. Do you have any idea how mortified I was? Cassie complained. Maria's eyes went large as she listened to her granddaughter's explanation. You what now? Oh, you naughty girl, who knew you were so sensitive when using a human as a familiar? Are you sure that you want to give me this, even after you went through all that to create it? It only happened the first time. That talisman was our third attempt, and we were both tired, I think, so the experience wasn't as intense. But it seemed to last forever. Cassie whispered while her grandmother stared at her in disbelief. You're telling me that after what happened the first time, you did it twice more, knowing it would probably happen again? The elder asked. I wanted a backup talisman in case it was stolen after I got to the academy. Plus, it wasn't as bad with more skin contact. With more practice controlling the flow of mana, I think it will just be pleasant. Cassie explained. My girl, you will fit right in at the academy. But if the other talismans are this strong, I am certain someone will want them. Even most second years with trained familiars can't make a storage talisman with this much capacity. Be careful who you let see them. Maria told her with a concerned frown. Powerful was good, but too much power invited envy. Maria got Cassie showered and changed into a fresh sweater dress and tights before leading her down to dinner, making sure she was seated between the elder and Wolf. I heard that you are getting along well with my granddaughter, so I rearranged the seating for dinner. I hope you don't mind. Maria asked with a wink at Wolf. Not at all. We might not see each other for a while after she leaves for the academy since the schedules don't quite match, according to the patriarch. It is good for us to get to know each other while we have the time. Wolf replied, returning the wink just for the blush that it brought to Cassie's face. If looks could kill, Melody would have just assassinated her sister. She wasn't even trying to hide her rage at seeing their friendly interaction after Wolf turned her down earlier that same day. Uncle Ivan, the Naku's family patriarch, stopped their banter and silenced the dining room by standing up to address the assembled family members. There has been an incident in our territory that requires everyone's attention. A high-level magical item was traced back to our floor, and the witches believe an exiled noble witch is hiding among us. The countess who governs our floor has asked for the family's assistance to find the fugitive. The witch's accomplice was found dead outside our territory, but on this floor, and it was the only clue that they had to go on. Uncle Ivan informed them. One more body usually wouldn't be enough to attract attention from the higher floors. Do we know what tipped them off? It wasn't something we were doing, was it? One of the elders asked with a meaningful look at Elder Maria. No, a witch on an upper level made the report. I couldn't get all the details, but it seems that the item cursed someone, and it was too powerful for a commoner to have cast. The patriarch explained, and Wolf began to relax a little. When the speech started, he suspected it had to do with his counterfeit batteries, but if someone was cursed, that meant it wasn't about him. But then he realized that the Coven security teams would be here much sooner than anticipated. He needed to get out of the search area before they caught on to the fact that he could use mana. He could hide his mana well enough for most situations, but a search team would include dozens of people, specialized spells to detect even the faintest traces of mana and recent spell casting, as well as hounds to track suspects once they were close enough to catch a scent. None of those techniques was something that Wolf was capable of dealing with on his own, and with so little time to prepare, he wasn't sure that even Uncle Ivan would be able to keep him safe through this. Everyone needs to discard or use up any and all contraband that they have in the compound. We will have noble witches joining us as guests in the morning. Uncle Ivan finished, and everyone began to panic. That wasn't enough time for Wolf to put his plan into action. Everything in the city would be locked down after curfew, meaning he couldn't leave the city tonight even if he wanted to. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 16:16 The Countess. Chapter 16:16 The Countess. Wolf's thoughts immediately went to the mana crystals that he had refilled early this morning. Being caught with even a trace of those was more than a simple misdemeanor. Elder Maria, where might we use up some excess mana crystals? He whispered, leaning across Cassie, so he didn't have to raise his voice. Seriously, Wolf? Do you have no fear or sense of self-preservation at all? Give it to me after dinner. The elder reprimanded him with a disbelieving look. That doesn't mean our talismans, right? Cassie asked, but Maria shook her head. Those are legitimate. Wolf is talking about something very different and strictly forbidden by law. She explained, still glaring at Wolf. It's not that bad. Just a little, small, tiny thing. Well, a few of them, but an easy problem to solve. Wolf assured Cassie, placing his hand on her thigh and making her blush. Enough flirting. Finish your meal so we can talk. Elder Maria announced at full volume, drawing quiet laughter from all over the dining room. As soon as their plates were cleared and without even waiting for the patriarch to finish his meal, as would normally be polite, Maria led Wolf out with a hand on the back of his shirt after sending Cassie back to her room. It was a silent trip, but she turned on Wolf once they were safely in a soundproof office. Explain, now. Wolf pulled out the mana crystals he had charged and placed them on the desk in front of her. The aura doesn't match the crystal. What did you plan on doing with these? Where did you even get them? Was it the witch in hiding? Maria demanded. Wolf shook his head. No, I recharged these myself. I was going to dump them into the building mana pool to pay my bills, but I didn't get a chance. And you thought that was a good idea? Why? Maria asked. Free money, of course. If you empty and destroy them, nobody should ever know the difference. It's not like I was going to cash it for credits. Wolf explained. The auditors record the aura signature of all energy remaining in a storage bank when they visit. You could have gotten a government strike force called in to investigate your building and everyone for 10 blocks. I will destroy these accursed forgeries, and we will never speak of this again. Maria insisted. Got it. That's on the never do it again list. Wolf agreed. Good, now destroy any other contraband you have and get some sleep. The morning will come early. Government witches like to come at first light to put people off balance. Maria instructed him, leaving Wolf to his own devices. He didn't have anything else that needed to be hidden, so Wolf returned to his room and began carving and polishing the 2 amulets. If he needed to flee in the morning, he would at least leave Cassie the talismans they made. The clear one was a simple clean and polish job, forming it into a smooth disc, then attaching a simple ribbon to hold it around her neck. The ribbon was long enough it could also be worn around a leg or her slender waist, keeping it secure and out of sight in almost any situation. At least, that was what Wolf hoped. The second talisman he carved into a copy of the family crest. Just like with the other magical inscriptions, his hand seemed to be guided by instinct along the right path when forming the runes. It came out subtly different from the usual family crest, but Wolf was certain this was the correct version. With both items finished, he snuck over to Cassie's room, finding it locked and the sound of gentle snoring coming from inside. So, he went looking for Elder Maria and asked her to give them to their intended recipient in the morning. On his way back to his room, the patriarch called him into his office for a few words. I know this isn't optimal, but I have set up a pickup outside the city walls for first thing in the morning. It will only show to you in the courier rider's bids until it is accepted, so take it as soon as you wake up and head for the outer walls. If you can make it out, don't come back for a week at the very least. I will have the farm on the outside make an excuse about dangerous roads and give you a note when you return. But under no circumstances should you return to our floor before this investigation ends. They might not be searching for you on paper, but they are always searching for people like us, and my abilities will draw the search team's attention within the first few hours. Yours will likely draw them here even more quickly if you don't get out in time. The first group will be just the nobles looking for a comfortable room to set up their operation, and they shouldn't be looking too hard at anything. They despise having to come down to the floors they manage. Understand? The patriarch's speech left no room for doubt, so Wolf could only nod and plan to get out as soon as possible after the travel curfew ended at 5 in the morning. It turned out that Maria wasn't joking about needing to wake up early. The witches turned up at 4:45 in the morning, 15 minutes before the first shift in the megacity's lighting, from full dark to pre-dawn streetlights. As was the custom to greet their noble overlord, the entire main family and their staff were assembled at the front of the house, in a double row down the driveway, with the more important members on the steps of the front porch. I hear a promising candidate from the Naku's family is going to the academy this year. The Countess asked once the basic pleasantries were out of the way. One which candidate, Cassie Naku's? Uncle Ivan agreed, then gestured for Cassie to step forward. It is good to see another Naku's candidate. But it looks like there is a potential guardian or butler here as well. We have been so lacking in skilled and qualified servants lately that I was starting to fear for the future of the nobility. She replied while staring at Wolf with a look of motherly affection on her face that was in direct contrast to her description of him as a butler. Wolf began to panic a little. Despite standing at the back of the group of Naku's elders, he was the first person she greeted after the patriarch. And that was even with the fact that the elder's presence should have disguised any potential that he hadn't been able to hide. And this must be Cassie. She does look rather capable, better than the last one that came from your territory, anyhow. Got herself pregnant by another student's servant. Can you imagine that? It is good that she didn't have a noble breeding, or the mere allegation would have ruined her family. The Countess snorted in amusement at the thought, and Wolf noticed Melody disappear back into the house before she could be recognized. By her mother's reaction, Melody hadn't revealed that tidbit about her time at the academy. Wolf wished her the best of luck. Melody would need it to survive her mother's wrath at making their family name a laughingstock. That is an interesting amulet you have there, Miss Cassie. Would you mind showing it to me? The Countess asked, pointing to the green faux-jade trinket around her neck. Cassie reluctantly removed the new talisman from her neck and handed it to the Countess, who held it with a level of reverence and respect that neither Wolf nor Cassie had been expecting. That is a lovely piece. The materials are cheap, enamel over a wooden disc, but the craftsmanship is impressive. Have you tried charging the amulet? The Countess asked. It has mana stored in it now. It is a wonderful piece, and I was overjoyed when the family elder gave it to me to wear. Cassie confirmed, but the Countess shook her head. No, the amulet itself. This one must be old because the runes are still correct. If you charge it like this, then only someone with the family bloodline can wear or use it. Put it back on, and you will see. She explained as she gathered her aura to put a trickle of energy into the carved enamel family crest. The Countess placed it back around Cassie's neck, then motioned another witch forward. The woman suddenly grabbed the amulet, giving it a tug, and her hand instantly turned black before the witch released the amulet with a muttered counter-curse that restored color to her flesh. It had to be a serpent type, didn't it? I hate getting poisoned. She complained, returning to her spot in line. While the amulet was impressive, Wolf was more focused on the Countess and her ability to get another witch to willingly poison herself to make a point. How much influence did you need to have to get to that level of blind obedience? Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 17:17 On the Run. Chapter 17:17 On the Run. Cassie was holding the amulet with true reverence now. It was the weaker of the two, the one that was intended to be worn openly, but the ability to prevent others from taking it away was exactly what she needed to get through her early days of witch training. Now she would be on somewhat equal footing with the other students, who likely all had a similar treasure. For certain, Melody had left with one, though she didn't return with it, and it wasn't an amulet for gathering mana or anything nearly as precious. Do we need the candidate here anymore? Madame Ashcroft wants to get to the academy early, and I would prefer to send the girl with her instead of by car later. The Countess asked Uncle Ivan. Not at all. Let me send for her bags, and they can leave anytime. The Patriarch replied with a polite bow. This year, candidates will not be allowed outside items other than a maximum of 3 magical items. There was an incident last year that made us decide we had been too lenient with the students and that some changes needed to be made to the training procedures. They will be issued uniforms and other necessary items when they arrive. An allowance to purchase all other supplies will be provided for them. The Countess replied, making Wolf smirk slightly before turning his look back to neutral. Something amusing to you, young man? The matronly witch known as Madame Ashcroft asked from her position off to the side, noticing the change in his expression. How did they take it? Or will you be informing the students when they arrive? Wolf asked, using a polite tone to hide his impertinent attitude. Informing every student while they were on break was deemed inefficient. Their belongings will be put in storage when they arrive back at the academy. Madam Ashcroft replied, and Wolf could swear he saw her smile for a moment. Cassie nodded politely to the teacher. Professor, we shouldn't keep you from your travels. Patriarch, Naku's family elders, thank you for your hospitality. She walked over to the large, black armored vehicle where the professor was waiting, and the gathering began to break up, signaling that the formalities were finished. Forgive my haste, but I should also be going, Wolf added, giving Uncle Ivan a meaningful look that the older man returned with a grim smile. In Ivan's estimation, his best chance at survival was to leave the area and lay low until the fugitive was caught. But since the witches had shown up before the regular folk could freely move about the city and had informed them of their intentions after curfew last night, there wasn't much to do about it in advance. Wolf went inside, grabbed his backpack and delivery bag, both loaded with what he hoped would be useful items, and hopped on his electric bike, headed for the lower floors and the exit to the city. There weren't many deliveries outside the city walls, but the Patriarch had forged an order from the reagent houses to pick something up from the farm storage compounds just out of sight of the gates. Then Wolf would either wait there or keep going if it seemed like someone might be looking for him. Cassie thought that the academy would have a car sent to ferry students and teachers since the compound was out in the wastelands, but what Madame Ashcroft had shown up in was an armored monstrosity of an 8-wheeled personnel carrier. Professor, are we expecting an attack inside the city? Cassie asked as they climbed in, and a pair of armed guards locked the door behind them. I don't know if you are aware, being a member of a crime family, but the city's lower levels are dangerous. Far too dangerous for someone like a noble or a professor to travel through them without a security detail. Then once we leave, we will be in the Badlands, where wild monsters roam. Your friend Wolf looked like the sort to live up to his name and challenge monsters with no formal training or magical weaponry, but the Badlands are no place for a young lady. Madame Ashcroft informed her in a dry voice. Why bring him up now? At the soonest, I will see him in a year, and if I live up to grandmother's expectations, it could be 4 years, and he could well be married by then. Cassie sighed. Did you perhaps have a thick-skin charm cast on you? I don't recall seeing a candidate so dense in living memory. Or perhaps it is simply sheltered and naive. The Countess identified him as a potential magi descendant the moment we arrived, and according to my tracking spell, he is currently trying to flee the city. I will capture him and bring him with us to the academy, where I will find him a menial job until he has been properly vetted and proven that he is not a threat or a male magic user. It's the safest course for your little lover boy. The professor explained to Cassie, who stared at her in horror. No, he is just a regular guy, not a mythical magi. If he were, surely grandmother would have noticed. Cassie replied, failing to hide the blush at her memory of being in his arms as he transferred her the mana to make the talismans. Maria Nakus? Yes, she would have been an amazing witch. I do hope that her experience hasn't colored your views on the academy too negatively. Professor Ashcroft said softly. Cassie shook her head, but Professor Ashcroft could see the reluctance to believe that anything but the worst was about to happen to both her and Wolf if the professor caught him. Things will be different than in the past. The decline in the number of talented witches is affecting everyone, and too many outstanding candidates have been lost to treachery and infighting. Without strong witches, the bloodlines get diluted, and the cities rely on the strongest among us to keep things running. If things keep going that way, it won't be long before the city can't keep everything running. She informed the young candidate. A new witch in the Nakus family is precious, but another tragedy like what happened to Grandma Maria might be enough for them to keep the rest of their daughters home, as those on the lower floors do. Cassie agreed. There are others with promise. The professor asked eagerly. Soon. They are still a few years younger than I am, but grandmother intends to take them in and prepare them for the academy when it is time. Cassie told her with a smile. Good. Despite her misgivings about the academy, she is an excellent teacher. I met her when I first started teaching at the academy and scouting for future talents. She ran the elementary school on your floor and did an incredible job with the students under her care. That was news to Cassie, but it sounded like the sort of thing Maria would enjoy. The male fugitive is right ahead. Should we intercept? The driver asked. No, just grab him once I finish. Professor Ashcroft told the driver, with her eyes glowing green. Wolf was making great time through the city, and he was only 2 floors from the exit with a now verified order for reagents from the courier app. With that, he could pass through the exit gates without inspection since the orders were always a priority rush, and they could scan the order from his phone screen as he passed by. His energy seemed to last forever, and he was still holding his rhythm almost 30 minutes into his flat-out race through town. Not even the fastest of traffic was keeping up with him today until he saw a Coven-owned armored vehicle approaching from his right, then turning down the road behind him. Wolf increased his speed and darted down a side street, but suddenly the world was going black, and he fell asleep mid-stride, flying over the sidewalk and crashing through a plate glass window into a cafe. When he woke up, he was inside the armored carrier, seated next to Cassie, and his bags were in the corner. Good, you're awake. I'm certain that you have a lot of questions, and I'm certain that I don't intend to answer most of them. First off, have you always lived at the Naku's house? One of the bodyguards interrogated him. Unfortunately not, I was just visiting. I grew up with a small business family on a lower floor than the Naku's family. Uncle Ivan adopted me when I was orphaned. Wolf explained, not seeing a good reason to make this large man beat the easy answers out of him. Did they teach you about the world outside the city or just how to fight? Your records show you have 13 years of regular attendance at a mixed martial arts gym and a kung fu dojo. The man continued. I have had great combat training but not much about the ways of the outside world. They really don't matter to someone like me. Wolf's answer seemed to please the armed guards in the vehicle for some reason. That wasn't the response he expected. It was possible that one of them was the professor's familiar in disguise, or perhaps they worked for the academy. Either way, they weren't upset with the answer. Wolf had expected that they would be much more concerned since they clearly suspected that he was a magic user, and he had just confirmed that he knew how to fight. But they didn't seem to care at all about the threat. How is your sword work? Almost all of the witch's servants train in fencing from childhood, but most have never been in a fight until they arrive at the academy and go wild trying to get exiled since they can't accept that they don't have noble status anymore. If Wolf understood that right, the men sent to assist the witches were stripped of their noble ranks on arrival. Now that was a new bit of information to Wolf. Or perhaps it was temporary, and their ranks were worthless inside the academy? He could see that causing a riot among the pampered sons of the nobles. I am good with a knife, but swords aren't used on the lower floors. Can I shoot them instead? Wolf joked, starting to understand what they planned for him now that he was captured and his bid to escape the city had failed. Servant duty, protecting the compound against monster attacks. Or at least that was the only logical punishment in his mind, given their line of questioning. If they found out he could use magic, which they probably already had, he would face life as a closely monitored servant of the academy or perhaps one of the witches that lived there. Possibly Professor Ashcroft herself. I hope you mean with a sling and not a firearm, which is definitely illegal in both the city and the academy. But these friendly gentlemen will join the staff to prevent the fights and violence that have previously marred the academy's reputation. That is why I came to collect Miss Cassie. So that she could be aware of the new rules in advance and not get involved in any pointless endeavors, like running off into the wilderness in the middle of a courier order. Professor Ashcroft informed them. She means that even if the students are rude, their fellow candidates are not supposed to beat them too badly or try to cripple their training. I don't think we need to worry much about Miss Cassie now that we've met her, and most of the witches prefer snark and bullying, but I can see there being trouble when a few of the worst among them find out about the new rules. Reporting and stopping such incidents will be part of your job duties, Wolf. The guard clarified. He was going to be a security guard inside the academy? That was not what Wolf had expected at all. Did the professor perhaps have a soft spot for magi? Or was it because she regretted what had happened to Elder Maria and saw a chance to make some sort of amends to the Naku's family? Professor, we are reaching the exit to the city now. The driver called out, bringing everyone's attention to the windows. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 18:18 For a moment. Chapter 18:18 For a moment. The thickly armored gates of the megacity stood open in front of them, and for the first time in their 18 years, Wolf and Cassie saw natural sunlight with their own eyes. The guard popped open the top hatch to let the light into the vehicle, and Cassie immediately stuck her head out the opening. "Grandmother wasn't teasing me. It really is warm. You can feel it on your skin," she called back into the personnel carrier. "I'm glad you enjoy it, but always have someone less vulnerable check for safety first. It is one of the first combat lessons we teach in the academy during your second semester," Professor Ashcroft admonished her. "Sorry, Professor. I will keep it in mind," Cassie apologized, pulling her head back in. The carrier trundled slowly along the dirt path for most of an hour while the guards watched carefully out of the windows. Wolf didn't think that they would meet up with monsters this close to the city. They had only recently passed the last of the farms that surrounded the city walls, but the guards were definitely on edge. "Stopped vehicle ahead," the driver reported, bringing their transport to a halt. Both armed guards, followed very reluctantly by Wolf, who the professor shoved out, exited through the top hatch and moved forward to check out the obstruction. "We have the flanks. Check the vehicle interior," the guard ordered, and Wolf jogged forward, on alert for any signs of motion. He didn't know what shapes the wilderness monsters could take, but a poisonous snake wasn't out of the question. The area looked clear, and all of the armored windows were broken on the SUV. It had at least one flat tire and a lot of body damage. Whatever did that was not human. The body panels had deep gouges in the steel in a four-clawed pattern. But the shattered remains of the windows were slightly melted, and they were blown outward, not in, as they would be by an external attack. Checking the roof, the top window was broken inward, and the interior was burned out, with 3 visible bodies scorched beyond easy recognition. The monster attack that destroyed the vehicle's body was secondary. The roof was breached, and a thermal charge was detonated inside. Possibly a grenade. 3 confirmed casualties, identity unknown. Wolf reported with his best impression of a professional while trying not to gag. He had seen some stuff on the lower floors, but not like that. "As long as I don't vomit, I can keep my dignity intact," he told himself, moving away from the vehicle. "Wait on the roof of the transport. It might have been magical," one of the guards instructed, pointing back at the personnel carrier. Wolf hadn't considered that it might be a magical attack since witches didn't really come to the levels that he lived on. But why would they be attacking each other out here in the middle of nowhere? Could this have been the work of some surviving magic-using mutants who were living in the wilderness? The only spell in the surviving magi records the Naku's family had was a fire circle, and it was from the introduction to the textbook, so it should have been one of the most basic skills in the distant past. The 2 guards took out some sort of measurement device, then shook their heads, not liking what they found or not finding what they wanted. Then they took photos of the damage and made a phone call to someone. Wolf considered running, but with that large gun mounted on top of the vehicle, he wouldn't make it very far if they took offense. Not to mention that there was still a witch inside who seemed to be going easy on him for the time being. When they got back, it was clear the 2 men weren't going to give away many details, but the more talkative of the pair leaned over to whisper to him. "You were right the first time. Non-magical, brute force through the roof followed by an incendiary device. Some monsters can use fire magic, but they didn't do that." The disturbed looks made more sense now. It would have been less alarming if it had been just monsters. When the vehicle started moving again, it traveled noticeably faster than it had been moving along before. Cassie seemed not to notice the difference, just happily looking out the window at the grassland and scattered stands of trees, but everyone else seemed a bit more nervous. They all had the same question on their minds. Who was in the burned-out vehicle, and who launched that attack? After 2 more hours of travel, they came across another vehicle. Only this one wasn't alone or destroyed. All of the vehicles in the group were heavily damaged, though. "Hold at a distance. That convoy has also turned into the final path to the academy, so we should all be headed to the same place. They have been attacked, and we don't want to alarm them before we can make contact," Professor Ashcroft instructed the driver. Don't the cars all have radios? Wolf asked, certain that he had seen them featured in every single wasteland survival-themed movie he had watched. Ours does. All the vehicles that staff use do, and they're never turned off. But anyone else is free to prepare their own transportation. Many among the younger generations see them as outdated and a security risk since they can be located when you broadcast. So if those are students' family vehicles, they might not have them. The professor explained. What class do you teach, Professor? You seem to have a pretty wide variety of knowledge. Cassie asked. I teach potions from the first year through graduation. Only for Class A, though. The other classes rotate between teachers. She explained. So Class A is a special one? For the children of upper nobility, I am guessing. Cassie replied, a bit sad that this laid-back professor wouldn't be her teacher. Sure, she apprehended Wolf, but she hadn't done anything to harm him, at least not after he crashed his bike through a storefront. She had even had her team collect it, and the slightly damaged cycle was in the rack on the back of their transport vehicle. Close. It is special, but we don't separate students by parentage, at least not officially. The initial sorting is done by potential, as measured by our staff, then after that, the students are grouped by progress. Cassie looked confused, but Wolf nodded happily, as this was how his school had done things. The smartest kids were put in the best classes with the best teachers. The rest got to fight over used textbooks and the few chairs and desks that survived the previous year. So that the losers and slackers don't drag down the best and brightest. If my guess is right, school-supplied resources will also be reduced with performance, and if you don't meet the minimum, you are expelled at the end of the semester. Wolf told Cassie to clarify the situation. For the first year, resources are the same for all students outside Class A. From the second year onward, they are scaled. For example, during the second year, those who don't meet the standards for nobility are separated from the more talented witches. They can take the third year as a remedial class to try to make the lower nobility or drop out during the second year and still be commoner witches. But only the nobility can attend the fourth year and the placement exams. Professor Ashcroft added. The final year placement exams determine your rank and where you get settled. Nobles get territory, but it's not automatically inherited, so you might be placed in a different city or village under the Morgana Coven as a successor to an aging noble without an heir that has passed the academy. Or you could even be given the option to reclaim wilderness land. A few even choose to return home as landless ladies. The professor continued once she recalled that they likely didn't know much of anything about how the senior years of the academy, or the nobility, worked. How are the entry tests ranked? Cassie asked. Melody had gotten the lowest possible score, as she couldn't cast a spell to save her life, but to Cassie, the ranking mattered. Spell power and casting time, measured by a magical device. Magical aids like your talisman are allowed, but outside assistance, like the young magi here, are not. Doubling your mana draw rate with his help would be too much like cheating, especially when talismans are allowed. Professor Ashcroft explained. That was incredibly biased toward the wealthy families, but Cassie had a big smile on her face. The professor had acknowledged Wolf was a magi, and she didn't sound like she wanted to kill him. In Cassie's mind, that was a good start. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 1919 Wands are creepy. Chapter 1919 Wands are creepy. Stay next. You can measure any spell, right? It doesn't have to be something specific. She asked, and the professor nodded, wondering where she was going with this line of thought. You can use a spell, or you can simply have your aura tested. Both are fine, depending on your skill level, but demonstrating an actual spell is the only way to get into the top class. Everyone who qualifies for Class A will have at least that much talent. Professor Ashcroft explained. Wolf, can you carve this symbol into something for me? Your writing is better. She asked, handing Wolf a piece of paper. It wasn't a circle but a string of runes written vertically. Proper witch magic, not something that adapted elemental magic to their needs. Just looking at it made Wolf's skin crawl a little, but it would be easy enough to carve if he had a stick to carve it in. Can we stop for a second? I need a stick to do this. Wolf asked, but the professor had come prepared and removed a thin wooden branch, bark and all, from her handbag for Wolf to work with. You have 30 minutes if you are going to make a wand. Since Wolf probably doesn't know, a wand enhances a witch's innate magic, so it is only usable by the one who created it. We usually have new students make one in the second semester once they have all learned the technique to stabilize their aura, which allows them to cast innate magic. The stronger the aura, the stronger the witch. You will learn to recognize it in your training. The guard told Wolf with a smirk. Knowing how Cassie responded to his touch and mana flow, Wolf suspected that this so-called training might be a particularly exhilarating one for both him and the witches. There is more to it, but we will save that for the academy. With your credentials, you will be busy from the moment that you arrive. Just don't let any favorable treatment cause you to forget your predicament. The guard told him. A predicament was a rather kind word for it. Though the professor and the guards seemed more than happy to bring him on as a security staff worker, Wolf was well aware that male magic users were usually killed if they were caught in the city. Their attitude did give him some hope that things might be different out here in the wilderness, though, since they seemed to be adamant that all skilled fighters and witches were needed for whatever it was that they were doing beyond training. Wolf carved the nauseating runes into the stick with careful precision, then looked it over, realizing that it wasn't right or complete. The incantation was correct, but the wand needed something else. The runes weren't a language he knew, but once they were carved, they made sense to him, thanks to the inheritance. Wolf read the text in his head. I draw the power around me and thought about the movies. The main characters always repeated a chant for emphasis. Carving it more than once shouldn't hurt anything, and the teacher would probably let him get a new stick if he messed it up. She seemed to like Cassie quite a bit. With 3 copies written, Wolf was struggling not to throw the wand away just from the feeling of wrongness and revulsion, but he carefully handed it back to Cassie, who giggled happily and began filling in the runes using a gold paint marker. It was also a bit rose-colored, and he suspected that the little witch had put the remainder of his blood in it that she hadn't used in the silver pen. He would have to be careful about allowing anyone to gain possession of his blood in the future, so others didn't find out. When she finished, the talkative guard offered her a talisman, much like the mana storage one she was wearing. Since it's carved by the Nakus family, for the Nakus family, I think it's only right if our talisman completes the process. She told him, then placed her free hand on Wolf's bare arm. The man gave Wolf a sly wink, suggesting that he knew there was something between Wolf and Cassie, but didn't say anything. The wand began to glow black, with purple sparks flickering in the darkness, before the spell completed and something around Cassie changed. The darkness lingered, not as a physical thing, but more of a sense of power, one that Wolf had come to associate with Professor Ashcroft and witches in general. Oh, not bad at all. Did your grandmother teach you that? The professor asked, and Cassie nodded happily. But since I couldn't use magic before this week after my birthday, there was so much to do that all I had time to learn was the theories, preparing me for the academy. She said that in her day, the test was done naked to ensure there was no cheating. The professor laughed out loud at Cassie's blushing face. We haven't done it that way in nearly 50 years. 20 years ago, they began allowing magical devices since everyone would be using them in class anyhow. I was as disappointed as you when I found out that nudity was no longer a requirement. The guard whispered to Wolf, taking a smack from the professor for his comment. EA.NBSP. And that's why we changed it. The tests are done in front of the whole school. You are free to work naked if you prefer. I doubt any of the young ladies would object, but I will warn you, the academy is air-conditioned. She informed Wolf with a straight face. That meant that shirtless was an option, even if it wasn't the best idea since any witch who touched his bare skin would know he had an affinity for magic. Plus, he was still hiding the extent of his abilities, even though he was captured. If whoever they sent to judge him thought he was like the other elders and relatively harmless, they might let him go with a less severe punishment. But who could have guessed that strategic nudity was actually an approved tactic to help keep the young witches in line? Once Cassie was holding the wand and her aura became noticeable, it seemed to stabilize and soon blended into her presence as if it was always part of her. Her hand was still on Wolf's arm, though, and he could feel something between them, not a flow of mana, at least not directly, but it did feel like the contact was helping to balance them out. The professor noticed the continued contract. You catch on quickly. Yes, she can use your power to increase her own. It's a matter of compatibility, though. Even if you have an affinity for mana, as many of the Naku's men do, how well a witch can manipulate it makes all the difference in how much power is shared. How well she can manipulate it. For a moment, Wolf almost forgot that a man who could manipulate magic was so taboo that they hadn't considered his abilities in the equation. But it also meant that since he could, he would be able to work with a witch's aura to strengthen himself, and that they were going to teach him how to do it, but not intentionally. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 2020 Arrival. Chapter 2020 Arrival. When their personnel carrier arrived at the academy, the first thing that Wolf noticed was how empty the place was since they had arrived nearly 2 days early. The second was the amount of damage to some of the vehicles that were in the parking lot. Clearly, not everyone had the easy journey that they did through the wastelands. The moment they stepped out of the vehicle with Professor Ashcroft and the guards, a wave of gossip started swirling through the assembled students. The crowd was almost what Wolf had dreamed of, young ladies everywhere, in the iconic school uniform no less, an above-the-knee-length short-sleeved dress with long robes over the top, both in black with either silver or gold trim and badges to mark what class they were assigned to. However, he noticed that a long skirt and blouse with a cardigan were also a uniform option. What he didn't see was any familiars. He had expected to see them wherever there were witches. Rats and cats and newts, or even demonic imps. The movies wouldn't lie to him, and Wolf was looking forward to seeing all of the small creatures. The familiars are hiding in the school waiting for their witches. They don't need to be very close for the witch to benefit, like in the movies. These are just the new students and the ones who wanted to get a head start on putting the newbies in their place. The guard whispered to Wolf, guessing what he was thinking. That made sense. Most of the older witches likely didn't care about the newbies at this point. Before the tests, they didn't even know which ones were a threat and which were easy targets. Professor Ashcroft turned to them with what Wolf recognized as her teacher's face, a stern and blank expression of mild disapproval that she hadn't worn before this moment. Since we are here and there are no bags to put away, Miss Cassie, I will get your paperwork finished and lead you to your dorm. Wolf, I believe you will be busy for a few minutes, but the guards will show you to your room. Her attitude toward Cassie was suspiciously kind, much different than the Countess had been, and it had only increased after the creation of the wand. If Wolf didn't know better, he would say that the teacher had chosen a new favorite student. Once the teacher was gone, Wolf expected the students' attitudes to change, but they still seemed cautious around the two guards, and Wolf realized a bit too late that there hadn't been just one teacher in the personnel carrier. There were some fearful mutters about the hell that was combat class, exchanged in hushed whispers that Wolf could still clearly hear after the improvements that gathering mana had made to his body. So, I am guessing one of you is the combat instructor? Wolf asked. Both, actually. We teach the elite classes here at the academy, and there are 4 more at the training compound a few kilometers away for the soldiers and squires doing their year-long application. The guard chuckled. You are bringing this commoner straight to the academy? Even if he's one of yours, he will still need to take the servant's exam. A nasal male voice complained from somewhere in the crowd, disdain for the instructor clear in his tone. Wolf Nakus, meet Luke Abilene, the butler to the Abilene daughters and a dueling champion all through his youth. Luke, please step forward if you wish to challenge the judgment of the academy. It is the right of the high noble houses to challenge staff appointments in the academy. The instructor ordered, rolling his eyes in annoyance with the rule. Contrary to his voice, Luke was an outstanding specimen of manhood. 190 centimeters tall, lithe but muscular, clean-cut, and with a face Wolf would almost call pretty. In short, he hated him the moment he saw him. Do you have a training weapon handy, or should we bring some? The instructor asked. Someone handed Luke a 2-handed wooden sword, and the tall man smirked at Wolf, who was clearly a commoner and would have no sword skills. Every courier carried weapons, but none of Wolf's were training weapons, and they were all tucked away in his bags, so he turned to the instructor for a sparring weapon. Do you have a baton or rattan sticks with you? That shouldn't cause any more damage than a training sword. The quiet instructor took a collapsible baton from his belt and tossed it to Wolf, who extended it with a flip of his wrist. Not his preferred weapon in a street brawl, but it was an easy-to-use one. His opponent was a sword-fighting champion, but Wolf was sure that Pretty Face had never seen a real fight, at least nothing like the street kids of the lower levels fought. The fight is until concession or until I call it. No groin attacks, no biting or poking of the eyes. Fighters, are you ready? The instructor asked. Luke took a fighting stance with his sword tipped down and his knees crouched but parallel. Wolf took this as a sign that he would be taking advantage of his reach to try to dominate the fight without getting hit. Wolf stripped off his shirt so it couldn't be grabbed and took a crouched stance, holding his baton in front of him like a dagger. His opponent looked at him with the same disdain he had spoken to the instructor, and Wolf nodded his readiness. Begin. Luke stepped forward and swung his sword high, but Wolf went low, not swinging the baton but tackling his opponent. Luke hit the ground with a solid thud, his sword sliding to the edge of the circle of students, and Wolf immediately laid into the side of his head with the baton. He hadn't expected it to feel so good to get a chance to beat the pretentiousness out of a noble brat who had been demoted to a servant. But it did. It felt really good, in a way that Wolf was a bit ashamed to admit. He got 3 solid hits in before Luke got both hands under his chest and threw Wolf away, much harder than Wolf had expected a human to be able to. That was one of the advantages of being a servant to a noble family. He had a strength amulet with him. Luke took a martial arts stance and motioned Wolf forward, ignoring the blood streaming down from his temple and his nose. The baton was a liability in a grappling fight, so Wolf discarded it and smirked at the battered face of the pretty boy. You will pay for that, Luke growled, his voice no longer nasal and annoying. I did you a favor. You sound better this way. Wolf quipped before dodging a flurry of fists. Luke was fast now that he had discarded that oversized sword. He must have chosen it expecting to humiliate an unskilled rookie. Wolf's strikes were all blocked, but Luke wasn't quite fast enough to catch Wolf in return. To the students, it looked like a stalemate until Wolf's foot appeared to slip on the grass. Sliding step, a technique from the kung fu master at his local fighting gym, looked like a trip, but was actually the start of a spinning kick. Luke stepped forward to tackle his opponent and return the favor of a broken nose, only to find Wolf spinning away before a sharp pain made the back of his head pound, and the world went blurry. Wolf pulled Luke's shirt over his head after kicking him, trapping his arms above his shoulders and blinding him before following it up with more punches to the face until the young noble finally got out of his shirt entirely. He roared and charged Wolf, who tried for a headlock, taking them both to the ground again. Break it up. He's proven he has the qualifications. The instructor called, pulling them apart just as a spell flew into the arena, knocking Wolf to his knees. Krista, you know that attacking during a duel is prohibited, even if your twin brother is losing. Someone in the crowd laughed. A small blonde witch ran into the ring, hugging the battered form of Luke Abilene before feeding him a healing potion and glaring at Wolf. Anyone who dares to give this commoner healing will answer to me. She insisted, making many of the students flinch back. By her aura, she was no stronger than Cassie, so it must be her family influence scaring them, Wolf decided. I appreciate the thought, miss, but I will be fine with a little rest. Most of this blood isn't mine. Wolf told her in his most polite business tone, finely tuned for dealing with rude customers who didn't want to sign for packages. From what Wolf had learned on the way over today, the students didn't get to keep their own servants at school this year, and Luke had been introduced as a servant of her family, not the academy. He likely wouldn't have to see him again, though Krista might be an issue in the future. She looked really mad about the broken nose, though her potion had set back to its original perfection. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 21 Settling In. Chapter 21 Settling In. The twins stormed away, nursing their wounded pride, leaving the audience in shock. Look, he has a family tattoo. Do you think one is the houses is trying to circumvent the new rules and bring in their own servant? A girl whispered. Maybe, but it wasn't House Abilene, even though their older daughter is here as well. Another one snickered, then quickly silenced as a tall blonde woman glared at her. She looked at Wolf with a mixture of curiosity and longing but quickly looked away to talk to someone in the crowd. Wolf grabbed his shirt and covered up before any of the witches could come up with an excuse to touch his bare skin and give him away. The action made a number of the first-year girls boo him, but they had their show, and they would find other men to drool over, he was certain. You wouldn't want a servant like that. He's a brute and a gangster from the lower floors. I mean, just look at what he did to Luke Abilene's beautiful face. What sort of monster would want to destroy that perfection? Wolf heard a few second-year girls telling their friends. You should write a book. How to meet witches and make friends. The instructor laughed, breaking the tension in the area and then guiding Wolf away to the staff dorms, or perhaps it was a prison compound since the windows had bars on them. That could be a precaution against monster attacks as well, though, and once they were inside, Wolf realized that the building was every bit as luxurious as the Naku's family home. The academy didn't seem too concerned with him attempting to run away or damage the property, that was for sure. Don't worry, with skills like that, most of them will overlook you damaging the boy idol's face. His kind finishes their training, goes home to their parents, then brags about their skills and how far they could have gone in life if only they didn't leave the military to accept an arranged marriage for their noble family's sake. Wolf knew the type, spending their lives riding on one moment of faded glory. The lower levels had their fair share, though they were usually drunk and divorced, not wealthy sons of noble houses. Here you are. Change into the uniform. It's mandatory inside the school, as Professor Ashcroft told you on the way in. You've got a whole day off, so learn the layout and meet some people. There is a map in your academy-provided supplies. The instructor left, and Wolf headed for the small shower in his room. He had Luke's blood all over him, and he was sweaty from a hard fight and a day's travel, hardly a fit state to go looking for ladies or witches as the case may be. The black pants and silver shirt with a black vest that marked the employees of the academy looked good on him, like they were made to match his black hair and grey eyes. It was a shame it was a servant's uniform. Wolf was rather fond of it, and he would happily wear it all the time. He was about to head out to find some food when an insistent knock sounded at his door. If it was that idiot Luke looking for revenge, Wolf was going to beat the stupid out of him right in the hallway. How might I help you? He asked through the closed door. School council president Kara wishes to speak with you. A male voice answered politely. Wolf opened the door and found himself in front of an incredibly curvy ginger-haired witch with glowing green eyes and a suspicious look on her face. Behind her stood a butler, dressed identically to Wolf but with a sword on his hip, presumably the one who had knocked. You are the one that defeated the dueling champion of the Abilene family? You don't look like much. But there are proprieties to be followed. I am Kara, the student council president, and I welcome you to the academy. There have already been requests from the staff to meet you for a personal assistant interview, so I must ask, what are you looking for in a partner? Is this a dating service? Were the first words through Wolf's mind, and he could see the man whom he presumed to be the president's guardian hiding his amusement at her choice of words. I was under the impression that I would be at the academy for an extended period of time, under their supervision, so I don't know how to answer that. Wolf replied. Kara nodded, then made a few notes in her day planner. I will have them rearrange your duties. Having you on security detail around campus would cause many unnecessary problems, as well as distractions for the students. In the mornings, you will be either on duty or training in combat and etiquette. In the afternoons, you will be the practical training volunteer for first year, Class A. Most of the first year's students do not have familiars to assist their casting at the moment, and with the servants banished after last year's incident, the teachers are all looking for talented replacements to be their teachers' assistants. Becoming a magical punching bag isn't the most glamorous of jobs, but the teachers will cast armor spells on you, so there is really no risk of actual injury, unlike your brawl this morning. He had heard a lot about this big incident and the changes it brought to the academy. It must have been bad, but it didn't seem to be a secret. What exactly was the incident? That sort of news doesn't make it to my ears back in the city. Wolf asked. It was the butler who answered. The first years were on a field trip, and from what we could determine, a jealous servant had placed a curse in the bag of a student who had rejected her advances. But it went off early and burned out the bus, killing over 20 candidates. Then the accusations started, with curses thrown, attacks on sleeping witches accused of being the guilty ones, and finally, one desperate first-year candidate getting herself pregnant to try to claim a position in a noble house through the family's younger son who had been sent here as a servant. It was a huge mess all around, and it was determined that for the time being, it would be wise to prohibit all servants from the ground and eliminate all intermingling between the witches and the squires training nearby at the military academy. Senior class applications have been down for a long time, but they're terrible this year. None of the nobles wanted to send their daughters back to the academy after the break, and the commoners who failed out are telling horror stories on the lowest levels of the city where we get most of our less talented recruitment from. From what I have heard, they are even forging documents so that when the academy comes to pick up those who have been identified as potentially talented, the recruiters will believe that they are still underage for the academy and, therefore, ineligible to be enrolled for this semester. Wolf just stared at the man as the story progressed. What a public relations nightmare for the school, especially since it sounded like a lot of witches were severely injured in the aftermath as well. Missing servants could be replaced by staff or by having the candidates do things for themselves, but if the witches didn't want to return to the academy and build their power and status, it would be a tragedy both for the coven and for the city. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 22:22 The cafeteria is the place to be. Chapter 22:22 The cafeteria is the place to be. The butler raised an eyebrow at Wolf, silently asking if he was finished with his off-topic questions and ready to meet with the staff that wanted him as their teacher's assistant. All right, would you be so kind as to lead the way to the cafeteria? I should meet everyone and get something to eat now that I'm in uniform. The cafeteria, he learned, was not one single place. It was split into 4 different locations, divided by class but not by year so that the witches with similar potential could mingle. Class A had a much smaller room than the others they passed, as they had the smallest numbers, but it had the same diner-style bench seating as the other cafeterias. That was where the student council president led him. You can eat anywhere you are welcome, or the staff room is next door. Go there if they start getting pretentious. You work for the headmistress, not them. We will introduce you to the teachers later, but do keep in mind that they will be watching your interactions at all times through the cameras. The large man accompanying the student council president informed him. That was a relief. Being subordinate to an entire school full of snobby rich girls his own age would be too much, and he just might risk the consequences of heading into the woods to try his luck at freedom. President came through for us. Thank you, President Kara. Did you ask him? I've got to know. One of the witches wearing a second-year badge asked. Wolf and the president's personal butler, who also seemed to be her guardian and assistant, stood back as the president was swarmed by eager witches, wanting to know if they had a chance at regaining their domestic help. Have you ever been in a Mercy's store for the 80% off, one-day-only sale on Halloween? The big man asked. I feel a bit like the last handbag on the top shelf, Wolf replied, referring to the designer magical storage bags and purses that the store was famous for. The students aren't allowed to actually sign an employment contract with the staff members anymore due to the school rules, but in the past, the administration would respect a claim and transfer the employee once both parties agreed. I am not sure that's going to be an option for you, though, given your circumstance. The ones that offer sex in exchange for your assistance are going to be tempting, but they will almost always be the ones that fail out and remain as commoners. The course load is incredibly heavy for second years, even without unneeded distractions. If the witch is demoted, the academy will break the contract, and the servant can go home or look for another witch next year since most commoners can't afford domestic help. The butler subtly gestured to a representative of the various groups he was speaking of while he elaborated on the various groups of students from the viewpoint of a staff member. Then there is the sapphic group. They are cute, but they're mostly into each other. Don't bother with them. They go for the submissive sort to pamper themselves and their lover like a slave. No dignity at all in that option if you ask me. The tomboy faction is where it's at. Lots of talent in that group, and they can handle a little rough play. What's not to like about that? Last up are the bookworms. If you like those, you might have to ask them, but they usually graduate into decent positions and don't go for power. That might be the sort of life you are after if they let you leave here when the investigation is done. His explanation covered almost all the groups of witches in Class A, and Wolf wondered how exactly they could still be planning to get a servant since they couldn't bring any in. Let's eat. They will be discussing the order that they make their try for the new staff for a while. We only work 8 hours a day, so unless you work evenings, that leaves 8 hours for them to make their play. Or so they think. The headmistress will set them straight tomorrow, but they might still want a piece of you. I'm Merc, by the way. I forget that not everyone knows. Wolf knows. But you already knew that. With everyone talking, there was no line for food, and they soon had plates of some sort of casserole and salad that Wolf couldn't identify, along with a couple of sandwiches each, packaged to go. A trick Merc said prevented midnight hunger. Grab a table along the edge. It is quieter, and that's where the good choices are. See, the blue-haired tomboy and a freshman hottie together. Merc suggested. Clearly, dating wasn't prohibited, at least not in Merc's mind. Do you think they are from the same house? Wolf asked, not seeing who Merc meant through the crowd. Probably not. The witches get roommates in the first and second years, so the newbies learn the ropes and get their work done. It's part of their class work to do group projects with their roommate. Merc explained. A few seconds later, Wolf spotted them. A tomboy with a powder blue pixie cut, wearing a grey tunic-style shirt from the staff uniform instead of the witch's blouse or cardigan with her skirt, was sitting next to Cassie. Come on, Merc. Let's make friends. Wolf winked. Cassie was sitting in the corner by the wall with her new friend across from her. Wolf led the way and sat down next to Cassie, moving his salad to her tray, which only had a partially eaten sandwich on it. What would Grandma Maria think if she saw you starving yourself? Relax and eat. Wolf told her before turning to her friend. I'm Wolf Knows. Pleased to meet you. She's not, wait, do you know him, Cassie? The small, blue-haired witch asked. The excitement was making her eyes flow and flicker with a light that matched her hair. Wolf hadn't seen that sort of eyes until the last few days, but the jewel-colored shining eyes that identified a powerful, or at least capable, witch were truly mesmerizing. We met before I came to the academy. He is the one who helped me make my wand. Cassie explained. Hey Merc, good to see you again. This little cutie is Cassie Knows, and she's already stabilized her aura before she even made it to a single class. Have your girlfriend look out for her, would you? The other girl asked. Wolf Knows, meet Ella Mariel. The exceedingly violent daughter of a mechanic in the middle floors and my childhood friend. Merc introduced them. This is Wolf. Oh, girl, you've got it bad. He's built like a bike courier. I'll bet he can go all night long. Ella whispered to Cassie, not realizing Wolf could hear her. The blush on Cassie's face when she realized that Ella's whisper had been loud enough for not only Wolf but Merc and the witches of the table behind her to hear was so deep that her face almost matched the violet of her eyes. You get used to her. She never did have a filter. Merc assured the blushing witch, but she was too mortified to notice anything that was happening around her at the moment. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 23 Morning Routine. Chapter 23 Morning Routine. Though he had gloves on, Wolf double-checked that he didn't have any mana stored in his body, just in case his ability to mask his powers wasn't as good as he thought, and reached out to shake Ella's hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Ella Mariel. Merc speaks very highly of you. I have heard good things about you as well, Wolf Knows. I hear your handwriting is impeccable, and your stomach is strong enough to carve an entire aura wand. She said with a smile, taking his gloved hand in both of hers. Her nails matched her hair and eyes. She had gone all out on the preparation for the first day of her academy training. At least as much as was possible when they couldn't bring anything with them anyhow. There were more than a few cases of bedhead going around among witches who hadn't gotten around to unpacking the provided supplies to find the hairbrush. So it's not just me that feels an aversion to those runes? But I appreciate the compliment on the handwriting. Bike couriers need to be able to write well to address parcels. Wolf replied. As they were talking, more of the senior students began to file in, every one of them in a bad mood about the prohibition on personal effects and servants occurring at the same time. Well, I need to go. The boss hates waiting. I suggest you all head back to your rooms fairly soon. The seniors are not happy about the new rules, and they're likely going to take it out on anyone they can. Cassie looks a bit shy, and that makes her an easy target, even with Wolf here, unless he's going to write incident reports all night. Merck told them, getting up to join the student council president in calming down the seniors. Why don't I walk you home, ladies? It would be a shame if anything happened to you. Wolf suggested. Such a gentleman. Maybe we won't have to swallow our disgust to work with the teacher's assistants this year. I heard many horror stories from the customers at my dad's shop who had attended the academy in the past. Ella smirked, leading Wolf and Cassie out before anyone could notice that they were leaving in a group. Wolf and Cassie talked about Elder Maria and how Cassie was going to crush the entrance exams with her new wand while they walked. You're an odd one, Wolf knows. The staff that are sent from the noble houses usually only talk about duty and honor and the privilege to serve the witches. Ella told him very seriously. Is that what they are selling these days? I'm all about education. So, how about I walk you home from class today and tomorrow, I can help you both with your homework. As I've said before, my handwriting is very good. Wolf suggested. We will see, big boy. After the entrance exams tomorrow, there will be a bit of time to spare before the familiar summoning. Who knows, we might not be a good match. Ella replied with a smirk while Cassie gave her a look that said she was not pleased with her roommate's flirting. Any friend of Cassie's must be a good person, so I am sure we will be an excellent match. But this should be your room. Wolf told her with his best gentlemanly bow. He would have to work on that if he wanted to impress the witches and make his life easier. The dorm rooms all had biometric locks. Only residents and teachers could open the door, so Wolf stepped back, letting Ella open up, and took Cassie's hand. If you need anything at all, just ask me, even if it is just homework. I'm glad you found a good friend. I will see you tomorrow at the entrance exam. Wolf told her. I have a plan. I think I will do better than average. Cassie answered, then ran inside the room, closing the door behind her. Making an early move, are you rookie? Good luck with that. Those two have some potential to them, and the witches of Class A would rather wait for the right noble son than take just anyone. A passing janitor joked. You never know if you never try. Wolf shrugged, and the janitor waved goodbye as she entered a dorm a few doors down, tools in hand. Wolf didn't see many people as he headed back to his room since most of them were at the cafeteria, letting the student council know every detail of their feelings about the no personal effects and no servants rules. Wolf hadn't considered it before since he didn't need much, but with only the contents of his pockets, he was left with only a lighter, a small brush, a pocket knife, a pen, and a cash card with very little in it. His bags and bike were taken to storage by the second combat instructor, the same as everyone else's. The supplies left in the room amounted to basic toiletries and 2 uniforms. That had to be utter torture for the noble witches, whose clothes didn't even have pockets. Hopefully, they were at least allowed a purse when they arrived, but Wolf hadn't seen any on the ones who had been standing by the gates. After the day he had, Wolf decided to just settle in to meditate. He needed to work on his mana while he could since he had to keep it empty when it was likely he would be touched. He could successfully mask his power now, but he didn't know or trust the extent of that ability. Perhaps he could test it later, maybe during the witches' classes, when he was on other duties, and nobody was around. The academy was sure to have surveillance, though, so he would have to find a good spot and a trustworthy partner before he did anything. Stretching his mana pouch took longer every time he attempted it, and now he could only complete 4 cycles per night. But it was still making good progress. Wolf took it as a good sign. He already knew he could activate spell circles when it was 1/5 of its current capacity, so surely he would have enough capacity now to do much more impressive magic? If only he had more knowledge about other magic users to compare himself to. When the schedule notification in his room went off just after dawn, informing him that he had no duties for the morning and no formal classes to assist in the afternoon, Wolf showered and then headed for Cassie's room to escort her to the auditorium for today's entrance and sorting exams. He could already hear the frantic voices inside the various rooms as he passed by, struggling to get ready without any of their own personal supplies. Wolf wasn't sure if this was cruel and unusual punishment for the nobles or if it was actually a test of resourcefulness and skill. If you knew the trick, you could style hair into something respectable with just about any brush, but that wasn't the usual fashion of the wealthier witches. You could also make a smoky eyeliner from burnt candle wicks, and he had found candles in his room, so the witches should have them as well, but he doubted anyone had thought of that while they were raging about not having any makeup. Of course, Wolf didn't realize that the candles he found were actually wax sticks for sealing letters, a practice that gave way to text messages hundreds of years ago inside the cities. Wolf made his way to the supply room on the main floor and picked up a few essential items, hair products, and shaving supplies, since the kit provided by the academy hadn't included any, then made his way to the student dorms and knocked a sharp staccato at Cassie's door, which opened almost instantly to show him a disheveled and panicked-looking Ella. "Oh, it's you. I had hoped it was a teacher to help. What do you want?" The fuzzy blue hair made her look like a mad scientist, so Wolf brought out the ultimate peace offering. "Hair pomade. You are a miracle worker. Come in before anyone sees." Ella cheered, pulling him through the doorway. Both of the witches were dressed and ready, with Cassie sitting on one of the beds in the palatial room, her wavy brown hair expanding to a ball of fluff and violet eyes shining brightly in joy. Wolf recalled them glowing before, but they used to be much darker. He was certain of it. Cassie noticed his staring right away. "I normally wear colored contacts. But after yesterday, my eyesight improved, and I don't need them anymore." Violet eyes were normal here, as well as emerald green, bright blue, and shining gold, so she would fit right in with her classmates, but it was a big change to her appearance. The violet eyes made her look perpetually happy. "Mind if I braid your hair? My mother taught me when I was little after she broke her hand at work and couldn't do it herself." Wolf asked. "Please do." Cassie cheered, happy not to have to rely on Ella from the very first day and having already failed her initial attempt to make a braid stay without a hair tie. At home, she had always worn her hair loose, hiding her face, but at the academy, she wanted to make a good first impression. Grandma Maria had told her that it was essential to making friends here since she didn't have a noble family name to earn respect. Wolf didn't know a lot about braiding hair, but he knew if he started at the front, he could braid it down either side, the way his mom preferred, and then bring them into one braid at the back. Once he finished, he realized that he didn't have any sort of hair tie for the bottom. "Do you have string? A scrap of cloth or something?" he asked hopefully. "We have ribbons in our school supplies." "Will that do?" Ella told him, returning the pomade with a reluctant look. "Ribbon is perfect. If they don't give you your allowance to buy essentials today, I will keep bringing supplies to you in the morning." Wolf's offer made the normally confident Ella hesitate a little, and that reminded Wolf of the candle trick the girls of the lower floors did when they couldn't afford makeup. Once Cassie's hair was tied with a violet ribbon to match her eyes, Wolf lit one of the wax candles, then snuffed it out with his fingers and carefully gave Cassie eyeliner as she reflexively closed her eyes to avoid being poked in them. "What do you think? It washes right off if you don't like it?" Wolf asked. "I think you need a lot more practice, but not bad." Ella laughed, taking the lighter from his hand to repeat the process and fix his work. "You really came prepared. Did you know the headmistress wasn't going to let us bring anything?" Ella asked after admiring her handiwork for a moment. "No, guys' clothes have actual useful pockets. Since he's a courier, he must have had the lighter for customers who smoke, and the rest is all stuff every guy should carry." Cassie explained to her rather confused roommate. "No wonder witches keep men around," Ella exclaimed, finally seeing the usefulness of a male human, much to Wolf's dismay. "Are you ready for the test? I can feel that you were working on your oral last night." Cassie nodded and gave Wolf a grim look. "It is actually way harder than it seems. On the way here, it happened so naturally, but all last night I struggled to make any progress at all. Ella shook her head at the complaint. That's just how it is. If you could build aura that fast, who would stay here for 4 years? Most of our class won't even stabilize theirs until it is almost time for the first midterm exams, and some of the candidates in the lower classes never manage it at all. That gave Wolf an excellent idea. Would you like to try to recreate the trip and see if it helps? Maybe the problem is your focus, he suggested. Ella looked at him suspiciously, then sat him down on one of the beds. My Cassie is a pure and innocent soul. If you want to show her things between boys and girls, you clear them with me first. Wolf smirked at her protective nature. Fine, both of you sit down here next to me. That's how we were when she stabilized her aura. Now I take my glove off, and we link fingers just like this. Now Cassie, what did you do next? Focus on pulling mana into my aura and fixing it there. That's what Grandma told me to do. Ella looked surprised at the contact of Wolf's skin on hers but quickly hid it. What she couldn't hide was the slight moan as she pulled mana through Wolf. It reminded him that he was an idiot and that he had been wearing gloves and avoiding contact for a very good reason, but in retrospect, some things were worth the risk. Ella was able to pull mana through him every bit as smoothly as Cassie was, building and stabilizing her aura by a tiny but noticeable amount in the few minutes that they had while biting her lip and giving Wolf intrigued looks when she thought he wasn't watching. Just as he suspected, they were going to be very well matched. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 24 Admissions Exams. Chapter 24 Admissions Exams. You're going to ignore that, or I am going to hurt you, Ella told him directly, but Wolf noticed that she didn't let go of his hand. Ignore what? We should get going, or we will be late and end up either in detention or you two will end up standing in the back somewhere for the entire induction ceremony. Wolf suggested, helping both witches to their feet before putting his gloves back on. Cassie fell in beside him, taking Wolf's left hand and swinging it as they walked to the auditorium, drawing curious glances from the older witches and envious glares from the first-year candidates. Look there, the rest of the students have just finally arrived, Cassie called, pointing out a window with her free hand. 20 buses, accompanied by 6 heavily armed vehicles, had just pulled into the academy compound, and a wave of students was pouring out. They must have convoyed here to avoid meeting whatever fate had befallen the burned-out car that Professor Ashcroft's personnel carrier came across on their way here. Instead of waiting, Ella pulled them to the auditorium and grabbed seats near the foot of the bleachers, right by the door where they could watch the new students come in. My senior, who was here a few years ago, told me this is the best spot. You guys showed up early, just like I did, but the others still have that clueless new student smell to them, fresh off the bus and adrift in the academy without their servants. Ella explained. She wasn't joking, the look on their faces, combined with the herd movement, as if they were all afraid of getting lost, made them seem somehow more vulnerable and weaker than the students who arrived yesterday. They were ushered by a group of teachers, including Dean, the combat instructor, to the front of the auditorium where they would be the closest for the entrance exams but also on display for the senior students in the bleachers. Once they were seated, the students who had been watching them arrive filtered in, and a middle-aged witch with shockingly green hair stepped to the podium. Welcome everyone to the academy. As you should already know, I am Headmistress Peach, and I will be overseeing your education for the duration of your stay here. It is customary for the examinations to begin immediately after the introduction of the new servants, but as we have forbidden them this year to help you focus on your coursework and not work on getting pregnant, we have only one new staff member. Wolf Nakus will be our new hall monitor and the practical skills assistant for first-year Class A. Wolf stood up and waved to the assembled students as the headmistress finished her speech, then took his seat again when she stepped aside without even bothering to explain the new rules or the reason for them, and Professor Ashcroft took her place. We will begin our examinations the same way as always, first with an aura scan and then with a potential reading. Ladies, all you need to do is place your hands on the device and do your best to activate it. If you can cast a spell, please do so. It will absorb almost all types of magic at the level that you can muster. Professor Ashcroft instructed the witch candidates. For most, this was an impossible task. Witches couldn't use their powers before adulthood, and they were sent here right afterward, so none of them had more than a year to prepare, with many being shipped off right after their 18th birthday, even if they didn't show signs of having the gift. The headmistress spoke up again after Professor Ashcroft gave the instructions. First up, we have Krista Abilene. Lady Abilene, please show the new students how it is done, and say hello to your mother for me the next time you talk. If her mother rated highly enough for the headmistress to defer to her this way, maybe Wolf shouldn't have beaten her brothers so badly. Hopefully, he didn't hold a grudge. The pretty blonde witch strode to the podium in her new school uniform and delicately placed her hands on the aura measurement device. Age 19. Pure blood witch. Aura strength 50 units. The device reported. That seemed to be good, going by the look on everyone's faces. Then she stepped to the second device, and a crystal ball turned from clear to jet black when she put her hands on it. Wolf couldn't tell what sort of magic she was using, but he could feel the flow of mana from her aura into the ball. Potential, rank A. Thank you, Miss Abilene. You may take your place among the Class A group. There were 2 sets of waiting areas for witches. One with padded wooden chairs and a much larger one with long metal benches. It wasn't hard to guess which was which. The examinations went smoothly, passing through the rows of candidates without issues, but the further they went, the more concerned the teachers seemed to be. They were in the last of 12 rows of floor seats, and only 8 of the 20 Class A seats were filled. That was giving hope to the remaining students, who had heard rumors and gossip from their older relatives that the top 20 of them would be joining Class A, the same as most other years. But one after another, they failed to make the cut. Even the haughty daughters of high nobility, which should have a powerful bloodline, failed and were assessed rank B and even rank C potential, despite being among the few who could activate the Aurum machine. Finally, the floor seats were empty, and the headmistress looked into the bleachers straight at Cassie and Ella. Ella Mariel, you're next. Do your best. Professor Ashcroft called to them. Age 18. Mixed blood witch. Aura strength 41 units. Potential, rank A. That made her second in the class for strength so far and only the 9th rank A potential for the year. Our final witch candidate is Cassie Nakuz. Perhaps the crime families of the middle floors can show us a bit of potential that the others have squandered in search of wealth and fame. The headmistress asked the room. Oh, she was big mad. Wolf was surprised that she hadn't set anyone on fire or stormed out of the room yet. Just the fact that they only had 10 witches out of hundreds that could actually make the cut for Class A was enough to very nearly put her into a rage. From her words, it was clear that she blamed the situation on political marriages diluting the witches' bloodlines, since marriage to someone with purely mundane human or a mixed magi lineage would do them no good in their efforts to rebuild their strength. In their pure form, neither of those bloodlines produced women who could use magic. Cassie quickly made her way to the exam station and placed her hand on the aura tester, with the other hand up her sleeve, holding her wand. Age 18. Mixed blood witch. Aura strength 147 units. The room was stunned to silence, and Professor Ashcroft lifted Cassie's sleeve to show the room that the heirloom she had brought was an aura wand, which would naturally increase her score for that portion of the exam. The professor didn't say anything about her having made it on the way here though. The score was also almost 3 times the next candidate's, putting her at a huge advantage over her classmates. She stepped to the second machine and placed her hand on it gently, smiling at her small victory over the Snobba nobles. Potential, rank A. The room breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, she had a very strong aura, but she wasn't some rank S wonder child who would draw more attention than she was comfortable with. I see the Nakuz family didn't disappoint us. I knew one day your family would rise up. After all, I went to the academy with your grandmother for all 4 years. The headmistress informed the shocked crowd. The nobles had never heard of House Nakuz before, which meant that despite making it to graduation, something had happened that prevented Cassie's grandmother from becoming a noble. That helped their pride a little. They could now say she was of noble birth but a fallen house without a title. That indirectly meant that Wolf was likely also one, as they assumed the two were brother and sister or possibly cousins from their close interactions on the way into the auditorium. This led to the question of how he managed to get a job here, when the academy turned down all of their house's attempts to embed servants for their children. That made a total of 10 students in Year 1 Class A, half as many as expected, and half as many as had returned from Class A for Years 2 and 3. There were also a lot more failures to activate the Aura device than Wolf had expected, and he wondered what the first-year dropout rate was. He knew a lot of candidates failed, but unless a lot of witches also got their Aura working and got themselves on track to building a strong foundation, this was going to be a very small graduating class. If the first-year Class A students will please follow your instructors out, we will begin class announcements for the remainder of the student body. The headmistress announced, bringing the small elite group, totaling only 10 women, to their feet. I will see you this afternoon. Save me a seat. Wolf whispered to Cassie, then gave her an encouraging thumbs up as she moved to follow Instructor Dean out of the auditorium. Merck, the student council president's assistant, motioned for Wolf to follow him out of the room as well. He expected to be led to a classroom, but instead, they went to a storage room with guards on duty at the entrance. State your name, and you will receive your allotted additional personal items, training weapons, and armor based on your fighting style and duty rotation. The storage room guard informed them. Anything I should know before picking out personal items? Wolf asked. Yes, a simple hex from a second-year witch candidate hurts just as bad as any weapon, even if it doesn't leave a mark. Pain tolerance is an essential skill of all employees. Merck told him, and the men on guard duty nodded, having been cursed by witches more than once before. More than once that day, in fact, since they weren't allowed to dispense anything to the students before the assembly. And that was one of many reasons why Wolf didn't want to stay here forever. Too much drama and danger. Now, head back to your room, sort your new clothes and toiletries, then meet the ladies of first-year Class A after lunch. They're not holding a proper class, but it will be good to meet them all, as well as the practical magic teacher that you will be working under. I will also warn you, hygiene is far more important than you think. Get used to washing multiple times a day during training unless you want to be ridiculed and isolated by the witches. The more powerful they get, the more sensitive their noses become. Merck instructed. He should have warned him not to pick products with strong scents, Wolf thought, but the big man was very much a live and let die sort of person. It wouldn't be an issue for Wolf anyhow. With the increased sensitivity of his own nose, strong scents were already excluded from his list. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 25 Cliques. Chapter 25 Cliques. Wolf had carefully picked products with a mild scent, except a cologne in a dropper bottle that reminded him of the smell of the forest they drove through. It seemed to be natural and didn't bother his sensitive nose, so it should be fine for the witches. The academy might have banned personal items from outside, but they weren't stingy with the supplies that they provided. That was going to kill Wolf's plan to woo the ladies with his domestic skills, though. He still picked out some violet ribbon and blue nail polish, just in case. It was getting close to lunch, so Wolf rushed off to his room with the large sack of items as soon as he had them all picked and was certain that he didn't miss anything. While checking them out of storage, he learned that they weren't just generous with the items available. They were also giving the students and employees both a generous monthly allowance that their purchases were subtracted from. For Wolf, it was on top of a pitiful salary, but that was still better than nothing. His purchases were relatively inexpensive, but many of the ladies' products were not, and certain items, like weapons and perfume, were horrifically expensive. Very sneaky. You could buy anything you wanted, but the items everyone wanted would leave you penniless in a hurry. The variety of deadly weapons told him that there would be practical work involved in this witch training as well. If there weren't, the school wouldn't need to sell so many blades, sharpeners, and equipment care kits. What Wolf did notice was a conspicuous lack of armor. There was a selection for the staff, assigned if their duties were likely to require it, but it looked like the students would be expected to protect themselves with magic. The pair of batons they gave him for hall monitor duty were very sturdy alloy, both light and slightly flexible to avoid cracking with repeated use, so he wouldn't need another weapon for a while unless he wanted a good knife. Not that he could see himself using a baton, much less a combat knife, against any of the girls in the academy anytime soon. Hall monitor duty couldn't be that dangerous. There were only a few people in the Class A cafeteria when he arrived, all from the senior classes, but his appearance and choice of fighting style, indicated by the batons on his hip, seemed to gain him some approval. Wolf chose a lunch set and a pack of gum, then took the same seat as he found Ella and Cassie at yesterday. "I told you he was a gentleman of culture." Wolf heard one of the witches laugh. "Wait, there's a chance he didn't know he picked a seat in their section yet. Wait until the rest of the returning witches get here." Another one insisted. So it was a trial, what group the new arrivals would pick and where they would fit in during their time at the academy. For now, this area was mostly empty, but a lot more students were coming in. Wolf realized that it would have been easier on him if he had picked the staff cafeteria today, but he hadn't thought of that and had just returned by instinct to the last place he had eaten. There was some unspoken rule that today, the wall seats were for selected second-year witches and freshman students. Almost every wall seat was empty, but at least one seat at every other table was taken. Ella and Cassie came in with a group of 4 other girls, one of which was wearing a long coat with runes on it and carrying a bat on her shoulder while the others walked behind her. A female gang leader and a witch rolled into one person. Wolf's little brother approved. They got their food, and the high nobles at the far side of the room stared at them in disgust while they walked straight to the table Wolf was at. "Move. There's no room for you," the leader insisted. "You can sit in my lap if you like," Wolf told her with a wink, and the girl stopped whatever she was going to say next to gape at him in shock. Ella was trying really hard not to laugh as her new friend tested him, and Wolf noticed a bookish freshman girl panicking at the way being blocked by the confrontation. Nobody seemed to notice her, though, so she was stuck with a loaded tray, clearly meant for multiple people. "Can we let the traffic through? You can tell me all about your favorite bat, how potions class is going and why you wear shorts under your skirt, but she looks like she's going to collapse if we don't let her by," Wolf said, standing up and putting his hand under the loaded tray. "He's not bad, Ella. Better than usual, and he even smells decent." The leader finally relented, then motioned to a girl who was standing by the door and moved to an interior table while the others joined Wolf in the corner. "She's going to make you pay for the joke about having shorts on under her skirt later. You know that, right?" Ella laughed. "I am Kundi, this is Asia, and finally, we have Jody. The one with the borrowed bat from the sports room is Risa, a 4th-year senior we can go to for advice. So, what can you tell me about the cafeteria? It looks like the cliques are easy to guess, but how is the food?" Wolf asked. "Usually good, but sometimes it gets ruined." The one called Risa answered from her seat across the aisle while glaring with deep hatred at a group of girls that had come over. Now, is that any way to be looking at your dear classmates? I just wanted to say hello to our new pet. Is that so wrong? I'm Rachel. If you need anything at all, I am always available." Even the densest of young men couldn't miss those implications. "Well, that's one way to get stronger genes in your family. But if you prefer a witch who can actually read, you are also welcome to join us. The book club meets every Tuesday." A taller blonde witch cut in. Wolf didn't get a chance to catch her name since her words immediately started an argument with Rachel that turned from words to hexes in only seconds before Wolf had to get up and help the other staff in the room break up the fight. "This school is wild. I totally didn't see that coming from the book club." Wolf laughed as the two were dragged away by the security officers that were assigned lunch duty for the Class A mess hall. "We're not all bad. She just doesn't like Rachel," someone called from across the room, proving that they were all listening. The rest of the freshmen were beginning to come in now, and the real show was about to start. For most first-year students, picking a group to become friendly with on your very first lunch break would be a challenge. Impressing the second-year witches enough to be welcomed to a table, so they didn't have to eat at the filthy table of shame in the corner until someone gave them a chance. For others, it was easy. The high noble daughters among the first years were practically drowning in offers. When your family can ruin theirs with little more than a wave of their hand, everyone wants to be your friend, at least to your face. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 26 Summoning Familiars. Chapter 26 Summoning Familiars. The talk quickly turned to the familiar summoning that would be happening that afternoon. Going by the gossip that Wolf could hear, every first-year witch wanted to draw an exceptional summon, especially the ones for whom a good familiar could make the difference between becoming lower nobility and being relegated to the status of commoner. For them, their entire future rode on their ability to increase the rate their power was growing at. The difference a familiar made was contingent on two basic things. First was the species. Some could have more mana drawn through them than others, and some transferred mana that was easier to absorb for the witch. The second factor was compatibility, how well the familiar suited the witch, and that was impossible to tell until they were bonded, at least as far as Wolf understood. For Ella, her power should be sufficient to graduate the first year no matter what she got as a familiar, but in order to get a decent noble title and not just become a baroness with only her own home to her name, you needed both wealth and power, or a lot of power, and wealth she didn't have since she was the daughter of a very normal non-witch family. For Cassie, she would have the Naku's family backing her, so she would hold some sway no matter what title they officially gave her, as long as she finished out the first year without incident. So, Wolf, what made you choose our table when you had your pick of the room? Asia asked. I got here early yesterday with Cassie. She's a friend from the city and Ella's roommate. I see you've met her already. Ella and Cassie have both been very kind and helpful since I arrived, and it made a good first impression. Then, the student council president's assistant, Merck, recommended Ella as a friend. Two unrelated references is a pretty good start. Wolf replied, then leaned over to whisper in Asia's ear. Plus, she's pretty cute when she blushes. That made the dark-haired witch burst into laughter. I think we will get along very well, Wolf Nakus. This weekend, the pool will open, and we will start swimming practice again. You should join us. The school doesn't do sports teams, but we still unofficially do. Keeping in shape is important, but most of the witches hate to work out, so even gym class has been eliminated. They just made the facilities a free-for-all unless a group of witches reserves them. He was going to ask more about the training facilities, to see how they compared to the gyms he had been going to since he was a child, but the warning bell ended their conversation. All right, let's get a move on. The last unofficial sorting of the entrance exams is the familiar summoning, and we will do that in the practical skills classroom. Ella informed him, then pushed Wolf to stand up and grabbed Cassie by the hand. The main classroom for first-year Class A witches was at the far side of the academy, next to the stairs that led down to the potions rooms, which were safely placed in a bunker beneath the school. Everyone take your place next to one of the marked summoning circles and be careful not to smudge or damage them. Wolf, I presume? I am glad you showed up, though you have the day off. Grab that paint pen in case some idiot can't follow instructions. The teacher announced as the first of the students entered. That made some of the witches chuckle. Then they realized that the new teacher's assistant would be kneeling at their feet to fix the circle if they made a mistake, and the summer dresses of the academy uniform ended mid-thigh on most of the witches. Not a great combination for their modesty. The teacher's order got all the witches shifted into straight lines, with Ella and Cassie near the back corner and an incredibly tiny witch in a fuzzy pink hoodie at the front next to where Wolf was waiting for additional instructions while he tried to memorize the inscription circle drawn on the board. Some of the girls were giggling with each other and shuffling their feet, so Wolf tapped the whiteboard, then held up his marker, making them all look at their feet and suddenly stop moving. Not only a strong fighter, but off to an excellent start with student compatibility. I will have to thank the Naku's family for sending you here. The teacher told Wolf with a smile. Now, I personally drew the circles, so there should be no mistakes. If you see any scuffed or missing sections, let us know. The correct summoning circle is on the board. The teacher instructed the mere 10 students of Class A. Mine appears to have an incorrect rune, Cassie informed the instructor, and Wolf went to make the correction, holding a copy of the circle in his hand. The paint must have been running out at the end. The rune was only half formed the first time it was drawn, then the attempt to fix it introduced an error in the shape. Wolf quickly wiped it away with the provided enchanted solvent rag and drew a new one, then double-checked the circle, finding no more errors. A few more issues were found and fixed, including a gap in the inner circle on Ella's inscription, and then the teacher wrote a chant on the board. I expect you all can manage this. Even without an aura, summoning a familiar is possible if you can use magic. The result depends on both luck and innate talent, as you need the talent to create a strong enough spell to be successful and luck to get a truly useful and powerful familiar. The most common are mice and cats. Mice are mostly considered to be useless and poor quality familiars, but they are still infinitely better than a failure, and should be nurtured with care. If you get an all-black cat as a familiar, they can often speak human languages. Some other species gain abilities as well, and we will go over them if they are summoned. The spell takes time and focus, keep repeating the chant and focusing on the most important aspect of your familiar. The one thing you truly want in a companion. Continue until mist fills the circle and your familiar appears. If anything happens, it is working. Just keep at it until it finishes. The teacher instructed. Wolf returned to his spot at the front, out of the way of the class, and took his seat. If this was his job for the year, he wasn't complaining. Compared to being a courier, this job was incredibly easy. Chanting filled the room, some loud, others nearly silent. Most of the circles had mist in them already, and after a minute of waiting, the teacher went to check the ones that didn't show any signs of change, making small alterations to the circles. The clouds didn't seem to change sizes either, except one in the front, which fluctuated wildly. The other just increased in density within the same area, making Wolf think that they represented the size of the familiar that was being summoned. It was all going smoothly until the fluctuating spell cloud seemed to explode, and Wolf was wrapped up in a gelatinous substance. The effect broke the concentration of a few nearby students, but the slime quickly retreated from Wolf, then gave him what he took for an apology in the form of forming itself into a wave-like shape and collapsing, which looked like it was giving him a bow. Other than those whose circles started late and the ones who had to start over, things were moving along smoothly, and the Class A witches were beginning to see the results of their familiar summoning. The girl known as Mary, who managed to obtain a fluffy pink hoodie to wear to class, summoned a large, long-haired dog with snow-white fur. She was so happy and loud about her victory that the teacher was forced to use a spell to isolate her from the class so she didn't disrupt the others' hard work. One after another, the familiars appeared, mostly mundane small creatures, though Krista Abilene summoned the most hideous little green goblin. Wolf didn't see what happened between them, but she was currently beating it with a rolled-up stack of paper. Someone should likely remind her that it was a familiar. She should be able to just order it around. Wolf began to feel a steady demand on his mana storage, and a constant drain of energy threw him to somewhere in the room as a pair of large, exceptionally dense clouds in the back, which seemed to be Cassie and Ella, began to fluctuate and go out of control. That wasn't necessarily a bad sign, Wolf thought. The last time the familiar summoning spell did something weird, the summoner got a cute slime. The draw on his power was more than a little uncomfortable, though, and rapidly getting worse. Not that he could just openly say anything about it. At least not in a room full of witches who had likely learned since birth that male magic users were evil and needed to be exterminated. Wolf, carefully stand up and take a step this way. The teacher ordered him, bringing Wolf to his feet. He didn't see anything wrong, but the teacher looked rather intrigued in a way that spelled trouble for Wolf. Then, the world around him seemed to twist, and he was standing in the back of the room between Cassie and Ella, who had been moved into the circles they were activating, replacing the dense black clouds of smoke inside the inscriptions. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 27 Minor Mishap. Chapter 27 Minor Mishap. What am I doing over here? Wolf wondered out loud, then realized that something was very wrong. He could feel mana being rapidly pulled through him, and it felt like he was being torn apart from the inside. The rush of energy felt like it was trying to tear his cells apart to feed its need, and he had nothing to give it since he had deliberately emptied himself of mana before coming to class. The pain was like nothing he had ever felt before. Not even the time he was hit by a delivery truck and broke his leg could compare to this, and the pain was everywhere. Everywhere but the mana pouch in his chest, which remained a tiny pain-free island of hope that he could cling to. He didn't have anything stored, so he pulled in mana as fast as he could, trying to keep something in his reserve to dampen the pain in his body. At this point, he didn't even care if anyone noticed his abilities. That tearing feeling was going to kill him if he didn't do something right this instant. Wolf was completely certain of it. The only thing holding his sanity together seemed to be 2 points of light next to his mana pouch, violet and powder blue. Just as he thought all hope was lost, the pain began to recede, and Wolf rapidly filled his mana capacity to prevent a repeat of whatever happened just now. Then he felt the inheritance spell writing something on his arm where its runes were etched, hidden from all eyes but his own. Supplicant bond offer obtained. Accept. 3 seconds to default answer. Wolf had no idea what the inheritance was trying to tell him. His head still hurt too much to think. Bonds accepted. Which Ella Mariel? Which Cassie Nakos? I must say, that was unexpected, but excellent work. Now, which of you succeeded and who needs to start over? Wolf heard the teacher's voice through the ringing in his head. I did. Both witches answered in unison, then glared at each other. You can't both have succeeded. Which one of you got a human as a familiar? Draw mana through your familiar, and their eyes will glow with your power. The teacher instructed, then gasped as the two students did as they were told. Wolf could feel the constant mana draw going to both witches as his internal storage tried to balance itself with their much weaker auras, but he was only now realizing what it meant. He had been summoned as a familiar. Or perhaps he had summoned them as a familiar. The way that the notification had been worded made it sound more like they were asking to be his familiars. 3 seconds to answer? What a sketchy system. Doesn't it know how much that hurt? Wolf complained, drawing the attention of the whole class, the teacher included. 3 seconds. You really did receive the notification. Tell me, slave, who is your master? The teacher asked. First of all, I'm not a slave. I just work here. Wolf corrected, and the teacher pinched the bridge of her nose. Fine, tell me, Wolf, who bonded you? You should feel a pull to them and a newfound affinity to their aura. Try to send them a bit of power, and we will know for sure. The teacher directed him. No harm in complying at this point. I'm pretty much screwed. Wolf thought, then sent a surge of mana through both bonds, causing both Cassie and Ella to collapse into his arms. You three, wait right here. Class, the rest of you are dismissed the moment you finish your summoning. Go and get familiar with your familiar for the rest of the day. She ordered, sending 7 students and animals running from the room in celebration, leaving behind Cassie and Ella, plus 1 fluffy white dog and its witch, who were distracted by each other and couldn't hear anything through the isolation bubble that the teacher had set up. Form study groups before the end of next week. The teacher called after them, having forgotten the last point of her lecture in her haste to empty the room. The study groups would spend nearly all their time in practical skills class together during the first semester, practicing spells and how to draw from both yourself and your familiar at once to improve your mana collection speed. It was detailed on the board at the front of the room, next to the summoning circle. Assuming that anyone other than Wolf had bothered to read it. Drawing mana through your familiar stabilized the freshly forged bond, which strengthened the link between witch and familiar, increasing the familiar's power. The witches got stronger mana flows and faster aura growth from a stronger familiar, making it a mutually beneficial relationship that built up in a sort of feedback loop. The remaining students in the room only had to wait a few seconds, wondering what was going to happen to them, before Headmistress Peach seemed to simply step out of the shadows in the corner of the room to glare at everyone present. How do you mess up a familiar summoning badly enough to need assistance? She demanded. They both summoned the same human. The teacher responded dryly. All right, we can fix this. Or maybe it doesn't need to be fixed. How is their compatibility? Do we have the testing device here? The headmistress asked. Over the course of the next week, the familiars and their witches would be tested for compatibility, and the witches would be informed of how much they could expect to gain from the relationship in the short term. Killing or otherwise dismissing the familiar wouldn't do them any good, as it would prevent the spell from being used again for an unknown amount of time, usually measured in years, so what they received today was what they had to work with. The teacher brought out a small stone tablet and placed it on the desk. Place your hands on hers and channel mana to her. Or she can draw it through you. Either one is fine. She sighed. Ella stepped up, and Wolf filled his mana storage to 50%, just enough that it should give a reliable result and ensure that one of the two witches beside him had the highest score among her classmates. Ella's hand touched his, and energy surged between them as she activated the device, causing her thighs to clench and her knees to buckle. Compatibility 97%. The room went absolutely silent, and the teacher rushed over to stand Ella back up while she gasped for breath and looked longingly at the cold floor. Repeat that test. Anything over 90 is unheard of, even for the most fated of familiar pairings. You two must be almost perfectly in sync in both mind and body to get a result like that. Ella looked a bit reluctant after the last time, but Wolf restored his mana to the same level and prepared to begin again. This time the teacher held Ella upright, but the reaction was the same. Compatibility 97.1%. It is settled then. Ella, no need to do the other compatibility and mana flow tests. Your perfect partner has been found. Cassie, step forward and take the test. The teacher's voice seemed a bit grim this time, and Wolf began to suspect that she had bad news for someone. Compatibility 97%. Cassie collapsed in Wolf's arms before the teacher took her and moved her to a chair, then returned to stare in confusion at the display of the testing device. What do we do, headmistress? With scores so high, it would cripple them to sever the bond. But sharing a familiar, especially a humanoid familiar? That's more than a bit unorthodox. Plus, he's still up for trial in the near future. The headmistress looked deep in thought and didn't respond when a new voice joined them. Mary, the witch in the fluffy pink hoodie, had left the isolation bubble. You know, I never thought the testing device would give anyone a high compatibility score with a male human. I mean, I like my new Pyrenees dog, I named him Pup, and he's male, but you're neither cute nor fluffy. How could there be compatibility there? The tiny witch asked. I don't know how the scores work, but things our friends like, we are likely to enjoy as well, right? Wolf asked. Plausible theory. I will have to bring it up at the book club. Their recruiter tells me that they do a lot of research on random topics, so there is a chance it has come up before. Don't go getting any ideas, though. You will never be a truly suitable familiar if you're not fluffy. Mary replied. That's a shame. You look really comfortable, like a fluffy pillow. You must have stolen all the potential softness from the other familiars in the room. Wolf teased her. Fluff is life. I can make you a pillow from the supply room, or you can substitute a soft witch for a fluffy pillow instead, since guys usually don't know what the truly good things in life are. The contact helps their aura, so they would probably help you out. Did anyone tell you about that already? How witches get stronger from just being in close contact with as well as drawing mana through a compatible familiar? Wolf nodded, amused by the tiny witch and her random train of thought. And I'm told the opposite is true as well. Familiars get stronger when in contact with powerful witches. The witch in her outlandish pink hoodie was definitely an oddball, but for the moment, Wolf had more questions than answers, and the two authorities in the room seemed lost in their thoughts while she was willing to give out answers. There is one more issue you should likely know about as well, Mary added. Might as well tell me now, get it all out in the open. Wolf sighed. The best time to be close to your familiar is when you're asleep. I've never heard of a witch and familiar that didn't sleep together. That didn't sound like an issue at all. At least it didn't until he looked at both Cassie and Ella and realized that there were going to be some very serious discussions about this topic in the very near future. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 28 Post-Summoning. Chapter 28 Post-Summoning. The headmistress didn't take much longer to break from her reverie and come to a decision. We will leave this arrangement as it is. Wolf, you will no longer be a hall monitor. As a familiar, your responsibility is to your witches, so you will go to classes with them when required, like any other familiar. As far as sleeping arrangements, I am not going to ask, and as a ward of the academy, until your investigation is done, you still have a room of your own. You will still be the teacher's assistant in the afternoon practical skills class since there isn't a replacement, and both of your witches are here anyhow. The headmistress instructed. We will also be adding someone to your study group. Raiko Morgan, the coven leader's youngest daughter. Her existing social group was determined to be a bad influence by her mother, so I hope you can help turn her around and keep her on track. They hadn't officially formed their study group yet, but both Cassie and Ella had a pretty good idea of who it could include. Though, with only 10 total people in the class, and the regular class students being on such a different level than the class of first years, there wasn't really much to choose from. Go get something to eat, learn about your familiars, and don't feed your dog chocolate or candies, Mary. Get your study groups organized, and we will see you next week. The teacher ordered them before physically shoving them out the door to talk to the headmistress. An impressive feat for a woman as small and old as she was. Well, let's go to the cafeteria. All the seniors should be there waiting on us to arrive. Can you imagine the look on their face at this super fluffy puppy? Mary asked. Nope, but it's going to be great, Wolf answered. He could guarantee that it wasn't the pup that was going to cause the next wave of gossip in the lunchroom, though. By the time they arrived, the cafeterias were all completely packed, and there were first-year students everywhere in the hallways. They couldn't even get close to their goal. The tall blonde witch known as Raiko was near the main floor doors to the dorm rooms with a small creature in her arms. It was wrapped up in a blue wool blanket, so Wolf couldn't tell what it was, but she seemed happy about her familiar, unlike Krista, who had physically restrained her goblin with multiple ropes and was the butt of many jokes among the others born from upper noble families. Hey Raiko, did you get the memo about the study group? Mary called out, as most of the sports-minded group from the regular class came out to join them with their new familiars. Some were missing, either still trying or having failed, but the vast majority had some sort of familiar with them. I did. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Raiko answered with a polite smile. Why don't we all head to the gardens out back? I saw benches there, where we can talk, away from the crowds. Wolf suggested. That would be pleasant. I will ask the staff to bring a light snack. Raiko agreed in true noble fashion, then paused and blushed. Sorry, I forgot we were at the academy, where things are different. Should we grab something on our way? She stammered. How about I grab drinks and snacks and meet you all there? I assume you all know each other from this morning, but I would also guess that you didn't interact much. Wolf suggested. Taking the back way to the staff cafeteria to grab refreshments, Wolf passed by the entrance to the running track and pools, finding a small group gathered there, looking through the locked door, as the facility wasn't open for the semester yet. It opens tomorrow, and a group of upperclassmen, including some Class A witches, will be there to practice and socialize. If you want to meet them, I suggest you come. Wolf suggested. Do you think they will welcome us? I mean, it is also the second and third year witches, right? One of the new students asked. I met them today, and I am certain they will. The academy doesn't have sports teams, so the witches that want to practice physical skills outside of combat classes group together on their own. Wolf told them. He would remind the girls about the event once he made it to the garden. They could always use more friends. Thanks, Wolf. You're way cooler than what the others said. One of the girls cheered, giving Wolf a fist bump before he left for the staff cafeteria. He got the drinks and snacks in only a few seconds, as the staff had been expecting such a request, but his group wasn't the only one in the gardens by the time he made it there, and some familiar faces had joined them. A few groups of witches from the other classes were there as well, for the same reason, escaping the crowd inside who were all gushing over the newly summoned familiars. The cafeteria had finger sandwiches and iced tea ready, Wolf announced as he arrived with his haul in 2 large containers. You're a lifesaver. But what took you so long? Ella asked. There were a bunch of students checking out the pool and track. I stopped to chat, and they're going to come to visit the regulars tomorrow when the pool opens. I heard that some of our local witches have a thing for handsome girls with toned abs, so I didn't think the group would mind. Swim team girls, was it? I'm in. Maybe I can find a new partner. Kundi answered a bit too quickly. That is the normal way of things. These initial study groups only usually last a few months unless there is a group assignment. All 5 of my older sisters went through the same thing when they were in the academy. Raiko explained, missing the meaning behind Kundi's words. Oh, are any of them still here? They could be valuable assistants when you're stuck on a spell. Ella suggested, but Raiko shook her head. The next is 3 years older than me, so she graduated last year. You heard about the old student council treasurer, right? Raiko asked, and all the girls nodded. Everyone agrees that she was such a bitch, though. How did you end up so nice? Asia asked, and Wolf almost choked on his tongue. This was not the cute witch academy idol behavior his fantasies and the media had sold him on. Raiko shook her head in dismay. If you thought she was bad here, you should see her at home where there aren't any rules to stop her. If I make it through this year, I am asking for a transferred position upon graduation. Even a wilderness administrator or monster control assignment. Anything to not go back to the city. Wilderness administrator? The news in the city said that nobody actually lived out in the wilderness other than in a few fortified villages, only monsters and mutants. Wolf knew the city news hid more than a few things from them, but how much didn't he know about the world? Could there be places where people really lived normal lives outdoors, away from the control of the coven? If it were an option, spending time in the wilderness away from prying eyes would really help him build his strength as a magi. Once he had better control, he could even challenge the monsters and get rich off their bodies. There were a lot of valuable spell ingredients in a monster's body. When they ended their meeting, both Raiko and Mary, along with all the sports fans and Cassie, had agreed to come to the pool in the morning to swim and meet new people, which meant Wolf needed another trip to the storage area. He hadn't picked up swim trunks because he hadn't thought he would have a need for them here. He wondered what he should pick. Long shorts? A Speedo? No, that was too tacky for someone who wasn't a professional swimmer. The decision was made for him in the supply room. There was a free Academy logo set of gym clothes, including swim shorts, and it was all that was currently available for men's swimwear. Wolf had missed that fact yesterday when he picked out his training outfits. It also came with very light running shoes and a pair of swim goggles, in case you needed them or wanted to truly train your aquatic skills. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 29 Late Night Visitor. Chapter 29 Late Night Visitor. Back in his room, Wolf could finally meditate, or at least try to. The events of the day and the 2 witches he was bonded to kept circling in his mind, breaking his concentration so badly that he was struggling to maintain the even pressure that was needed to cause a change in his mana pouch. He would get to see them again in the morning and spend the day at the pool getting to know everyone, so there was no reason for him to be so nervous and distracted. Still, Wolf couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen tomorrow. He would have his mana supply empty, and he had already proven that the skill to hide his existing talent was working. Nobody seemed to have noticed it during the tests or during class today. So what could this feeling be? Or was it a result of the familiar bond? The headmistress didn't mention anything about separation anxiety that Wolf could recall. Wolf had finished his meditation for the evening and was just getting settled into bed when there was a knock at his door. He cracked it open to see who was visiting him so late at night, and a pajama-clad Ella snuck past him and closed the door behind her. I was talking to Cassie, getting to know her since we now share a lifelong bond, when she let slip a very interesting detail. It seems her aura stabilized just by holding your hand and the aura wand you carved. She whispered. She was very close to forming her aura, I guess. Cassie is a very talented witch. Wolf dismissed her concerns. She also told me just how good it felt when you held her while she worked on spell circles, Ella smirked. Wolf only smiled for a second, then opened his arms. I can hold you and make you feel good as well. In fact, with our bond as a magic user and familiar, you could say that is my duty. We will get to that. But what I wanted to say was neither of those things is a normal event, and calmly reassuring the noble young witch in his lap so she could focus on her work isn't what a man with no knowledge of mana would do in that situation. He would freak out or maybe get turned on, but he would definitely be startled. From what she told me, you weren't at all surprised. You could already sense mana, couldn't you? That's why you wear gloves with your uniform, so nobody can physically touch you. With that, she grabbed Wolf's bare hand in both of hers. As he had just finished filling his mana pouch, he couldn't pass the imbalance off as anything else, so he did the only thing he could think of and froze. Ella began drawing mana from him and integrating it into her aura the way Cassie did in the vehicle on the way to school, only Ella was going faster and couldn't, or wasn't trying to, hide the effect. The more she drew from his storage into her aura, the more pronounced the effect got until she began not so discreetly rubbing against him, trying to relieve the tingling feeling in her body as she integrated the mana that Wolf had stored. Wolf couldn't take the panting and moaning anymore, so he picked her up, with one hand under each firm bottom cheek and lay her on the bed. Did she tell you that the feeling was more manageable with more skin contact? That's what she told me. Wolf whispered, then wrapped her up in his arms and began to feed her mana with their bodies pressed together. Wolf, you have to warn a girl before you do that. I almost passed out. Ella whispered. You're not finished, are you? I'm just getting started with you. Wolf replied, gently stroking her back. What? I don't think I can take much more. I should go back before Cassie wakes up alone. Ella stammered, with a deep blush lighting up her face as she realized the conversation had taken a much different turn than she had imagined on her way here. Wolf slowly began to pull mana back from her aura into his storage, leaving him with more than he began the process with, then pushed it all back to Ella, enhancing her aura once again. The sensation was exquisite, and her kisses began to roam his body while Wolf circulated the mana between them. Her soft mouth was the end of him, and Wolf barely held out longer than Ella had the first time he fed her mana before she was wiping the remains of his pleasure from her lips. Oh goddess, swallowing that was a mistake, but in a good way. I can feel the mana inside me. My whole body is hot. Is that what you feel like all the time? She whispered. I don't think so. Mana doesn't make me feel warm, but I hope you will make sure that this particular secret technique doesn't make it past you and Cassie. You know how most of the other students feel about any chance to get a hold of even a bit more power, and they will surely be suspicious of your progress, even if we can blame some of it on me being a familiar now. Wolf still had well over 90% of his storage capacity remaining, but what he had transferred was enough to turn Ella into a quivering mess. If others found that part out before connecting all the dots, being killed as a magi might be the least of his concerns. I already cautioned her to keep everything that she told me strictly secret, but I think the teachers that were with you might know, and the headmistress will have figured it out by now. I really have to go, though. Cassie made me promise not to get a head start. See you tomorrow at the pool. Ella replied, straightening her clothes and sneaking back out the door after making sure the hallway was clear. The pool. Wolf wasn't sure how he was going to look at Ella the same way after seeing her like that. All he could think of was bringing her back to finish what they had started. Sleep wasn't going to happen, so Wolf tried to meditate again. As he gathered mana and focused on his body, he noticed there had been some major changes. His muscles absorbed mana more easily than they had yesterday, and his bones were beginning to gain a light coating of mana. Was this the so-called familiar bond, the changes that enhanced familiars after prolonged or intense exposure to a witch's aura? It was multiplying the effects of his own meditation for the first hour after Ella left, then it faded back to the nearly imperceptible gains he was accustomed to. Oh, Ella, you magnificent little witch, you have no idea of the gift you have given me tonight, Wolf told the empty room as he calculated the gains that he could make while spending every night with the witches. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 30 Pool Party. Chapter 30 Pool Party. According to the guidebook in his room, the pool had changing rooms and towels provided, with access to the gym through a side door. Like the room doors, the lockers were biometric locks, so you didn't need to carry a key with you, but Wolf could see that being an issue after too long in the pool. If it did become an issue, he could always hit the gym after swimming. The academy didn't seem to plan on stopping him from doing anything but leaving before his trial. For the second time in one night, someone was knocking at his door, making Wolf wonder if the pursuit of a quiet day at the academy was just a dream. "Wolf, get up! The pool is open. Just wear your gym clothes over. We like to go for a workout before lunch. It helps the digestion." Asia, one of the girls from the sports-minded group who had joined them for lunch the other day, called through the door, then Wolf heard her leave at an energetic jog. Time had passed faster than he had thought, and it was no longer night, as he had thought it was, so Wolf got dressed and headed out. Unexpectedly he found the student council president and her assistant grabbing a very early breakfast when he stopped at the staff cafeteria, the only one that had a full meal set up this early in the morning. "Early morning pool days already? You'll be the best toned familiar in no time. And count them 2 witches for our lucky rookie." Merc laughed as Wolf grabbed a muffin, then reconsidered and grabbed a whole tray of them. "My witches are high energy for sure, but you don't look like you're getting fat and lazy either. Perhaps you will be joining us?" Wolf asked Merc while the president shook her head. "We're too busy these days. Maybe once everyone is settled in, and all the usual beginning of the year type conflicts are all sorted out. Student council also deals with roommate issues," she explained. Hundreds of witches who had never shared or been denied anything in their lives were suddenly told that they couldn't bring their personal effects and that they were sharing a room with a stranger. What could possibly go wrong in that scenario? Other than everything. Wolf didn't envy the president even a little bit at that moment. He wasn't the only one among the pool attendees that thought of breakfast, and there was an assortment of foods and drinks on the tables at the edge of the room when Wolf arrived. Everyone was still in their gym clothes, having a morning meet and greet along with the athletic upperclassmen and the freshly summoned familiars. Most of the second and third year witches had brought their roommates as well, and Cassie waved happily from her spot among some senior classmen as she saw Wolf come in with muffins. "Oh, the guest of honor, my beloved blueberry muffin, long time no see." One of the witches cheered, grabbing one off of the tray. "Hello, everyone. It looks like you got a pretty good turnout this time," Wolf announced, noticing a large number of first-year students. They were a bit nervous, but most of the crowd wasn't from Class A, so it helped them relax a little and not feel too inferior or intimidated. The energetic girl known as Kundi also helped. Seeing the girls who had come prepared for a competitive swim, she became the witchy equivalent of a shark in the waters. It was almost guaranteed that she would drag one or more off for compatibility testing of their own sort today. The woman was an unstoppable force of nature. With a light snack in them and a lot of conversation, the talk inevitably turned competitive. Kundi had challenged a pair of girls to a race, and the upperclassmen had their own plans for a competition. "All right, everyone who is swimming, go get changed and be back here in 5 minutes." Risa, the unofficial leader of the group, announced. It didn't take long until everyone got changed and tossed their clothes in a locker, then gathered up by Risa for the competition plans. "All right, first up, there has been a challenge from Kundi to a pair of her fellow first years to prove that they are actually fit enough to compete. I think we will all enjoy this one." Kundi was a competitive swimmer all through grade school. "After that, we have a challenge among the fourth years, and finally a challenge from myself to Wolf Nakus," Risa declared. "I knew he wouldn't get away with that joke." One of the older girls laughed, earning a glare from Risa. Wolf had expected a lot of slender athletic bodies in this group, but some of them were hiding surprising assets under their uniforms. Kundi, for one, but also Risa, who must bind her chest at school, and surprisingly Cassie, who had looked rather formless under her loose civilian clothing when he met her. Cassie and Ella came to sit with Wolf while Kundi and the girls that she had challenged took their places. "How was your first full day at the academy?" Wolf asked Cassie as she settled into a chair. "Don't remind me. It's a nightmare. I scored too high on the test, so the high nobles felt insulted, and they're really mean people, except Raiko. Then there was the whole summoning incident, and now the familiar link isn't working correctly." Cassie sighed. Wolf gave her a soft hug. "At least you can make friends here." But what do you mean the familiar link is not working correctly? Cassie shook her head. Bullying isn't going to be the major issue. I'm sure I can make even more friends. But the link is concerning. A witch should be able to summon their familiar from anywhere in the vicinity, but Ella and I tried this morning, and you didn't even wake up. We will have to ask the teachers about it on Monday. Wolf had no idea how to apologize to someone for becoming a defective familiar if that was even what he was. His inheritance didn't call him their familiar. It just said they were bonded. It wasn't something that you could just fix with words, and he didn't know enough to even suggest a solution. He did have a few ideas about how they could strengthen the bond, though, each one better than the last. At least Professor Ashcroft likes you. Spending half the day in potions would suck if she didn't like you. Ella tried to console her. That makes it worse. She threatened to put me alone at a table by her desk because I'm already ahead of the others. Elder Maria? Wolf asked quietly, and Cassie nodded. As a cripple and non-witch, Elder Maria wasn't supposed to be able to create potions successfully. But she clearly still had the skills, or at least the knowledge, to teach Cassie. We will think of something. You can't force people to stop being jealous, but since we share a familiar, I think Professor Ashcroft will let me switch tables even if she wanted to put you in the front. Ella assured her. Wolf would also be there all day at the start because the newest students weren't expected to be able to successfully use enough mana to create the potions without their familiar, so she wouldn't be completely alone at the table either way. I just need to follow Grandma's advice and get far enough ahead to crush the others so badly on the exams that their opinion doesn't matter, Cassie replied with a nostalgic smile. Then the first things you need are defensive spells and someone helping you build power outside class. Wolf can help you with both of those, can't he? Risa asked, joining them to watch the races. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 31 Anything but late for dinner. Chapter 31 Anything but late for dinner. Mary and Raiko both arrived late, bringing the last of the study group to the pool. Sorry, we were late. I didn't realize you would be eating here. Mary was looking forward to, where did Mary go? Raiko introduced herself. One of the girls has a bunny for a familiar. She got sidetracked. Ella laughed, pointing to where the two had retreated to a table to hold an intense discussion. Kundi had finished her challenge, and the loser of the race was sent to get a refill on the drinks while the other two witches openly flirted. While they waited, the gathering naturally broke into smaller groups, with Kundi, Asia, and Mary gathering their fluffy familiars at one table and Wolf, Ella, Raiko and Cassie at the one next to them, along with the small red-scaled lizard that was Raiko's familiar. Unfortunately, these study groups don't usually last long. Raiko sighed. She had said the same thing in different words yesterday, and Wolf wondered if she was a bit lonely already and not looking forward to studying alone. Don't worry. We won't let you escape so easily. You already told us your deepest, darkest secret. Ella told her, referring to the young noble's desire to leave the city. Raiko's face brightened up immediately at that comment while her little lizard, Flame, made a happy squeal and let off a wave of heat. If you don't mind, I'm in. My sisters taught me a lot of things about how to maximize your growth rate, and I'm sure Wolf can handle hanging around the three of us and Flame. It's only the weak familiars who get exhausted from the bonds draw in class. Wolf hadn't realized until now, but Flame was a magical creature and not just a regular lizard as most reptile familiars were. Our practical training involves a lot of spell casting, and the familiars increase our mana collection rate, so we need them there, Ella explained to Wolf. Oh, I don't think we were properly introduced. Good to meet you. I'm Raiko Morgan, the youngest daughter of Coven leader Morgan. Stick with me, and I will be able to teach you lots of random tips and tricks. Waiting on the scheduled classwork to catch up with your progress would just be a waste of our first year. Cassie perked up at the promise of spell training. Most of their classmates really were too far behind her in power at this point since she tested between 3 and 5 times stronger in the aura exams than the rest of Class A, and many were almost as far behind in knowledge, so it would help ensure that she achieved her goal of crushing them all in the exams and making her grandmother proud. I look forward to your assistance, Cassie answered with a bow that made her brush against Wolf. The spark was there again, despite the fact that Wolf had the protective skill active to hide himself and no mana in his system. He would have to be extra careful about touching random people until he knew what the limits of his ability were. Or perhaps this time, it was from Cassie, who now had an active aura and might not be used to controlling her power yet. Either way, it was rather pleasant. We should do a movie night after this. Group bonding activity, and we can talk about the things that shouldn't be said in public. Raiko suggested, making Risa smirk at her. So you're thinking of things that shouldn't be spoken about in public already, are you? Watch out, Wolf. You're going to end up some Coven Council witch's pet, watching a house full of little witchlings as she attends council meetings. The fourth-year witch joked while Ella and Cassie gave her a dirty look for the joke about someone stealing their familiar. What Raiko actually meant was that she wanted to talk about her plans for this year and what she would do next year, assuming she passed her classes. Graduation and nobility weren't guaranteed things, even for Class A in the second year, as the nobility standard changed constantly based on the relative power level of the existing nobles. In a strong generation like the one Elder Maria was from, even decently powerful witches could fail to make the cut or end up at the very bottom of the nobles' power structure. After seeing the way this generation of witches was shaping up against the standards at the academy, it might be much easier than expected to gain a title, Wolf thought. The loser of the swimming race came back empty-handed, but nobody cared. They were all busy with the new familiars. How much stronger do I need to get to graduate the first year? Cassie asked Raiko while the new pairs celebrated. A lot of it is about the potion and spell knowledge, but if you can pass the exams and get an aura strength of 100, you can qualify as a commoner witch at the final exam, Raiko explained. Oh, that's easy then. I have a great memory for recipes, and I'm already over 100 aura strength. Cassie's revelation shocked Raiko, who had left the assembly early to answer a message from her mother. Anything over 30 when they entered the academy was usually enough for Class A, but having enough aura to pass the exams during the first week was just cheating. While everyone else in the first year struggled to slowly gather the mana to use the spells they were learning, she would be able to do them repeatedly until she had them right. What none of them realized yet was that the same applied to Ella, whose aura strength was skyrocketing after bonding with Wolf, as their relative power levels naturally wanted to equalize. That settles it, then. Movie night tonight and a refresher class tomorrow to get Cassie and Ella up to speed on the first few weeks' materials. Raiko decided. Ella nodded her agreement and got to her feet. Now, into the pool. We have wasted enough time on the deck. What started as a swim turned into a free-for-all as soon as a ball was introduced, and before they knew it, the announcement that dinner was about to be served was playing throughout the school. Everyone, change quickly if you want good seats, Risa announced, throwing a shirt over her head and sliding into shorts, still damp from the pool. A good seat? The cafeteria looked large enough for everyone. Wolf asked. It is, but the inner tables are closely spaced, we smell like sweat and pool, and half the school reeks of overdone perfume and body sprays. The walls are the good tables. Risa explained before slipping her shoes on and running toward the cafeteria. Ladies, shall we? Wolf asked, picking one up in each arm. Oh, this is the way to travel. Mary, you should ask the pup if you can get a ride. Ella laughed. Mary gave her familiar a pleading look as she threw a school uniform dress over her bikini. The so-called pup was easily 200 pounds of fluff and muscle, making it 3 times the tiny witch's size. It reluctantly agreed and let her on, but once the ride turned into a mobile hug as the first year's resident fluff lover settled in, Pup seemed to lose his hesitancy and happily trotted off after the crowd. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 32 You didn't specify. Chapter 32 You didn't specify. Wolf set the girls down at the entrance to the student locker room and moved to the staff room, where he left his clothes. Wolf, save us a seat, would you? We will take longer than you to get changed. Ella called from next door as Wolf stuffed his swim trunks in one of the provided mesh laundry bags everyone used to carry their gym gear. Not a problem. I will meet you up there. He called, then jogged out into the hallway. Only one corridor over, he met up with Mary, who had stopped so that Pup could meet another canine familiar. But when he caught up to some of the other girls, it turned into a foot race to the cafeteria. "Dang, you're fast. Chasing down a familiar is no joke," the second place finisher panted, passing Wolf as he went to look for a table. A burning sensation started on his arm, and with it, the sensation of immense demand on his mana. Bonded partners request the use of which magic fast travel. Do you accept? Y/N. Wolf hadn't seen any sort of message like this from his inheritance before. Maybe it was part of the familiar link? He didn't recall the familiars getting a choice, though. But if it was going to be a regular thing, he would have to stop wearing long sleeves or at least keep his cuffs unbuttoned, or he would never know what the messages were supposed to be. He also didn't know any sort of traveling spell, much less a witch magic one, but if the inheritance was willing to help, or it was part of the familiar bond, he was more than happy to go along with it. "I accept, bring them here," Wolf thought. Wolf rushed to fill his storage capacity as a huge amount of mana was pulled through him to the spot where a magical circle lit up around his feet, filling with smoke, and then suddenly, both Cassie and Ella were there in front of him. "Ta-da! Seats found!" Wolf greeted them while the room went silent. "What in the world was that?" "We were trying to summon you back to the locker room to see if the familiar bond was working," Ella asked. "See, I thought you didn't want to walk all the way here, so I brought you here instead of me there. It's a good thing you were dressed," Wolf admitted. "Oh, do you recall that girl in our year that had a pixie as a familiar? It was always doing things like that. Misinterpreting requests, playing pranks using poorly worded orders, making her underwear invisible," the cook asked her partner. "You forget, I have a demonic imp as a familiar. It is almost as annoying." "So, boy, what one are you? Demon, fae, or undead?" The other, heavier-set cook asked Wolf. "Why would you think I was one of those three?" Wolf asked. "Well, that's about it for things that both look human and can be familiars, so you've pretty much got to be one of the three," she replied. "I suppose I could tell you as a personal favor," Wolf agreed, teasing the woman, who held her hands up in defeat. "Never mind. If the answer is fae or demon, I don't want to owe you a favor, and if the answer is neither of those, I really don't want to owe you a favor." She laughed. A witch's word was said to be her bond, and they could easily capture a promise or favor in a spell to force compliance later. It was one of the first things Uncle Ivan warned Wolf about when he was a little kid, watching what he promised them. Even a casual conversation with the authorities could be used to magically force compliance and make you turn on your people. "Back up a bit. How did you even do that?" Cassie asked. You tried to summon me. I thought it was better to bring you here, and then there was a summoning circle." Wolf phrased it as a question. "I heard that demons can use traveling magic fairly freely. Even some of the lesser imps can do it. Are you sure this isn't a duplicate of the real Wolf?" someone asked. "There is an easy way to test. Just ask him something from before the summoning, something only the real one would know," another student suggested. Wolf leaned in close to Cassie's ear and whispered. "The first time we created an amulet, you passed out in my bed. The second time we made the one you're wearing around your neck." That made her blush bright red, and she began to nod rapidly. "Yes, this is the real Wolf, or at least he has all the memories ready." Ella was smirking at Cassie's blush, but Wolf wasn't about to out anyone's secrets, so he just led the two to an open table and went to get the food. The cafeteria worker handed him a tray with 4 orders of the special on it, as well as a small dish of raw meat, and made a gesture toward where Raiko had just made it to the cafeteria. "What happened? You were summoning Wolf, and then you vanished," she panted. "He thought we wanted to come here. Apparently, there is a choice when you get a humanoid familiar," Ella informed her with an upset look. "Don't be mad. Let me know what you want in advance, and I am sure things will work out better next time," Wolf told her, setting out the plates, and passing the raw meat to Flame, Raiko's reptilian familiar. The small, red, armored lizard gave him a distinct thumbs up before digging in, which made Wolf laugh. The creature was more intelligent than he had given it credit for. I wonder what went wrong? It's supposed to go by your will, not his random guess. He couldn't be strong enough to overpower the bond, could he? Raiko asked, tapping her fingers on Flame's head as she was deep in thought. I thought you couldn't break the bond. Wolf asked. A familiar can't. Once they have accepted, it's for life. But if they are particularly strong, they can resist parts of it, or in an extreme case where they are immensely more powerful than the witch who summoned them, they can even attempt to reverse the dynamic at the moment that they're summoned. That's what demons are famous for. Risa explained from across the aisle. Tempting. Do you think I could ask them to keep wearing the schoolgirl outfit even if I did that? Wolf asked, making Risa choke and splutter on her mouthful of soup and earning him a smack on the back of the head from Ella, who was closest. Probably. Witches who lose to their demonic familiar usually suffer very bad ends, though. They're usually either killed or dragged to the demon realm. It might be a waste to reverse the contract only to have them do things they were already doing for you. A senior class student pointed out. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 33 Bonding. Chapter 33 Bonding. After dinner, everyone went to shower away the scent of the pool. The school didn't use an overdose of chlorine as the ones in the city did, but it still had a mild chemical smell that the sensitive noses in the academy could detect. Wolf had just gotten out of the shower and grabbed his clothes when he got another message from his inheritance. Bonded partner requests your presence. Activate fast travel Y/N. 3 seconds remaining. Wolf had been waiting for this chance. He pulled just his uniform pants on and grabbed his shirt. Travel to partner. The world seemed to blur, and Wolf found himself standing in a large dorm room. 2 beds sat on opposite walls, and a couch sat in the middle of the room, facing a magical fireplace with a television above it. Nice place you've got here. Wolf greeted them while he admired the immaculately clean dorm room and the sight of 2 witches kneeling in front of him in their pajamas. They must have just finished drawing the magical circle on the floor, the one Wolf was standing on. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if it's possible to aim my arrival. Wolf apologized. No, you arrived just where we wanted. We thought the problem might be that we didn't have practice, so we used a physical circle this time, and it worked much better. Cassie explained. Yes, this time, I got a notice that you requested my presence. It's a good thing I had a few seconds to respond. I had just gotten out of the shower. Wolf stepped out of the circle carefully, and Ella placed the rug back over it before moving to sit on the large couch facing the television. Cassie picked the spot at the end, so Wolf moved the ottoman in front of them and sat down in between. Close contact helps build your aura, right? This is the best way to do that. He explained and then pulled the witches close to his side. We have half an hour before Raiko arrives for the movie night, and she's bringing the popcorn. Why don't we build our bond a little first? Ella suggested, drawing a hint of mana through Wolf and incorporating it into her aura. The witch's aura didn't actually hold mana, it was more like a solar panel for mana, and this exercise increased both the size and efficiency. But it took mana to do, and if they tried to draw mana through their aura, they couldn't enhance it at the same time. So, they needed either a familiar or a magical item to help them with the process. They had company coming, so Wolf placed his arms around their shoulders and let them practice while he relaxed. He had almost dozed off due to the comfortable warmth when there was a knock at the door, and Ella hopped up to get it, her short, light blue hair now fully dry. Raiko and Mary? That's unexpected. Please, come in. Ella greeted them. We're roommates. I hope you don't mind the extra presence. The rest of my study group wanted to stay in alone with their familiars. Mary explained. The pup was right behind them, with Flame sitting on his head, eagerly waiting to get into the room. As soon as the girls cleared the door, the fluffy white dog rushed past everyone and lay on the floor in front of the fireplace, giving it an expectant look. Subtle, isn't he? Cassie laughed, grabbing the remote to turn the electric fireplace on. Cool, his tattoo matches your amulet. Mary noticed, poking Wolf on the arm where the Naku's family crest was clearly visible but otherwise ignoring his shirtless attire. Wolf looked down at the family mark, made as a child after he was adopted, to ensure his status as a member of the Naku's family while he fought to earn a better place in life. It had changed from what he recalled now that he looked more closely. The errors in the runes had adjusted, and the damage from years of growth was repaired. If it weren't time-fated, he would think it was brand new again. We're very distantly related but have the same family name after all. Wolf agreed. How distantly? The tiny witch asked suggestively. I think the last time our families interconnected was 11 generations ago, Cassie told her with a smile, still resting a hand on Wolf's chest to work on her aura. That only made Mary's smile even larger. She was about to speak again when Raiko hugged her from behind, the larger woman's prodigious chest nearly swallowing the smaller witch's head. Go and sit. The snacks are ready. We will talk magic after the first movie. Raiko instructed, much to Mary's annoyance. She wasn't a patient person, and she had good questions circling around her brain right now. The film she picked was a tragic romance, and by the end, there were 4 sobbing witches on the couch. Raiko did her best to hide her emotional state, while Wolf tried his best to console Cassie and Ella without mentioning the ending of the movie and upsetting them even more. It was Pup who had the best luck at that, as he simply flopped himself across Raiko and began to lick Mary's face clean until she laughed. That might not have been the best choice of movie. How about we start on the essential spells? Raiko here practiced a lot before coming to the academy since she missed last year's entry by only a few weeks. Mary suggested. This was the true purpose of the study groups, not to watch movies and bond but to improve their knowledge. They usually broke up due to conflicting egos, but if they lasted and actually studied, the witches in them usually ended up much better off than their less dedicated peers. Let's start with the basics, then. My mother said every witch needs a storage talisman. She wouldn't send me here with anything, she says it builds character, but I have the circle. Raiko began. I made one myself to give to my grandmother as a gift before I left. They're pretty easy once you know the trick to them. Carve the circle, so your paint doesn't run, and place your choice of reagent on top. You can choose the correct one to use by which one reacts the best when you draw in mana while holding it. Cassie explained. Or if you don't have high-quality reagents like we don't tonight, you draw a bit of blood and use as much mana as you can from your familiar to substitute for the reagent while creating the amulet. For mana collection spells, they are usually the best reagent anyhow. Raiko agreed. That sounded like exactly what Wolf had done with Cassie, though the familiar spell hadn't connected them at the time. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 34 Benefit of Good Friends. Chapter 34 Benefit of Good Friends. Ella was giving Wolf an apprehensive look, but she nodded her agreement and went to grab her school supplies while the others took the opportunity to draw a bit of blood from their familiar and mix it with a paint marker. Wolf was shocked that neither complained much, even though the small tube had to be a fair bit of blood for a small lizard such as Flame. My family heirloom is a storage device, so I will sit this one out since I know the spell, Cassie explained, then handed Ella a pre-mixed paint marker and leaned against Wolf while the others worked. Their wooden discs, provided by the school, were much higher quality than the ones Cassie and Wolf had used, durable enough that they wouldn't need to be protected with resin. Wolf went along with them and carved another, knowing that someone was likely going to make a mistake the first time. Ella's handwriting was surprisingly good, Mary's was a bit flowery but passable, and the only failure was Raiko, who placed one of the runes out of order. Here, use this one. It's better than waiting to do it again. Wolf suggested. The moment he placed it in front of her, Flame licked it clean and then let loose a small burst of fire and lightly singed it dry. No other familiar's fingers on your witch's talisman? That's understandable. Wolf told the lizard, who seemed very excited to have its intentions understood. Pup didn't even bother to get up, still resting his head against Mary while she filled the runes on her talisman with the mixed paint. Oh, this is so much better than doing them by calligraphy. Plus, they will last longer since the runes won't rub off. Excellent idea, Cassie. Raiko commended her as she finished the talisman. Now, do we just have them nearby, or do we need them to touch the talisman? Ella asked. For a familiar, have them touch you. The more skin contact, the better because it increases the rate of mana transfer and will make the process faster, so you don't exhaust yourself. Raiko explained, looking at Wolf and smiling. Ella was wearing the school-issued long silk pajamas, which might be an issue, but Mary chose a nightgown, so her legs and arms were bare as she wrapped herself around Pup. We're all friends here. No need to be shy. Or I can just put my arms around your waist. Wolf suggested. That was what he did with Cassie, and it worked excellently, but he couldn't say that around strangers. I have a better idea. Wolf, close your eyes. Cassie suggested. Wolf wasn't sure where this was going, but he had high hopes. Especially after he felt a piece of cloth being tied around his head as a blindfold. Someone pushed his pant legs up, and then there was a round of quiet giggles before soft flesh landed against his chest, and bare legs rested against his. Wolf wrapped his arms around Ella's bare waist and felt her wiggle a little, getting comfortable. So I just hold the talisman and draw as much mana as I can through him into it? Ella asked. That's right. Wolf, if it helps, you can push a bit of mana as well if you have the ability. I know Flame does. Raiko explained. Not a problem. I can do that a little bit. He drew as much as he could into his mana pouch before they started. It wasn't even close to full, but it should be close to what he had available for the second talisman with Cassie, the one she wears as a family heirloom. Alright, here we go, Ella muttered, and Wolf felt the pull as she began to draw mana as fast as she could. Wolf added his own stored mana smoothly over the course of a second, completing the spell with a surge as he let the talisman drain the last of his capacity, and Ella gave a silent shudder in his arms before going limp against him. She was still holding herself upright, though, so she wasn't unconscious, but Wolf deeply regretted being blindfolded right now. Oh, that looked intense. Wolf must have a pretty good compatibility and mana flow rate. Mary cheered, making Wolf smile. 97% compatible with both of them. That's why the headmistress didn't strip either of them of their familiar bond. Wolf explained. Wow, that's crazy compatible. I think I'll only be in the mid-80s with Pup, and that's still really high. Mary sighed. Now, draw mana from your familiar, and fill the talisman you just created. It will let you cast a few spells instantly with stored mana, which will be really useful if you actually have to use the shield spell we're learning next. Raiko explained. This one didn't have to be a talisman. They could just memorize the incantation and visualization to activate it. It was part of their innate magic, and eventually, they would be able to do it with just a thought, so Wolf assumed that he would get a chance to watch and learn, but that wasn't his fate. We need to keep drawing from our familiars until we have it right, and contact helps, so I'm sorry, but Wolf, you will remain blindfolded, Ella explained. Understandable. With a human familiar, you will need time to get truly comfortable around them. Wolf agreed. Going against his resistance, Ella moved out of his lap to lean against his left side, and a second body leaned against his right. That must be Cassie. While they worked on the shield spell, Wolf focused on the sensation but then realized he, too, could be working on something magical. Fire magic was the only magi circle he knew, but a bit of warmth wouldn't hurt anything. He focused on the spell circle, then on releasing heat into the area around him. It was slow going at first, and it was hard to maintain his focus with the two witches' bodies pressed up against him, but eventually, Wolf managed to maintain a steady warmth in the room. It required very little power, only a few % of what he could continually draw, but the effect was exactly what he hoped, bringing the temperature in the room from a cool 20 degrees up to around 28, where it was more comfortable for everyone to have next to no clothes on. By the time Wolf had mastered the technique, it was getting late, and the girls were packing up their school bags while making plans to meet before class. Raiko and Mary left as soon as their supplies were packed, and Ella got up to put her pajamas back on, so Wolf was going to get up as well, but Cassie shifted to face him, pressing her chest against his arm. I don't mind if you stay the night. Being close to your familiar, even while sleeping, helps the aura. She whispered. I would love to, but I should change, Wolf suggested, pointing to the fact he still had nothing but pants and a blindfold on. Just lose the pants. Cassie decided, then tugged them down and realized Wolf hadn't had time to put boxers on. As I said, I should probably change. He laughed, imagining the look on her face. No, just go lead him to the bed, Cassie. We have a lot to talk about tonight. Ella said softly, and Wolf felt a hand guiding him. Once at the bed, he was arranged on his back in the middle and with a body on either side. Then a blanket was pulled over them, and his blindfold was finally removed. There, that's better, Cassie said softly, cuddling up against him as Wolf wrapped her in his arm and pulled her close. Ella leaned over the top of Wolf to face Cassie and began to whisper in an apologetic tone. What I wanted to tell you was that I might have snuck a head start while you were sleeping last night. But what I learned was amazing. Fluids contain mana, and you can work with them for an hour afterward to either cast spells or build your aura. You did what? All the way on the first night? Ella, I knew you liked him, but isn't that a bit fast? Cassie whispered back. No, not all the way, just with my mouth. The mana burns when it reaches your stomach, but in a good way, and you can use it to build your aura. Ella explained quickly, emphasizing the point about it being good for the growth of her aura. Really? I never considered that. But you promised no head starts, so you had better not do anything tonight. Just meditate and build your aura. Cassie replied. The two shook hands on their deal, and Wolf pulled them both partially on top of him before beginning to drift off to sleep, vaguely amused by the fact that they were making such deals as if he weren't here to have a say in them. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 35 Goblins are Idiots. Chapter 35 Goblins are Idiots. Wolf woke up incredibly warm but entirely unwilling to move. On his left was the short blue hair of Ella, above her slender and toned body, with just a hint of womanly curve hidden under her academy-issued pajamas. On his right was the long brown hair of Cassie, who had his thigh in a leg lock, using him as a body pillow. He could hear the fan going, but none of that blessed breeze was reaching him, despite the blanket being long since discarded and only a light sheet remaining. The clock read 6:55, so Wolf knew he only had a few minutes left to enjoy this situation before the alarm went off. From what he could see, the evening's events had done them a lot of good. Both of their auras were notably stronger and more stable this morning. Wolf didn't know if that was normal during the early days after getting a familiar, but he had heard that the right one made a huge difference to a witch's growth. He also felt stronger this morning, though, which surprised him. If they were so much weaker than he was, causing him to be constantly building their aura in a natural effort to balance them with his level, and his presence made a big difference in their progress, wouldn't he logically only get a little feedback? The inheritance should have his answer if he could figure out how to get it to tell him. Inheritance, display. Show gains. Status. Rewards. Interface. None of them was changing the symbol in any way, so Wolf searched the inscription itself for any details that he could find among the runes and writing. Magi bloodline 3%. Lightning affinity low. Fire affinity low. Gravity affinity low. Other elements locked. Bonded witch Ella Mariel. Bonded witch Cassie Nakas. Bond ability fast travel. All of the percentages and levels were a guess on his part, going by the amount of the rune that was filled in instead of hollow, but it was more information than he had even a few minutes ago. The inheritance spell was simply too complex, being made up of countless layers of magical writing, so only the bits on the surface were legible. He probably couldn't even use a microscope to look at it more clearly, since it only showed up to his own eyes, and it was well known that you couldn't take a picture of a spell inscription activating in the air. It wouldn't show up in the film or even in a mirror. Wolf felt that he had made a fairly large jump in his mana level over the last day, and his ability to use mana had improved a little. The bloodline's actual effects were a bit vague since he was only piecing together the parts of the tiny magical writing that he could read among the multiple layers of magical text, but he was more interested in the unlocking other elements part. For example, wind would be great to help disperse some of this body heat. But according to the writing of the inheritance, he had gravity control. If he could make it work, he could push the oscillator button on the fan and make it turn to cool him down as well. Simply focusing his will made the fan shake, but the button simply wouldn't budge. The fan housing was moving, so his spell was working somewhat, but the button wouldn't move. I have got to pull it up, not push it down, Wolf mentally sighed, realizing his mistake. The whole fan wobbled at first, but then the button pulled up, and the fan started turning just as the alarm went off. Good morning, Ella mumbled. Good morning, Wolf replied, and she sat straight up in bed. Sorry, for a second, I forgot where I was. I'm going to shower. You wake Cassie up. Ella apologized, running for the shower. Are you up? If you don't get up, I'll have to kiss you awake. Wolf teased Cassie, who forcefully scrunched her eyes closed. Wolf turned to cradle her head, placing a gentle kiss on her lips. She was still pretending to be asleep, even when he kissed the tip of her nose, making her sneeze, but their fun was interrupted by Ella coming back out of the bathroom. Will you two stop making out? It's time for breakfast. If you don't hurry, there won't be time to shower. Ella reminded them, stepping out of the bathroom in a towel. Fine, I will go shower and meet you back here in 10 minutes, Wolf complained while the blue-haired witch stuck out her tongue at him. He got back just in time to help Cassie braid her hair and to help Ella find her tights. She had left them in a bag under her own bed after picking them up at the supply room. Today Wolf realized why the cafeteria was so large. From the second year on, they had practical training for the first half of the day, which meant bringing familiars to class. Some didn't bother or didn't have to, but most of them needed their familiar nearby for the training, which only got more difficult every semester. That meant a whole room full of witches and small animals, with a few oversized or non-furry outliers like Flame and Wolf. The first years were going to potion class, so only a few had brought helpers. You, familiar guy. Tell this creature to behave. Krista Abilene demanded, dragging a goblin with her by its long green ear. Dude, what's your problem? Wolf asked the clearly battered and frustrated goblin, who made a lewd hip thrust in response and looked at his summoner. Wolf leaned forward to whisper in the goblin's ear. Humans are different. You need to blend in, behave like them, dress nicely and stay clean. Then once she forgets you're a goblin in a few years, you make your move, and you can keep her pregnant and happy forever. The goblin cheered, then gave Wolf a fist bump and ran to the sink to wash, causing shouts of outrage from the kitchen workers who were trying to do dishes in it. With that done and bubbles of dish soap still dripping from his body, he grabbed a tablecloth from an unoccupied table and fashioned it into a new toga that dragged far behind him on the floor, then returned to stand politely beside his witch. Do you speak goblin or something? That was amazing. How long will it last? Krista asked. As long as it needs to. Just treat him well and keep civilizing him. You'll have the best behaved familiar in the class in no time. Wolf assured her. The snobby blonde went back to her friend group with a much better behaved goblin while Wolf tried not to laugh. They were both idiots, and he wondered which one would win the battle of wits. Her parents are senior government ministers. I hope you didn't do anything that will cause trouble. Risa whispered to him. Not at all. I told him if he was well behaved and helpful until she graduated, he stood a chance at getting what every goblin wants. Wolf whispered back. Your evil Risa mouthed silently, joining her friends for breakfast. Not many first-year students brought their familiars to potions class, and Wolf wondered why Krista would if she was having issues with hers. Unless maybe it wasn't safe for her to leave the goblin unattended. So, are you ready to be our personal porter for the morning? Familiars are usually only brought to potions to fetch and carry. Ella joked. It's my handsome face, isn't it? You just can't stand to be away from me for even a little while. Wolf joked back. You just wait. Beautification potions are among our first lessons since every witch wants one. We will have you back to stunning and handsome in no time. Maybe that's the missing 3% compatibility. You never know. Cassie cut in, making the room laugh. The next thought through Wolf's mind was that if beauty potions were one of the first things they learned, how ugly was Cassie's sister Melody before she left. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 36 Regular Class and Potions. Chapter 36 Regular Class and Potions. After eating, all of the first-year students headed for the basement for their lab work. Professor Ashcroft was waiting for Class A at the door to her lab, giving Wolf a look of pity. "I didn't expect to see you again in this sort of situation, at least not before a proper and thorough investigation was completed." "Oh, no need to pity me. I've got it pretty good." Wolf laughed, confusing the teacher. "I have seen so-called magi familiars before, and drawing mana through the men accused of being able to use magic is excruciatingly painful. For them, that is. That's why the coven uses it as a punishment. Even with good compatibility, the process usually drives them to suicide within a few years." She whispered, so the young witches didn't hear. There was no reason to lie to a teacher that already knew so much about him. He wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, and the headmistress had tacitly approved of him as a familiar already. Wolf shook his head. "Maybe if they forcefully exceeded what I could supply and my storage was dry. But normally, it's not a big deal. They don't take more than I can give Oh." Professor Ashcroft gave a thoughtful look. "Interesting, so perhaps the magi really were just weak demons who mixed with humans so they could live in this world without being banished. But we can talk about ancient history and evolutionary theory later. The lower classes need a strong familiar to help them activate potions. We wanted to send Mary and Pup, but he bit the first person to suggest it." Wolf looked to Ella and Cassie for an answer. Maybe they knew a way for him to avoid working. "So he's going to forcefully channel mana through the regular class witches?" Ella asked, sharing a knowing look with Cassie. "We found out the hard way. They should too." Cassie agreed. "It is settled then. Wolf, go help the other class, but you are forbidden to put more than one finger on them," Ella demanded. "And sanitize your hands after," Cassie added, making Professor Ashcroft laugh. New witches and familiars are always so protective. "Now off you go," the professor instructed him, unaware that the witches were trying to set the other students up for a prank of sorts. The other class was right next door, so Wolf walked right in and waved to the teacher before taking the assistant teacher's spot. "And who are you?" the teacher asked suspiciously. "Wolf. Your volunteer familiar from Class A sent by Professor Ashcroft. Don't worry. I've been instructed not to put any more than a single finger on your students to help them activate their potions." "A humanoid familiar? All right. Come here, and I will show them the process to make the basic healing potion, good for the common cold, simple cuts, bruises and other basic ailments." It was easier than making soup. Add ingredients in a specific quantity and order to a boiling cauldron, and stir while doing an aura thing that Wolf couldn't follow. You didn't even need to worry about the taste. Then you add mana until it changes color. "Wolf, can you push mana for the ones who can't access it on their own? If so, not too little or too much. It will ruin the effect," the teacher directed him. She pulled the tiniest amount from Wolf, and he looked at her in shock. "That's as much as it takes?" "Yes, every time." "Can you do that 100 times today, or should I look for a second familiar?" Wolf shook his head. "That little won't be an issue. I was expecting it to be closer to creating a mana talisman. Raiko taught a few of the witches last night, and Ella made one with my assistance. Class A really is on a different level. I don't even think we learn those this year, and they're making them before the first week of class." One of the students complained. "Work hard, and you can do it too. Building your aura just takes practice and hard work." Wolf tried to console her. "I can't even use mana. How could I work on my aura in time?" the witch asked. "Ask your teacher this afternoon if you can make an aura wand. That helped Cassie's aura stabilize," Wolf suggested. "Mr. Familiar, that is not first-year magic. Please don't give the students crazy ideas," the teacher admonished him. But it was so easy. Just how bad had these witches gotten? As a child, he used to idolize them on television as symbols of beauty and power, and this teacher was ruining his mental image. The uniforms were everything he had hoped for, but the actual witches were a bit of a letdown. Wolf sat silently while the potions brewed, wondering how much else he had wrong about the world because he believed the movies and news stations were realistic. "All right, we will go one at a time. Wolf, Please make contact with the students so they can activate the spell. Wolf walked straight to the girl who said she couldn't use mana and gently placed a finger on the back of her neck. Can you draw mana when I touch you? Or should I push some into you so you can activate the potion? She focused, then shook her head. Push, please. The trickle of mana was just enough for her to feel warm and fuzzy all over, with an intangible ache that yearned for more, as was normal to Wolf when he was working with witches. The brew turned light green and glowed a bit as she worked, then seemed to settle to a deeper herbal green. The healing potion was complete, but this witch wasn't. She was missing something that the other two he had worked with weren't. Wolf thought about what it might be as he went to the next witch in line and repeated the process. That one was the same as well, missing something. The third drew the thread of mana on her own, and Wolf could feel the difference. Whatever internal mechanism let witches use mana was either missing or underdeveloped in the first two witches. The potion brewed perfectly, and the student beamed in pride as the first in the class to do so under her own power. Wolf rewarded her with a little extra push of mana to give her aura something to work with and felt the faintest hint of it begin to form as her knees buckled and dropped her into her chair. This class was beginning to be a lot of fun. They might have known all their lives that they were likely to become witches, but like him, they were still childlike in their magical abilities, and watching their joy at a first success made Wolf understand why intelligent familiars were known to tease their witches. How could they not want to tease them? The more of the class that he went through, the more he enjoyed this assignment, even if it did mean that he had to work all morning instead of just lazing about. After making his way through the whole 100 witches of this potions class, he had a newfound understanding of the many reasons that teenage witches were so widely adored. Thank you, Wolf. That will be all. You can go back to your witch while this class works on their herbalism. The teacher ordered him, pointing to the door when everyone had a potion in front of them. Some had managed to mess up the simple instructions, and the brew didn't work correctly, but it was still a potion of sorts. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 37 Flame Armor. Chapter 37 Flame Armor. Their afternoon classes were practical spell skills. Everyone brought their familiars to this class, and the location changed based on the spell being taught. Today was a defensive spells day, so they were arranged in rows inside large protective circles made of metal and set out all over the classroom. For today, the location of choice was an enclosed field with a grass floor and a large number of small red flowers. Each student was given a 3-meter diameter space for everyone's safety, where they could sit and wait with their familiar while the teacher went over the spell circle. This one was one called Flame Armor, the most simple of multi-purpose defensive spells, according to the teacher. The one the girls had been practicing last night was something more in tune with their innate magic, but this elemental spell was something Wolf could use. In order to create the armor spell with their innate magic, they needed a strong, stable aura, and a good grasp on their abilities, which most of these witches didn't have yet. The flame armor could be activated from an inscription circle with only the most rudimentary of knowledge, and a fire element reagent, in this case, the simple red flower that grew all over the classroom floor. They didn't even need to pick them, just sit between them. That combination was much easier for them to learn in their first class. The circle seemed to resonate with him, and before the teacher had finished explaining all the runes and their meaning, Wolf was certain that he could cast this spell. Bless the witches for stealing so much of their modern magic from the magi, he thought to himself as the inheritance notified him of success with a glowing string of runes on his arm. First spell visualization successful. Wolf was sitting in between his two witches, so he reached both arms out to take their hands while they tried to visualize the spell to cast it without a talisman. The moment they touched him, the spell flashed to life around all three of them, and the girls gasped in shock. That's it. I get it now. Cassie mumbled happily. Did you see the visualization when you touched my hand? Wolf whispered back, and they both nodded. That was going to be incredibly useful. Not only was he learning spells, but he would also be able to teach them to a pair of combat-capable witches with just a touch. Ones who were rapidly growing stronger while in contact with him. Now he just needed to convince the professor to teach him more. She said they were going to be working on this spell all week because it was important, but all three of them had it working somewhat correctly in the first 15 minutes. Wolf fed a bit of mana to both Ella and Cassie, making the spell grow thicker until they could barely see through the orange glow. If they could have seen, they would have realized that the entire class was staring at them in shock at this accomplishment. Both witches dropped the spell and looked around, satisfied with their performance for the class, but it was Flame, the small fire element lizard, who caught Wolf's attention. It seemed to be pleading for assistance from a cushion on the floor while Raiko kept nudging it back onto the cushion and out of the way while she practiced. Raiko, pick up Flame and let him push a bit of mana into you. He knows the spell, and he can show you. Wolf called over to her. She looked skeptical, but as soon as she touched Flame, a faint orange glow surrounded her, and she gasped in shock. Elemental familiars will shape your future. They help your understanding and build your strength. Familiar Wolf might have sped up the process, but eventually, Miss Raiko would have learned to trust and rely on her familiar. The teacher explained from the far side of the room, where she was busy helping a witch in the second row of students. Tell me, what made you call out to her? The teacher's next question caught Wolf off guard. He had been engrossed in transferring mana back and forth with Cassie and Ella and had forgotten she was still here. He was giving me the most sad-looking pleading face. I couldn't let Flame suffer that frustration. Wolf shrugged. The fierce armored salamander was giving you a pitiful look. She asked in disbelief. He's not really fierce, he's cuddly and adorable, but he only likes when Raiko touches him. He's very territorial. Wolf explained, and there was no mistaking the fact that Flame nodded in agreement. Interesting. Is that the skill you got from the familiar bond? Communicating with animals? The teacher asked. No, this is just common sense. Flame is very smart, maybe even smarter than Pup. If you pay close attention and don't look at him as a pet or baby, he knows a lot of things. Wolf replied with a smile. Flame made a happy puff of fire while Pup lightly growled at Wolf before flopping back down on the floor next to Mary. The teacher looked a bit disturbed but began a new lecture anyhow. As you see, you can trust your familiar to help you. They are essential parts of your growth journey, so treat them well and keep them happy. Now, who had questions about the spell circle? Don't worry. I'll treat you well and keep you happy. Wolf whispered to Cassie and Ella, who both flipped him off in return, then activated the flame armor without touching his hands, showing that they already understood it on their own and could use it without drawing mana from him or their talismans. You two, stay back after class with your familiar. We have something to talk about. The rest of you are dismissed. The teacher announced after 3 more grueling hours of watching the other witches try to master the spell. Even playing rock, paper, scissors with Flame had gotten boring by the end of class. It was just too slow-paced. It seems that your familiar is easily bored, but do try to keep it from disrupting the class. The teacher admonished them as soon as the other students were gone. Yes, Professor. The witches answered in unison. Good. We will be working on this vital defensive skill all week, so perhaps get him a book or something to keep him occupied. You may go now. They all left the class, and once they were safely out of earshot, Wolf began to laugh. Get him a book or something. Wolf mimicked the teacher's haughty tone with heavy sarcasm. Give me a spell book, and you wouldn't have to waste an entire week on one single spell. Seriously, even Flame can teach fire magic faster than that, and he can't speak or read. Wolf laughed, making them both turn to him in shock. You understood the spell? Ella asked. I thought that part was obvious. I should be good with some other elements as well. Wolf added, hopefully. We are so going to crush the elemental magic exams. Cassie giggled, gaining a little jump in her step. Inheritor of Magic, the Magi King. Chapter 38 Library. Chapter 38 Library. After they had dinner, Wolf formulated a plan. The academy staff, as a rule, didn't ask unnecessary questions, so he was going to take advantage of that and get himself a spellbook to study during his free time. It might only be 2 days into the semester, but that would be long enough for senior students to need books, and he would just act as if he belonged. Or at least that was the plan before he got to the library. The place was enormous, with no markings or obvious sorting system. Who are you? I don't recall getting a new library worker. The witch at the counter asked suspiciously. Library worker? Not a bad idea. There are so many books. But sadly, I am registered here as a familiar, not a library worker. Wolf informed her. I need proof. Reach out your hand. The librarian demanded, and Wolf extended one gloved hand her way. She only cast some sort of spell on it and began to smile at him. Oh, it's you. Everyone on staff has heard about the 2 first years who summoned the same familiar. There is a big prize pool for the one who can confirm what species you are. I would love to have a copy of the first year study guide and spell book plus something to read during class. A species? Wolf asked, making the librarian laugh. No, it's not. I'm leaning toward Fae. Vanishing the teacher's assistant and stealing his appearance is totally a Fae prank. But the study guides are just enhanced textbooks and come with the spells included. We have the whole first year in one book here. She led Wolf to a stack of simply bound hardcovers by the far corner of her desk, then looked him over and tried to decide what he would like to read. If it's demon, I can't help much unless you want to read fire magic. Unholy magic isn't commonly kept in public libraries. If it's Fae, we have a lot of nature magic but almost nothing on gravity. Unless you can use lightning as well? Or I have got a secret stash of spicy romance books for witches of culture that you might enjoy as well. The librarian suggested. No, that would end very badly for Wolf's reputation if anyone saw him reading spicy witch romance books in class. How about 2 copies of the study guide and then something diverse? Do you have an overview of utility spells and survival magic or something? I would like to know what powerful witches find useful in their day-to-day lives. Wolf asked. You're feeling domestic? I have one, Home Enchanting for the Modern Duchess, that you might enjoy. It covers all sorts of things, and some are fairly easy to cast. They climbed up to the 2nd floor, then up a wide ladder, and the witch handed him the book. It was full of innate magic for a witch, though, so no use to him. I don't think I can do much with that right now since we live in a dorm and all, but I might ask for a copy later if I get bored. How about something adventurous? With useful spells and descriptions of travels through the Badlands and frozen wastes to the north? Wolf asked. An alpha. See. The librarian slid the ladder to the far side of the room using magic while she happily tapped her fingers on the ladder rung. Oh, we have just the thing. The Adventurer's Handbook. All of the witches who want to be wilderness guardians, hunters, and such will come here to get a copy. It's 1,000 pages, but only about 100 are spells. The rest is a really great story of the author's travels. The book was a treasure trove of useful things, and the author seemed to have lived an exciting life, so Wolf carefully held the book and descended the ladder. This should keep us entertained for a while. I will start having my witches practice for the exams right away. Wolf informed the librarian, making her giggle. They're going to have a hard time with a familiar so enthusiastic. Come back anytime you like. Wolf waved goodbye and returned to the room with his lute carefully held to his chest. I brought goodies. Study guides for the exams. Wolf called as he walked into the witch's dorm room. Raiko and Mary were already there, making notes about the visualization of the armor spell. Hey, Wolf. I thought you had gone back to your room. Mary greeted him. Nope, library. They have all the good stuff, and they were happy to hand it out. You can even get a copy of the exam study guide with every spell you'll be tested on this year. He told her, and the tiny witch bounced to her feet, trying to grab the book from his hands. I only grabbed 2, sorry. But we can split them 1 per dorm until we get enough copies tomorrow, so set 1 between you and Raiko while Cassie and Ella get the other. Wolf explained. And the huge codex in your hands? Raiko asked. Reading material for class since it looks like the teacher won't let anyone work ahead, Wolf explained. Raiko looked at the title, and her eyes got a happy shine to them. The librarian had said that this book was popular with witches who wanted to work outside the cities, and it seemed Raiko already knew about it. There are more copies in the library if you want one. Just ask the nice lady, and she will show you where they are, on the left side of the 2nd floor, up high. Wolf explained. I'll go tomorrow, for tonight, we need to brainstorm this spell. If we compare notes, we should be able to get it nearly perfect. Raiko explained. That made sense, so Wolf sat down between Ella and Cassie and pulled them both into his arms. Pup immediately got jealous and came to sleep with his head in Mary's lap instead of by the fireplace, dragging Flame with him by default since the lizard was sleeping on his back. What is it with you and familiars? It's like they all speak your language, only most of them can't speak at all. Mary asked, and Pup gave her a confused look. I honestly have no idea. I don't think Pup does, either. He's wondering why you don't understand him as well as I do. But he still likes you better. Wolf shrugged. It must be the early effects of the spell. After a time, some witches can even see through their familiars' eyes and feel what they feel. Raiko explained. Well, that could be both fun and problematic.